Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
They're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly, Miller's still start trouble. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry! Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That time has come of the calendar where we tackle the 4.8 hours of Le Mans. It's going to be, what can we say, absolutely epic. The track itself here this afternoon is 13.62 kilometers. I am James Parfitt. I'm going to be joined in the booth by Bradley Dalton, and Mr. Paul Glover is in the background here this afternoon, but you will hear him on the microphone as well, as he will be jumping in at certain points to let me and Brad probably need to go to the toilet, to be honest. But there you go. The calendar itself, well, as you know, this is currently round 6. And it is the 4.8 hours. This is the one that everybody wants to win if they can. Round 7, we go on to the 60 laps of the Glen. Round 8 will be the 90 minutes of Sao Paulo. Round 9 will be 90 minutes of COTA, or Circuit of the Americas. Round 10 will be 90 minutes of Fuji, then Indy 100. Followed by 100 laps of Road Atlanta. Then the finale will be round 13, the 2 hours of Bahrain. The track, we have discussed it, but it is the 24 hours of Le Mans circuit. We've got both chicanes down the Mulsanne Straight, 13.62 kilometers, 8.47 miles. The circuit itself opened roundabout, as you can see, built in 1923. It's been through multiple transitions since then, so to get us to where we are today for this endurance circuit as well. They've got to tackle Tetra Rouge, they've got to tackle Mulsanne Corner, through Indianapolis, Arnage, and then the S-curves all the way through the middle itself. What do we think strategy-wise is going to happen here? Well, I can tell you one thing, is going to be very, very interesting. We're going to have a look at the strategies for the hypercars. Well, what have we got? It's a medium and hard tyres plus wets if it does come to that. The cars to beat will be the rear-wheel drive ARX 06 with the rear-wheel drive 963. All-wheel drive Tipo 6 car, 40 to 45 minutes, 6 to 7 pit stops. That's what we're looking for here. Top speed for long straights. Mechanical grip for sectors 1 and 3, which is the opening sectors. In the GTs, it's going to be very, very interesting in this one as well. Top speed for long straights, easily described, right? Again, mechanical grip for sectors 1 and 3. The cars to beat are the Vantage, the 296, the AMG, and the NSX. They're the ones that's going to be interesting to look out for. Tyres, medium and wets if we need them. 60 to 70 minute pit stop windows, 4 to 5 stops. We're just about going to be touching on them, so we're going to have to keep an eye out for that. Let's have a look at the scores on the doors, starting with the hypercars here as well. Dan Kirby leading the hypercars at the moment, with Mike Bell in second, with Dan Herlock in third. Dan taking out the win in Spa last time out. Michele Dinu in 4th, then Tom Lane, John Uyan, Cameron Barker, Wouter de Bruin, Ernest Bernardo, Bradley Sellers round out the top 10. Timon Suvic, Ben Kesby, Alexander Schultz, Brian Hall, Yasha Schmidt, all the way down to 30th with Jeffrey Ellis. You can see there's quite a lot of names on that board. In the teams, it's CMS Pro, Asota Fraschini, Dan Kirby, Barker, and John Uyan there in the team itself, with second being Smile Power Racing, Isoda Fraschini with Bell, Mitchell, and Herlock. Then we go down, we've got Manta Squid, Team Rookie Monsters, Aerolab Esports, SKS Motorsport, Crown Dental Group, Joy Motorsports, Ferrari American Racing Team, and Boyd Transport Racing there as well. In the Hypercar AMS, Jerry Chen taking the win last time out at Spa. He is leading the championship by 113 points. He's 20 points ahead of John Mayer. George Angelidis up there in 3rd place with Scar Pope in 4th, Noel Graff in 5th. Then you've got Craig Pullen, Eric Monet, Philippe Ducati, and Gwilym Benk rounding out the top 9, with Luke Goodlife finishing off the top 10. Then you've got Benjamin Portishead, Yaroslav Zakic, Vinicius Concalves, Adam Gray, Peter Stefani, Tom Mountjoy, Maximilian Petrovsky, and Jason Whitehead. In the teams, Acuri Mistral Porsche out in front with Maya Monet and Jerry Chen. They're leading the teams, with HRC US Acura in 2nd place. Reptile Racing in 3rd, Total Lion Sports in 4th, then Team Lev Speed, Asada Fraschini in 5th, and then Hardtail Racing in 6th place. In the LMGT3s, again, 28 names on this board, and it's led by JT Tammy, but he's only got a 10-point lead over David Jun. So that's going to be an interesting one. Don't forget, again, Jun took the win last time out in Spa. Alicio Neto in 3rd, with Matthew Overton in 4th. Johnny Gutierrez, Carl Vesser, James Walker, Joe Wilkes, Brandon Gann, Robert Strachan round out the top 10. Then we've got our very own Ross Smith there down in 11th, switched from obviously into a GT3 this season. Wayne Galvin 12th, Adrian Rice, Gilles Lalonde, Jaime Zalecki, Eugene Mazur, Peter Myers, Stuart Barge, Vasilius Kataranakis, sorry, my teeth do work, Becky Ely, Yuki Takanashi, Mark Sumfenlap, Dave Cause, Sen Stoffmel, Sashin Sobers, Ollie Cargilati, Barry DiMarzo at the bottom. I don't know who your name is, but he's in 28th. Dark Thunder Racing lead the teams, with Sim Racing Alliance in 2nd, then XRL Esports in 3rd. Stardust Autosports in 4th, with Bad Day Racing in 5th. SB Racing Ford in 6th. Fatigo Simpals in 7th. Team Pazuzu in 8th. Nice name. SHQM Mercedes in 9th, with Carl Beer Racing in 10th. In the GT3, and a little bit of a smaller one, so a lot easier for me to read through. In 1st, it is Matthew Buse out in front of 136 points, with Stephen Miller in 2nd, Josh Lepetri in 3rd, Stephen Bice in 4th, Mike Bice in 5th, with James Bowders and Matt Bice in 7th. We've got a lot of Bices out there. Filippo Marazzi, Ryan Reyes, Roland Hagenars, Carl Stroho, and Jelly Hygiene round out the top 12, with Trash Panda Racing taking the team standing lead at the moment over Speed Details MRE. So there we go. You are all up to date with the standings. Welcome in Stacey Donkey STI and Tom Lane there as well. Thank you so much for joining us. There's a lot to talk about here. That's why we're in a little bit early than we normally would be. Let's bring Brad into the booth, and then me and Brad can have a discussion of what is going to go and happen as we are into qualifying. Brad, welcome in. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're at, where you're watching from. It could be evening. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. It's Le Mans. I mean, this is the challenge of the season. When I looked at the calendar all the way back in January, and we were getting ready to go, and we were getting ready for the excitement, this is the series that I looked at and I said, all right, this is going to be the tough one for everyone. It's 4.8 hours of Le Mans. It's going to be challenging. Le Mans as a track is challenging. The track itself wasn't designed to be a test of speed. It was meant to be a test of durability and endurance. And it was designed really to show off the most durable cars, not necessarily the fastest cars. And then it's a track where, I'll give you a fun fact, drivers count in their heads sometimes to figure out where corners are. They will go down a straight and count numbers in their head so they can guess where a corner is to go down. That's a fun fact that I learned getting ready for this race. It's a track that presents a challenge. It's a track that personally, I enjoy. It's very difficult. It can be very, very challenging. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble very, very quickly on this track, but I'm very excited for it, James.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. Now, let's run through. Obviously, there's a different rule set for Le Mans than we normally see, right? There will be teams of 2 and 3 main drivers in each team, okay? We have got team information. We will run you through that a little bit later on. There'll be 2 driver teams as well. Each driver must drive at least 30% of the race distance, which is 1 hour 25. If you're in 3 driver teams, each driver must drive at least 20% of the race distance, which is 55 minutes. Now, we do have solo drivers, but they must perform a drive-through during the first 3 laps of the race, okay? That's to basically take into consideration that obviously they're not going to make a pit stop, which, to be honest, at Le Mans on a 3.5-minute lap, not really going to affect them. One of the major changes is obviously the points allocation for Le Mans as well. In first, it's 50 points, and then second, you'll get 36, third, 30, fourth, 24, 20, 16, 12, 8, 4, 2. And then 1 point for each car placing beyond the 10th place in the class classification of the 4-point hours of Le Mans as well. Brad, there's a lot to take in when the rules get written for Le Mans, and I think it really opens up the door to staying in the race, because there's quite a lot of points on offer here, especially if other people have trouble.
Yeah, this is a race where even if you have a bad time early on, if you get in a wreck, if you spin your car, whatever it may be, stay in. There's no need to back out of the race early on. There's no need to kind of throw in the towel. There's a lot of points on table. There's a lot of different things to go. You've just gotta persevere. It's the same thing. This is the closest we're gonna get in the VWSC in terms of time length to a real life race. 4.8 hours is a very long race in sim standard. Some of these guys I know have ran the real life 24-hour races in sim racing, and they've ran, say Nürburgring or the full Daytona 24, whatever it may be. So this is going to be the closest to just persevere to the end. Even if you spin the car going through the Ford corners or whatever it may be, persevere to the end. Get the car back on track, keep going, and just make it work.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the things they are going to have to pay attention to. They've just got to keep going and keep going and keep going. I think overall, the last thing they want to be doing is giving up, considering there's so much on offer here. It's a long race. It is such a long race. So I don't, they've got to make sure they've got to keep it on the track. Now, we did say we've got teams, and we do have teams as well. George Angelidis is one of them who's in a team. He's teamed up with Jason Whitehead for HRC US. They're in the Hypercar AM class. So we'll keep an eye on how they do. We will try and run you through the teams as we go along, guys. But as you can imagine, we've got 25 teams here, which is 50 drivers at least, with some of them having 2 and 3 teams. We are joined to be pleasurably joined by the wonderful Mr. Ross Smith, as always, up here in the booth. Ross, welcome in. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm doing great. Feeling good for today's race, at least to overall be entertaining. And I'm sure that everyone's just very excited to see how things are going to turn out.
Yeah, I think, you come into this, Ross, you see 4.8 hours and you go, okay, what's the strategy? You're in that GT3. What do you do? How do you plan it out? Do you go out and test? Do you do full driver stints? What do you do to get ready for this race?
Well, regardless of who you are, the number one priority is to survive. And as Bradley was talking about before, it's about the endurance, and it's making sure that you and the car especially hold out. Like every time you brush the wall, every time that you drive into somebody or get driven into, that's a little bit of performance that's going to take bites out of your overall time, and you have to manage that throughout the whole race. So that's always top of mind. You got to keep control of that. And then at that point, it's strategy based on team dynamics and whatever the car could do.
Okay, so how are you playing out your team situation? And are you going in about an hour's time? What's the situation within your team?
Well, it's going to be like a lot of other teams. You find who has the best pace overall, and you try and get them in the car for the maximum amount of time. And that's just how it is in real life endurance racing too. You want to get the most pace out of the car for as long as possible. And then from there, you just basically see where you have to hit all of your minimums. So for us, for instance, Jamie Zalecki is going to be starting for us. He currently has the best overall pace. And then Rob's going to take over. And then I'm going to squeak in there to get my 55 mandatory minutes in and hopefully just make it to the end.
Yeah, Jaime Zalecki there in 6th place at the moment in qualifying. We are in qualifying for the hypercars here as well. You can see we'll start getting times coming through very, very quickly. Do you look at the situation and go, okay, we're not in the top 5, but is it really going to matter, do you think? You know, we sometimes sit back and stress that qualifying. You got to be on pole. But do you really need to be on pole at Le Mans in such a long race?
No, it's and you'll hear this from professional drivers who've run this race too. You know, it is a great feeling to know that you're fast and you've been able to get up there and get that top position. Sure, and there of course are points to go along with it, but overall you're just looking at, okay, where do I start, and then who am I around at the beginning of this race? You'd prefer to be in front of drivers that might hold you up and keep you away from pulling on that draft from faster cars, faster teams. So ideally you'd want to stick with them so that way you can fuel save, so that way you can keep your speed up and just really maximize that opening stint. After that, it's just basically on you. If you're able to stick together and draw that out as long as possible, great. If you fall back, it's just, okay, let's settle into a rhythm and see what we can do to just try and maximize pace lap after lap.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the most important things here. One of the other things we're obviously going to come across, traffic management. Not too bad at Le Mans. I think if you can get caught coming out of Tetra Rouge going down the Mulsanne, I don't think it's really that horrendous for you guys, because them hypercars will just go zoom like you're stood still. How are you going to handle it though if you get caught up through Dunlop, Porsche curves, Crater curves? What's the situation? How are you going to deal with it then?
Well, you nailed it right on the head too, because you're right. I mean, you've got these big long straights where there's no problem at all, but it comes to those little troublesome zones where you're about to head into a fast flowing section where, like, as a hypercar, you want to get in front of that GT as fast as possible. And because if you're chasing someone, if you're holding on to them, just sticking in their slipstream, if you can't afford to lose like 3, 4, 5 seconds just because you're held up behind a GT going through Porsche curves, coming down around through the final chicanes of the track. You can't do it, because then you're just going to be on the back foot, and you might lose a slipstream, and that could be the race. So we've seen it in the past so many times where just one car just getting in the way a little bit earlier on just kind of sets the dominoes rolling down.
What do you do, Ross? You got a hypercar coming at you. You're trying to battle the guy in front. You got a perfect opportunity for an overtake, but you know the hypercar is going to get you going into the corner. Do you make the move or do you wait?
You know, it's spur of the moment kind of thing. And whoever it is, I mean, if I see Mike Bell coming up behind me, I'm pretty sure that no matter how unlikely it is that he's going to be able to make it, he's probably going to go for it anyway. So I just have to have that in mind when I'm going in. And if it's someone else like Daniel Kirby or Dan Herlock, I mean, I can probably expect that they're going to be reasonable with, like, okay, I'm gonna just close in, or, you know, they'll look like they're committing, and I can roll with that. And you're going to see that from every driver here, and it's going to be those points where drivers might miscommunicate, or they might underestimate what somebody coming up to them is going to do, or maybe what the GT is going to do if you're a hypercar. If you think, oh, like, they've been giving me the lane going into this time after time, you might not see that another time, because maybe they're trying to maximize a lap. Maybe they're trying to hit a fuel number. Maybe it's a different driver in the car that you thought was in there, but actually it's a different one now, and so they drive a little differently. That's the fun of endurance. I mean, it's just making sure that you're aware of all those things as you're going through, and it can change the race in an instant. I mean, that's happened to every one of us, where it's just, you think you're doing great, or you think you're doing terribly, and then all of a sudden the race is on.
Well, I think it's going to be an interesting one. Now we've come away from the racing. Actually, one final question. How far do you think you're going to get, Ross? Where do you think you're going to finish?
Well, I know on the cards it said that the Ferrari was going to be pretty good here, but the 296 is actually struggling tremendously. Like where it was able to do so well at Daytona with its top end, it didn't really have a whole lot of corners that required more wing. Whereas you come in here and you have to be able to take Indianapolis, you have to be able to go through Porsche curves. So because of that, we've had to increase our wing, and so we're basically just going to try and hold on to the end and get to the point where we can kiss this car farewell.
Moving forward, guys, we have just come to the end of qualifying. You can see Dan Kirby is your hypercar leader in the hypercar AMS. Mr. George Angelidis is up there, and if that's right, he's 3.6 seconds ahead of the guys behind. And Yuki Takanashi takes the LMGT3 Pro pole with 3:54.493. Only 1/10 ahead of Eduardo Benico, though, so that's very, very close. Felipe Marazzi takes the LMGT3 AMS. He's 4:09.73 that is one of the Buses there in the standings. That is Matthew Bice out in front. In second place. It's in second place there as well. Ross, going into, now we'll talk about the sim. How are you getting on roughly with the sim itself? Is there been any changes? What's the situation?
Pardon me, I'm grabbing some late breakfast here. It's going really well. So I was in the process of getting the NSX updated, and going. I mean, that was the most recent car, but we were trying to get all of the cars updated so that way everything visually could look really good. I'm sidestepping away from that a little bit so we can get the test mules going for next year's historics and next year's new cars, which some of those are going to be basically a lot of the Evo versions of some of the Studio 397 cars you see in there, like the Mercedes AMG, the Aston Martin. We're going to have the Evo version of that one, the BMW M4 Evo. In fact, the only car we don't have right now is the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which we probably could get a hold of that, but we're just kind of holding off on that. But George has made some changes. You've actually seen some of them come in here for this race. Some updates to the rain tires, very minimal, just to kind of help with some of the deflection that's happening. But they're taking a look, taking notes on different things like traction control, some of the finer points, keeping an eye on what's happening in the regs, and just making sure that we match up with that, balancing BOP, getting all that ready. And then on the development side, we're basically, like I said, getting the test mules ready so that way the test team can jump in earlier and really incorporate those new cars in, just because there are going to be about 6 or 7. We're going to be putting the wing on the 9X8 for next year, so the dynamics of that car are going to change. So we have to make sure we're updated with that. So getting them nice and early, so that way it's not a rush up to Christmas to try and get all of that stuff in there and balanced, because those guys put an incredible number of laps into the cars when they're testing. So we want to give them plenty of time. And so once these test mules are out of the way, then it's back to just flooding the updates in with all the graphical enhancements, getting the camera positions nice, getting all the LCD readouts so they're correct. I mean, the guys are going to love it when they're in the cars and driving around, and you guys are going to get a really nice chance to see like what the eye candy can do for these cars.
Okay, well, and obviously the historic season going well.
1964, yeah, it's a little bit on the back burner for the moment. I mean, it's already in a pretty good spot. We feel like we've been able to pretty much nail the BOP. Obviously, we have Reims coming up for that, and we're going to have some hill climbs not too long after there. So that's going to really highlight the differences between a lot of those cars, both in Div 1 and 2 and in Div 3. So excited to look forward to that. And obviously, we'll be able to touch on those cars too before they go to the workshop after the season. So yeah, it's really cool.
Next year's historic's going really well.
Oh, yeah. We actually have all of the cars made. And it's, like I said, getting the test mules into the sim. I'm actually in process of car 4 or 5 right now, trying to get him to George so that way he can at least build a proper car, like load it into the sim. And once he has that, then he can hand it off to the testers. He'll head to Le Mans on Monday. And then it's up to the testers. Actually, it's the alpha testers, so that way they can get the cars in a basic state, kind of evaluate them. once George is back from there, then it's basically lots of tweaking and getting it ready.
Right. Okay. Well, Ross, thank you so much for joining me. It's been wonderful having a conversation with you. As we can see, the drivers are now in the race briefing. They will be out on track testing where they are in the pit lane very, very shortly as we're going into the 17 and a half minutes left of the warm-up. Brad, looks like it's going to be an interesting sort of rest of the season coming up at the moment with Storm Gang and CMS in general. Next season's cars are looking good. Still no historic dates. I'm sure that will come soon enough. But, it's all looking like it's exciting times.
It is exciting, and I think it'd be a lot more exciting if Mr. Ross would tell me what the historic cars are going to be for next season, just so that way I could know. I know our lovely in-ear bug Paul gets the info ahead of time, but it'd be nice if we knew. I would like to know. So Ross, if you're listening to this, as I'm sure you are, if you want to send me a little DM and tell me, I promise not to tell James, and if I tell James, I'll pay you $100.
Yeah. Never going to happen there as well, because I never find out. Stacey's having a field day in YouTube chat at the moment as well. She's saying it's a penalty enough to have to drive for 4.8 hours alone. I don't think solo drivers have any kind of advantage in this race. No, you're kind of right on that. Donkey says cool overlay. You can thank our very, very own in-head voice, Mr. Paul Glover, for that one. And then it's gone into Mike Bells there. And then Stacey there, Zach and I are going for a ride on the Ferris wheel at Le Mans at the moment. Well, good luck there. I'm sure Zach's loving that one, as he's sitting in there going around on the Ferris wheel. Interesting there as well. If you don't know what that is in conjunction was, you have to go back and watch the Sim Racing Revival on the JPB YouTube channel. While we're talking about that as well, don't forget, like, subscribe, turn on the bells, and do all that other fancy jazz that you can do on YouTube, whether it's on CMS or JPB, and you can sit and enjoy plenty more action that really kicks off next week again on the JBB YouTube channel, with a lot more action coming next week there as well. Brad, how do you go into this race and sit back and think, what are we going to have to contend with? What's going to be the mentality? Let's start off with the GT3s, right? They're kind of, especially the GT3 Pros, we've generally seen the difference between the GT3s and the GT3 AMs on pace. So kind of they're coming into that middle category, that middle classification of cars where we would normally stick LMP2 there, right, between GTP and GT3s. But we're going to have that GT3 and Pro Hypercar AM category. What do we think's going to happen there?
A little bit of chaos. I'm going to say a little bit of chaos early on. I was looking back at the Spa results before this broadcast, just trying to remember who finished where, kind of briefed myself up on where everything was, and I didn't remember things being as mixed up as it is on the leaderboard. There was a lot of mix-up between GT3 Hypercar AMs and LMGT3s, so there's a lot of challenge there in, I don't want to call it the midfield pack, but the midfield pack really in terms of pace. I think the one thing that's going to help them is just how long Le Mans is, 13 kilometers. I think it's going to help them a little bit in terms of getting spread out, getting your own time in and going. And I think it goes back to what we've talked about. This is a race of survival, and it's just when you get in, don't make any unnecessary lunges, don't do anything crazy, and just remember the hypercars are going to have the pace on the straightaways. So if you're going down the Mulsanne straight and there's a hypercar coming, just let them go. Just let them go, GT3s. Don't fight out of your class.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that they've got to be careful of, isn't it? I don't think you need to really be worrying too much about the hypercars around you, because you have got the Mulsanne for them to make their move through, right? It's a long straightaway with a chicane in it, and that's going to be the interesting one. Now, obviously, from our perspective, we've got the orange zone, which leads all the way round to turn 9, which you can make overtakes on the opening laps, but any penalties will be literally probably double compared to what they normally are. So you need to be careful through that one. Starting procedure itself. Now, we've got, obviously, in the driver briefing, The pole sitter dictates the pace. The format lap should be at 120 kilometers per hour. Stay approximately 1 car length behind the car in front. Keep the distance consistent. One of the things, no weaving or excessive braking. The start line is the start-finish line, so that will be just after the Ford chicane, and then the race will start at the start line, no passing prior. So they cannot make overtakes prior to going over the start line. It's almost like NASCAR style, cannot make an overtake before going there as well. Cars should be holding steady speed before the start-finish line. A car going full throttle or acceleration before the start-finish line may be subject to a jump start. So they have got to be careful on that start procedure there, Brad, as well, because there's a lot coming into it.
Yeah, and it's something that, surprisingly, you don't get to really practice this. You've got to just be able to read those starting procedures, put them in your head, and then implement them. It's the same thing with pit stops. We catch a lot of drivers that don't truly practice pit stops. And on a long track like Le Mans, you have to sort of learn differently. So, and this is really going to test just the knowledge and the skill of the drivers. On that start procedure, you've got to be able to do it. You don't really get to practice start procedures in real life you've got to be able to implement it. You've got to literally read the words and hear the driver's briefing, internalize it, and then go. And for some drivers, that is hard and difficult. So I won't be surprised if we see at least one jump start handed out, probably in the GT3s, to be honest with you. It's going to be interesting. I'm hoping no messes in the orange zones. I'm hoping everybody is just nice and polite and rolls off with it, but we won't know until we get into the race.
Yeah, exactly. Now, talking about Stacey's comment in YouTube chat there with blue flags, let's run through the blue flags here in the driver briefing. Driver does not have to get out the way, but may not compete with or obstruct the lapping cars. Lapping cars has the responsibility for making a clean pass, but have the responsibility for good racing behavior. So that covers that one. That's all we're going to talk about with blue flags, otherwise we could be here all day. One of the things I did find interesting going through the briefing earlier on is if this race will include darkness, which we can guarantee will happen, ensure you have a button mapped for lights and pay attention to chat warnings. That, although sounds straightforward, right? It sounds very easy that somebody should have a button mapped for the lights. It doesn't always happen because you don't use them. So I can probably see a couple of drivers not having a button map for the lights here, Brad. I think that is a possibility. It could happen.
We've seen drivers get disqualified for that before, James. Don't forget, we have literally seen drivers get disqualified in this series and in the historic series. And when we said, what happened to you? I missed the warning to turn on my headlights, so the game disqualified me. That is something that can happen. So that's a big mental point. This race is going to be a big, you got to make sure your brain is on all the way start to finish. It's going to be challenging. And whoever wins today is going to be whoever just has their brain switched on with their teammates the entire time. Or if it's a solo driver, whoever can keep their brain engaged for 4.8 hours of green flag racing.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the things that, well, I think if you're solo, you're crazy. But the current updated driver list that we have got, there is solo drivers here as well. Now, obviously, David Junt is a solo driver by the list. Adrian Rice, Magnus Dahlgren and Tom Lane. Filippo Marazzi is another solo driver as well. Now, we did have Becky Ely, but she's teamed up by the looks of the list with Yuki Takinashi. That's the most recent one for I can never say that. Fukigo Simples. So that would put Takanashi in the car at the moment, with Ely taking over, I'm sure, a little bit later on. So there are obviously 4-5 solo drivers with other people's in teams. If you wish to know who is in what team, please drop us a message, because we've got 25 teams and I really don't fancy running through all the names in everybody's team. Team game itself, though, I think could be quite interesting here as well. I think the swaps are going to be interesting. Getting the right strategy is going to be interesting. Who's going to go in? Do you put your fastest guy in at the beginning? Do you put him in at the end? There's a lot to think about. And I suppose at the moment, with Ross jumping back into the booth with us, actually, you can probably answer a lot of them questions. Ross, starting off, how do you pick who goes in the car first?
Well, it comes down to, I guess, team orders. If you're a two-person team, you have a little bit more flexibility, I feel like, because both drivers are going to have to drive, about equal number of stints. Or, at least, the slower one would have to drive 33%. So it's kind of like, do you run the slower one at the start, get that out of the way, and have a clear track later on? Or, you kind of have to weigh those options. For us, we want to have maximum time for that faster driver. So it just makes more sense to start him that way and go from there.
So you're going for the faster driver first?
Yeah, for us, that just makes the most sense because of the timing standpoint,
Right.
just because we have 3 drivers, so you have a lot of time that you have to cover, and you'd want your second fastest to be in there as long as he can. So yeah.
Is that technically why you're going in last?
Yeah, I don't have the pace near as much as what my co-drivers have, and so yeah. Like I said, I'm in there to just bring it home and survive if we still have a car left by that point.
Well, let's hope you do. See what I mean, Brad? There's a lot to think about, even with team racing in general. Who do you put in the car? How long is it going to be with the pit stop cycles and stuff like that? I think overall, when you start bringing in teams, it gives it a completely different dynamic to normal sprint car racing.
Yeah, but, the last race I ran team-wise was an 8-hour of Barcelona race, and I was the slowest driver. Nobody's surprised by that. So we threw me in the middle stints, and I ran a double in the middle because I was slower, and the track had spread out. Everybody was kind of just managing pace. And for me, my flat out was still, half a second, 3/4 of a second slower than everybody else's flat out. But that's because Barcelona is a horrible track. That's a tangent for later in the broadcast. So, when you look at from a team perspective, there's a lot of things you can manage and consider. The big thing that helps on a team dynamic is, regardless of if it's 2 drivers or 3, you can drive flat out for longer and less of the endurance part comes in, which, Ross, I'm sure you'll agree with me, is something that, going through the race, if you can stay fresher for longer, you can go a little bit faster, push a little bit harder, and get a little bit more out of it.
Yeah, for sure. As you don't want to be bouncing around as a driver because you're really feeling the track where it's at. You're feeling where the car is, especially if you've picked up any damage or just as far as temperature or anything else. It all affects the way it drives. So the longer that you can stay in there and just feel it out, the better. And for as short as this race will be for the individual drivers, relatively speaking, in terms of endurance racing, that should be achievable for sure. So yeah, maximize the amount of time you can have straight in the car, and you'll do fine.
Yeah. Have you been practicing, Mr. Smith?
Like running laps or?
Well, that's what generally practicing means, Ross. Yes.
Well, I didn't know if you meant like practicing changes for drivers or.
Well, let's be realistic. Yeah, I think he's almost like a politician at the moment, avoiding the answer. So I'm going to presume that that's a no, right? We are going. No, he hasn't. Says Stacey in YouTube chat as well. So
Wow.
There we go. I think
Feeling
it's
the love.
Well, tell us something different then, Ross. Have you been out on the track practicing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you even saw me out there a little bit ago, so it's we've all been practicing. I will say that personally, none of our members of the team enjoy this car. It does not suit our style at all. Obviously, Yuki and Becky have been able to make it work. I think Adrian Rice has been able to get some speed out of it, but it's just not conducive to the way that we want to drive. So that's one of the reasons why this will be the last one for us.
For this season, or just?
Yeah, for the season. We're going to switch to the NSX for the second half.
Ooh, there we go. Becky, Gogo, Yuki, and Josh there. Stacey said Ross is a busy man. I don't know about that. It seems to be able to talk in Discord quite a lot for a man that's supposed to be really manically busy. But
Well, I do use the bathroom a lot, so you get some breaks. Kind of.
yeah. Time to pee, time to look at Discord. You know what I mean? So there we go. So there we go. But
Hey, anyone saying you to that, I guarantee they take the photo to the bathroom with them. There's no doubt in my mind.
I do as well, to be blatantly honest as well. So Becky and Yuki are waving goodbye to the Ferrari as well. So what are you changing over to, Becky there? Fill us in with that one. 2 minute 30 of warm-up to go before we go into the race. There are some cars out on track if you're there as well, but we can have a look through the grid for the start of the race here, so we can bring you up the grid and tell you who's going to be where. We'll do that very, very shortly. There we go. Dan Kirby is out in front with Robin Moling in second, and Mike Bell in third, and Ben Kesby in fourth place. Then go into Tom Lane in fifth with Timon Suvic in sixth and Magnus Dahlgren in seventh. George Angelidis leading the Hypercar sits in eighth overall. And then we go Bradley Sellers with John Meyer in 10th, Tom Mountjoy and Adam Gray. That's your top 12 there. Moving on from that one, in 13th is Benjamin Porteous Heath with Yuki Takanashi, Eduardo Benica and Johnny Gutierrez leading the GT3s. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the GT3 Pros. David Junt, Carl Vesser, James Selecki and Adrian Rice round out the top 20. Moving on into 23rd first place is Matthew Overton. Then we go into the GT3 AMS of Filippo Marazzi, Matthew Bice and Dan Herlock in 23rd and 24th. Jerry Twen in 25th with Jason White in 26th. Becky, obviously, Ely and James Walker in 27th and 28th. Obviously, that will be Yuki Takanashi starting off in that one. Then you got Stephen Miller, Wouter de Bruin, Eric Monet, and Josh Lepetri. These are some of the guys that were obviously out in qualifying but didn't set a lap. They had to be in the session. Then Johnny and Vasilis Katarinakis are down at the end. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye out and see how we go as well on that one. Brad, quite a full field here, 30 cars, I believe we've got out on track at the moment, or 25 in the session. What do we think is going to happen? We surely cannot predict chaos at Le Mans.
I don't think Le Mans is going to bring chaos like we saw in Imola and like we've seen in other tracks. I think Le Mans is going to be probably the tidiest racing that we're going to get across the season, and that genuinely just goes back to the fact that this is the longest race. And Paul is telling me it's a bold statement, and you know what? I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be too far to be wrong, to be fair. I think the thing is, if this was held at Watkins Glen, I would sit back and go, whoa, there's going to be issues. Especially if we went, say, from 6 hours in real life to down to 3 hours in the sim, which I think would be quite cool, to be fair. But I'm just saying, if it was there, then I'm going to be sitting back thinking, this could be a bit of a problem. But the width of Le Mans, the length of Le Mans, the area, they've still got quite a lot of track runoff to deal with the situation. And I think if they all sit back and realistically sit out and go, well, we're going to be able to get this and we're going to be able to do this. And I think the spread on the start from the Hypercars to the GT3s isn't going to aid, is going to aid the fact that they are going to be able to get through this consistently from the beginning. I'm not going to say in 3 or 4 laps time when the GT3s start getting lapped, we might see a little bit of miscommunication, but I don't think we're going to see the chaos on Le Mans as if we were at Watkins. I think that would be the situation for me.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. It's going to be, I don't see anything too wild happening as long as they get through the orange zone cleanly, which I am expecting. I am expecting the orange zone to be very nice and simple out of Tetra Rouge. And once we hit the Mulsanne Straight, it should be smooth sailing, like you said, for at least the first 2 or 3 laps of the hypercars
Yeah,
until the
I kind of
GT3
agree.
start mixing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing here. That's what we are likely to see. LR Buxton, will this race have changeable weather? Yes, and day and night, and yes, looks pretty sunny at the moment. It is, but it will, and both answers there as well. So yes and yes. So these cars are setting off for the pace lap procedure. We ran you through that a little bit earlier on, 120 kilometers per hour that they've got to hold the pace for. Somebody has not moved off the start there at all on the left-hand side column. I'm wondering who that could be. I believe that may have been Timon Suvic did not move on that outside line. That's going to be a bit of an interesting one, Brad, for them to get going already.
Yeah, that is going to be a big problem if you don't get off the line. I mean, to start the race, you have to start. So big problems there for whoever that is that's not moving. You said it was Suvic. So
Yeah,
that'll be
Suvic
a
there, the
problem.
problem.
Yeah, that is not a good way to start off your 4.8 hours of Le Mans, not even getting off the line. And of course, remember, we're in sim, so mechanical failures are off the table. So we can't say it's a mechanical failure from the start. That is possibly a gear failure, possibly a game issue. We'll find out, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye
there they go.
on that one as these guys start setting it off here as well.
I'm wondering if maybe they didn't have their ignition assigned and they stalled the car.
Are we on the start procedures didn't say if it's a full pace lap, Ross. It just said obviously that the leader will dictate. I'm guessing by the fact that we're still single file, we are going to do a full pace lap first.
Yeah, it'll be a full pace lap for around here. It's, they'll come around. They'll get a full tour of the course as we go through. Plenty of time to get everyone sorted and not have any collisions. Get in the mental space for this nice long race. So they'll be just fine for it.
Oh, let's hope they are just fine as well. Brad, what are you doing in the car sat here at the moment? You know, you're trundling around at 120 kilometers an hour, about 65 give or take miles an hour for everybody else there. What are you doing in the car? What do you expect to do there as well?
Yeah, well, every driver is going to have kind of a different thing they do to get their mindset going on this pace lap. But the big thing is breathe, relax. Just remember this is a long race, and we're going to say that over and over. This is a long race. You know, if you got a bottle of water, you want that bottle of water beside you. You want to make sure any distractions are out of the way. Get your phone out of the way. Make sure your Discord is on Do Not Disturb. You know, make sure you've got everything set up that you, as soon as you get around through that pace lap, you can just focus on racing. You want to make sure that everything's out of the way. You want to be nice and comfortable because these guys are going to be sweaty by the time they get done with that first 45-minute stint. A bottle of water is very important. You've got plenty of time down the Mulsanne Straight before you hit the first or second game. Drink water. So you really just want to make sure that everything is there and ready to go.
Yeah, Robin Molings had an issue, I believe, as well. Down there, Robin had a problem. Engine turned off and currently is confused as to why it didn't want to restart. So that's probably what's happened. But he's actually a DNF, Robin, at the moment. So whether or not that car... Ross, on that kind of side of things as well, while you're here, you'll be able to tell us more about it. Is Robin now able to go and switch to the driver within his team, or is he now stuck and the whole team's DNF?
No, so a couple things with this. It was what I thought it was, where he had stalled the car and he didn't have a starter assigned or couldn't figure out what it is. So right now he's trying to basically leave the sim, come back in, and then restart from pit road. Typically when that happens, it'll put you down a lap, but because this is technically an out lap, even though it's being scored as a lap because of how we got it set up, he should be able to catch back up to the field without losing much, if he can get up there in time. I mean, they're coming around to Mulsanne here in just a minute, so he doesn't have much time to get this sorted. But that would be the strategy. Now, as far as switching to the other driver, the only way you can do that in the sim is by pulling into your pit stop, having the driver on board with you, and then making sure that you have it set so it will switch over. It's a fairly basic process, but you have to get those things right. The driver has to come in as a spectator, has to ride with that driver that they want to switch to, and then the driver has to actively select them from their pit menu to say, I want to swap this driver in on my next pit stop. If you don't do those steps, then you won't get a proper swap. And you have to stay in the car too. If you try and jump out, like if you try and leave the server, hit escape before that countdown, before that pit stop completes, then you run the risk of just DNFing yourself. And it'll stop you. It'll bring up a menu saying like, oh, do you want to exit? You know, like you get one last chance to not make that terrible mistake. But people have done that. So we even made sure to tell everybody, don't quit. You know, make sure that you wait for that timer to go down, and then you can leave. Then you become a spectator, and then you can leave the server, do whatever you need to do.
Well, there you go. To be honest, there's a hell of a lot involved in RF2 compared to other sims to swap drivers. I'm not going to lie, by the sounds of that procedure, I can guarantee I probably would end up DNFing myself on that one. It seems a bit complicated, Ross, to be fair.
It's, well, you know, it's gotten better over time. There used to be a little bit more to it that definitely tripped people up, and the process wasn't as robust. But the first time you do it, it's very obvious, like, okay, I understand what I have to do here. The only things that might trip people up is if they join the driver and then they leave the server, it will drop them out of the car, and then they have to remember, oh, if I come back in, I have to reassign myself, get back into that driver's car and whatnot. So that's probably the one thing I think that might throw people off if they do that. But outside of that, very straightforward. You just come in with about 5 minutes left to go in the stint, maybe a little bit more than that, 5 to 10 minutes, and then you just join in, and driver picks you, and then you just sit back, relax, wait to take over. It's pretty easy to do.
Okay, well, let's see, and how many of these get this right. Robin is still, I've got him in the pits at the moment, so he's not actually moving. He's in the car. However, have I got other people in the pits as well, or am I just having that issue there? Brad, I think going forward, Le Mans itself could be deliver some great racing.
Yeah, Le Mans is a track that naturally sets up for very, very fun competitive racing. It's a track with a lot of history. It's a track that pretty much every team marks on a bucket list. It's no surprise to anyone. I'm a big fan of IMSA and a big fan of AO Racing, and AO Racing has Spike out, is their LMP2 car that's running at Le Mans, and they've been posting a lot of stuff. So I've been trying to keep up with Le Mans a little bit more than I have in previous years, because I want to see Spike win. Of course, Rexy has 2 gold teeth now, and we'll talk about that later through. We're about to the point where we're going to get going here, James. And any final predictions on your side? I think my final prediction is just action.
Yeah, I think we're going to get the action through. I don't think, although our very own roving producer in our ear hole turns around and thinks we're going to get chaos, I don't think there is. I think these guys are going to be sensible there. But you never say never, as Dan Kirby comes round through the final 4 chicanes here, the left-right, and then we're going to be left-right again. Don't forget, we will start as soon as he goes over the line. There is the orange zone. We're cruising up to the line now. You can see Bell's tucked right in. Now we're up and running, and now it's green, green, green racing. The GT3s are closer to the hypercars than I expected. You can see him on the right-hand side there, but it's Dan Kirby leading away. Mike Bell has just lunged up the inside. He's got it all a little bit wrong. Kesby's got it wrong as well, as they've gone over the first chicane, and now Kirby is in second place, but Mike Bell come through, absolutely sent it there at the opening round of that one. Yuki Takanashi is leading the GT3s. He's got Eduardo Benica, Johnny Gutierrez, David and Carl Vesa. Now, Ross, you said about Mike Bell at the beginning there, son, and he definitely sent it right on that first chicane.
Yeah, I know, Mike. Honestly, it's probably not really necessary to be doing that, particularly when they're running about the same type of car, and Daniel's going to be right there with him. They get up here to the Mulsanne straight. He's going to tuck in that slipstream. He's going to be right there again. So he's not really done any favors for himself other than to say, hey, Daniel, I'm here, man. Let's get it on.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Brad, how close the GT3s were going over the line there. Takanashi's leading the way at the moment. He has got Bonica tucked up as they're going down the Mulsanne for the first time into the first chicane of turn 11. But I am quite surprised how close they actually were there, because if more happened at turn 1, then we could have seen the chaos that Paul predicted.
Yeah, Paul might have been spot on with chaos, because we had action here. Mike Bell and Dan Kirby going side by side down towards the second chicane here, and here we go up the inside, looking for it. Not able to make it happen there, but Dan Kirby just kind of saying, you know what, Mike Bell, race on. I'm also keeping my eye on Kesby and Lane, but back to your point here, James. With the fun of that one pace lap at 120 kilometers an hour, it kept the GT3s right on the back, but you can already see the gap that is building between the Hypercars and GT3s. I don't know if 2 to 3 laps is really when we're gonna start seeing the traffic come into play. It might actually be longer than that.
Well, they were 4-minute laps, weren't they, against the 3:29, so I think it might have even been earlier than that as well. So obviously taking that into consideration, we're on board with Dan Kirby from the CMS Pro, shooting past the outside of Mike Bell at the moment. Is he going to be able to get the job done? He looks like he is, but he swaps back in front of Mike Bell, now through the left-hander there of Indianapolis before we go into Arnage, and Dan Kirby takes back the lead of the race with Mike Bell in second. Mike's challenge, Ross, bringing you in here. Surely he's got to try and stay with Kirby, and surely that's not going to be blinking easy.
These guys are just flexing muscles at each other right now. They're both really fast, and they're going to stick with each other through this entire first stint, no doubt about it. But realistically, they need to be careful not to do something silly and just, send one of each other off into the weeds or the wall or anything like that. Just keep it straight. I mean, for me, I would not be doing this. I would just be tucked up right behind Daniel, trying to save as much fuel as I can before we get into the first stint, because you can save easily a lap's worth of fuel tucked up behind someone. So that would be my strategy. But again, Mike Bell, Dan Kirby, they're not going to do that.
No, clearly not. Bell trying to go for it here as well as we drop down into the GT3s. We're on the nose of Eduardo Bonica. We got Robin Moling coming back through beside us as well. He's coming now on our left-hand side very, very shortly here. There he is, as we see Robin goes through as he's recovering from his earlier beginnings now. Yuka Takanashi has also got to deal with Robin as well. He's going to sweep round the outside. There you go. Robin is through and now on his way to try and get onto the back of the Hypercars. Takanashi did hold on to the beginning, but let's see how he's going to get on. Is Bonica going to make that move going into the Ford chicane here? He's not this time around. I think from my perspective here as well, Brad, would be if I was in a GT3 and I was Eduardo Bonica, I'd be doing what Ross said. I'd be tucking up behind him, trying to save fuel as much as possible, because you've still got 4 hours and 42 minutes of racing to go.
Yeah, but there's one thing, Ross, that, we've got to bring up, and it's that driver mindset. It's the I want to be in front. I don't really care too much about strategy early on. I want to be up front. This is, as he said, Mike Bell, muscle flex. There's a little bit of the mental game too. They want to be the car ahead because they want to dictate the pace of the race. They want to dictate the pace of this long 4.8 hour race. And that, I think, is coming into play a little bit as we watch Eduardo Bonica here putting down the pressure on Yuki Takanashi. And I think we're going to continue to see that up front, too, with Dan Kirby and Mike Bell. Those two are going to swap back and forth a bit. It might settle down a little bit. Mike Bell might, start to roll back. But that first lap, this second lap, that's really going to be where we start to see drivers push because they want to be the one up front, even if it means a little bit, not saving as much fuel. And I think by the end of the Mulsanne straight here into this second lap is going to be where we start to see drivers dial the pace back a little bit. This is where we start to see a little bit of strategy come to play.
I think you're right. My only fear as well, looking at the front four, Bell and Kirby are swapping positions. They've just swapped again. Lane and Kesby are at it, believe it or not, behind them. Kesby just made a mistake and allowed Lane to go up the inside as they come into the second chicane. So, there's going to be a lots of swapping. And if it is this testicular fortitude that we see from drivers who want to go and be in front, like now, if you go to Kesby and Lane, they're side by side currently at the moment as we're on board with Bonica. Kesby and Lane are not giving each other any room. Kirby and Bell are not giving each other any room. Are we safely saying, Ross, that these guys are going flat for the first stint to see where they end up after this?
I mean, I think they're going to be going. Well, it's going to feel like it's flat because I mean, just looking at their times, 3:33, both of them, and then everyone else behind is basically 3:34s and back. So they're just. I think they're just setting their stride at this point. Like, yeah, you had some of the muscle flexing earlier on. You can see that Mike Bell, I think, might just be a little bit behind Kirby on pace. I feel like Dan probably overall is a little bit more consistent as a driver for these types of races. Not to discredit Mike or say he doesn't have a chance. We've just, we've seen it over the course of several races as he goes way out wide there. Yeah, but I mean, they're going to just be kind of settling in. I think Dan is going to be getting into a spot now where if he can get just a little bit away from Mike and break that slipstream just from just a bit of distance, then he can probably walk away from him. And I think that's what he's trying to do right now, so that way he doesn't, he can't get a little bit of a leg up on Dan.
Yeah, I think you might be right. There was somebody who was cheering for Adam Gray earlier on. Unfortunately, I've got some bad news. Adam has gone and spun the car, Adam Gray. So unfortunately, he is a little bit down the order away from the guys in front. I think he's like 17 seconds, I believe, from the back there. Benjamin Porteous-Heath has come into the pit lane. This can't be for the driver, single driver drive through at the beginning there, because apparently he's teamed up with Manny Canadian.
Easy for you to say.
No, it's not actually, Ross, whatsoever, to be blatantly honest with you. I'm trying to sound it out in the head and it ain't working. But whatever it is, Ben's got into the pits. Has Ben got a teammate? He's got a drive through at the beginning, clearly, as we've seen.
He was supposed to have a teammate. We did see a couple teams earlier on that said that they might have some issues. Like Eduardo Beninca, I believe, was one. Or I'm sorry, Ernest Bernaldo was one with Tom Lane. They weren't sure if Ernest was going to be able to survive because of some technical issues with his internet or power outage, something like that. So it's possible that maybe his teammate had to pull out at the last minute, so he's just serving that now. And the other option potentially is track cuts, because that's something that we didn't really talk about. Drivers get 6 of them, and it sticks with the car. So even if you swap out and you're sitting at 5.75 points, and one more, and you get a slap in the face by Mr. WEC, it still stays with the car. So the next guy going out has to be an angel with track limits. So I don't want to say that it's too early for that to happen, because it absolutely is not. You can easily get all 6 points worth of track cuts in one lap. No way around that. You just got to drive so well.
Right, okay. Well, let's see how these guys go here and see how they get on. We've still got Mike Bell and Dan Kirby going at it. Ben Kesby has pulled away a little bit from Tom Lane. If Tom is going solo, which we think he is, he will have to go in for a pit, the drive-through, because that was what is on the list that we were given here as well. So let's see what Tom Lane does do. We got Josh Lepetri. He's having to go for Felipe Marazzi in the GT3 AMS at the moment. That battle is becoming nice and close with Matthew Overton as we're focusing on the top 2 there. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Lepetri is side by side with Marazzi's just about to try and take the lead in the GT3 AMS. So great little pockets of battles going on all the way through as we expected here, Brad. I think it's going to be one of them things as well where they are going out away from each other. Oh, I could tell you what, the Lepetri-Marazzi battle is going off full bore down in the GT3 AMS. If we can pick up on these 3 having a right little ding-dong. They are going side by side. They were just side by side a minute ago. Lepetri has just gone through, so Marazzi will have to settle into second, and Matt Overton is going to have to be there in the third. Obviously, Matt's in a different class, but a great little ding-dong going on all the way through the field, Brad, and this is for the lead of the LMGT3 AMS.
Yeah, this is the LMGT3 AM battle, and this is the 3 LMGT3 AMs period. So if they're going to stick together like this for 4.8 hours, we're going to have some good action through, because they are not being polite to each other. As Mr. Bice is trying to put some pressure down and get moving here. Marazzi, LaPietri, and I mean, they're moving through. I like that there's still battles going on. I was very worried that everyone would start dictating pace and this would become a snooze fest early on, and it's anything but right now, as you've got Overton in the mix trying to get a pass done here, and oh man, they are
this is different classes. Overton, Marazzi are different, but they've been having a right little ding dong for the last couple of laps. It's been absolutely amazing to keep an eye on here as well. You can see the others are spread out a little bit on the left-hand side, but these guys are keeping it nice and honest and nice and close. Do we think, Ross, that we're going to see the kind of the gap and then they start coming back again, and then we're going to see the gap after the pit stops and then they come back again? You know, that kind of yo-yo effect that we generally see in endurance races.
Yeah, you're going to get some of that initially early on here, because David Yunt, he had to serve a drive-through for being a solo. Adrian Rice, Ryan Race, all of them are back there. I'm kind of surprised Matthew Overton is back behind these guys, because he's not running. Or, I'm sorry, no, he is. He is running as a single. I forgot that.
Is he not teamed up with JT Tammy and James Walker now then?
Well, actually, no, you're right. I was thinking. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Eugene Mazur. I always keep putting them in the same car, and they're not. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We've only got 5 that are solo, right? David Junt, Dahlgren, Rice, and Lane, with Felipe Marazzi. Now, obviously, if there's been changes on the day, that's great. We'll keep up with it as well. Regarding Matthew Overton, I don't think he's had any form of issues. I'm having a look through, and I can't see anything where Matt has really been affected. I think he may just have had one of them starts where he's kind of like, meh. Don't forget, he is in a different class. So currently, he's still 6th in class at the moment. So, you know, it's not horrendous. Let's be real about it here. You know, it could have been a lot worse, as Johnny Gutierrez and Carl Vesser are going side by side here in the Mustang GT3s, roughing it out. Who's going to get it down into the chicane? Well, I can tell you now, Vesser's just gone through on Gutierrez, so great job from Carl Vesser. But I'm going to tell you one thing, Johnny Gutierrez and that GT3 Mustang are going to have some gruff behind them here, Ross, and they're going to be probably swapping backwards and forwards as it goes on.
Yeah, those cars aerodynamically are set up to be very similar. They're really good at top end. And I was hoping to see particularly Johnny Gutierrez, because I know that he can be very quick. I've run several races with him, so I kind of pull for him a little bit because he's great to run with, and I know that he can extract a lot of the speed out of that car. And Kyle Vess is the same way. I mean, both of them are very competent drivers. Going back to kind of Matthew Overton, I'm surprised he's not up here with these guys, because this is not the pace that he was showing during the test race. He should have been able to match up with these guys and been right in the mix with them.
Well, he's just cleared LaPietri there, so great job from him. Marazzi's gone into the pits. Ryan Reyes has had a moment in his BMW. He's just got a big squirrel on coming down into the right-hander of Mulsanne, and I believe he's where he is, and he's just unfortunately got it all a little bit wrong here. But Matt now has obviously cleared them. He's sitting in 18th overall. He's 6th in class, so it's not drastic, I think, from what Matt is doing. I think he just might be playing the long game here and hoping to be able to go a little bit further on than these guys. Brad, where are you at with 4.5 hours to go? You've got the car underneath you now. You've got the start procedure out the way, which was always going to be tricky. Now, are you trying to move up positions? Are you trying to consolidate where you are? What's the situation within that kind of thing there as well, Brad?
I think it depends on what's around you and where you're at. You know, if you're a driver like Johnny Gutierrez who has a Mustang right in front of him and you think you're faster than him, there's no sense to not try for the path and try to get that extra position early on. If you're somebody like Tom Lane who is a 34-second gap, you know, just consolidate, run your lap times, conserve your tires, conserve your fuel, and see if you can't let strategy reel you in a little bit and don't push unnecessarily. It really depends on where you're at. And that's the thing with the drivers. They're going to be smart enough to take stock after the first couple of laps and say, okay, this is where I'm at on track. This is how my opening went. And now what do I need to do to get the car to the end and get my way forward? Whether it's by sheer willpower or whether it's by strategy, whatever it may be. And the good thing about most of these teams is you're not doing all that calculation on your own. You've got another driver, you've got a third driver. And I think even the solo drivers probably have a friend somewhere, have something somewhere, whether it be a calculator. There's tons of calculators that can help, and different things that can help them maximize their race and figure out, okay, I'm here. This is what I need to do to get all the way forward to where I want to be. And they can go from there.
I can tell you now, young Mr. Dan Kirby has not only lost the lead, but as he was coming through Ford, he got it all wrong and put it straight into the tyre barrier. So Dan Kirby has got the last Ford chicane wrong, and he went and buried it into the tyre barrier. He took so much curb there, and unfortunately the back end just went round and put him into the wall. So Dan Kirby is in the wall. I believe this is that's the beginning start. Yeah, that's where the number 62, I believe it is, just did not go anywhere. And as we know, that's Robert Moling, who is now in the pit lane. Well, he's back out on track, but he is a lap down. So Robin just could not get that car going there at all. And as you heard just Ross say, it was a shame for him. But yeah, there's been a little bit of few people swapping. That has put Dan Kirby into third place at the moment here. So Dan trying to recover, I suppose, Ross, after spinning the car going through Fords.
Yeah, that way you made me eat my words about talking about consistency. But yeah, I mean, obviously, as much of a powerhouse as Dan is, he's he's not invulnerable to mistakes as we see early on. But if you're going to have him, I guess early on in the race is where you'd want to have him. And now he's under a second, only ahead of Timon Suvic, who oddly enough is the only driver running hards. So I'm guessing that he's going to try and do a double stint with those to see if he can't get a leg up on the rest of the field. It seems to be working for him right now, only 9 seconds off the leader. He might have something.
Yeah, well, we've got a few in the GT3s. We've got Takanashi, Benica, Vesa, Gutierrez, Selecki, and Overton, Lepetri. Oh, they're all on there as well. This is obviously the Mike Bell on Dan Kirby going into the first corner, where he absolutely sent it. And if we can see off the side of the track cam there, you'll probably see Ben Kesby running off the side of the circuit. So yeah, we'll keep a close eye and see how Dan Kirby does get on. He has opened up a full second gap now over Timon Suvic, but they're topping north of about 195, 96, 97. I can tell you 98. Are they going to hit that 200 mark? No, they got to about 199 for the first part of the Mulsanne. We'll keep an eye and see what they do on the second one as we go into another replay here. That's Ben Kesby, isn't it? I think that was with after Mike Bell absolutely sent it. Kesby went off. Not quite sure if it was in avoidance or sympathy, to be honest with you, Brad.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a moment of, I see what's happening in front of me, and if it goes Pete Tong, I want no part of it. And that is sometimes, as a driver, your best decision is to just go ahead and take the off track, take the penalty point, and avoid what might possibly happen in front. So I can't say I blame him here. As we watch Dan Kirby, who does not seem on the pace, and I know we've talked about it, but does not seem on the pace at all, is Suvic is right here up the back. We're looking into the chicane. Actually, sorry, that's the Mulsanne corner. So yeah, I'm not sure what's up with Dan Kirby today.
There's Adam Gray. Yeah, Gray went round, unfortunately, just got in. He was far too deep and had to lock the brakes up, but unfortunately, you know, the hypercars do not like that, and they end up going round there. So Adam Gray, unfortunately, going off early on. Suvic is now basically about 3 tenths back. He's pressurizing Kirby. I don't know if he's staying with Kirby because of Suvic's pace here, Ross, or if he's just utilizing the draft to stay with Dan Kirby. They didn't look really similar on pace, and there's no, please don't write in and say James disrespected Timon. I'm not. I'm just saying that Dan does look quicker when he's able to open up a gap, but Timon comes straight at him down the Mulsannes with the draft playing an effect here.
Yeah, I think he's. I think they're just. I mean, if I were gonna guess, I'd say Timon is just closing up to him, and he's gonna try and use that slipstream. I don't know if he's on pace to match with what Dan has. I'm trying to look back at where he is for his last lap, which is still 3:31. Still, it's quick. He's Timon and Ben both just drove faster laps. So Dan is keeping pace with Mike Bell. But Ben Kesby and Timon Suvic are both they're just going really fast right now. I think their tires are coming up, and they're a lot. Ooh.
That's Dan Kirby. That's what happened to Mr. Kirby, and he did.
Oh, twice.
And he hits it again on the exit to where the outlets would come on, and he tries to go back. He gets it back up and running, but it has put him under pressure from Timon Suvic. I can safely say, having looked in the car of Dan Kirby, I cannot see any damage on the steering. Don't get me wrong, that Isota is not, let's put it this way, a car that drives on rails, taking a quote from a very famous film there in the Isota, but it is looking a little bit of an handful, but there's no right hand down, left hand down scenario going on in that car. So it looks like Dan may have got away with that one. Tom Mountjoy, however, has not got away with that. Comes through the chicanes at Dunlop chicane at the beginning, and then hits the curb, accelerates, and then goes round. What's your rejoin like? There's probably not best to take it over the gravel. But anyway, country mile, he got it running. He did not lock it up. I can tell you now, Timon Suvic has just gone past Dan Kirby. So Suvic has just made that move on Kirby. We did say he was utilizing the draft, Brad, and he's just utilized it, kept with him down the Mulsanne, job done.
Yeah, that's one of the things, too, to remember with such a long Mulsanne straight. Even separated by chicanes, the draft comes into play through here. And Ross, I'm sure you can attest to this for me, but in the hypercars especially, the draft is going to be a huge, huge deal down the Mulsanne straight, especially if you're going for a pass. And this is the replay of how Suvic got past Dan Kirby here. And you can see, I mean, a long way back, but the draft through in Ross, that's just how powerful the draft is in the hypercar.
Oh, the slipstream is just... It's quintessential here for the way that this track works, for the way that you have to be able to run the car. And a bit of another note on this, you saw how Suvic's car is basically bottoming out, like he's trying to hit 88 miles an hour and head back to 1985. He's basically trying to run that thing way low, and I don't think that that's really going to help him long term. Although I say that, he just put on a purple sector 2. I mean, I think the last lap he ran a 3:31. Probably going to cut in underneath that for this one. So Timon Suvic is flying. He's really found his feet there. He's not really closing too much gap on the leaders, but like you said, that slipstream has really helped him get up to Daniel. I don't know if Daniel has any steering damage, but I think aerodynamically he might be suffering a little bit from that impact.
Yeah, I think he is. He has just gone through. That's what happened to Ryan Reyes there. Just got it all, and he's gone round there. He doesn't manage to hold on to that one. And one of the interesting things, obviously, reading through is we asked the drivers earlier on what they're expecting from this beginning race here. Tom Lane, who obviously, as we know, is a solo, we believe he's gone in and he's gone into the pits here, done his drive-through. Tom's predicting that he gets a podium. Well, Brad, is that optimism from Tom Lane? Do we think a podium for a solo that's had to go in the pits that's sitting 6th in class at the moment?
I don't think it's unrealistic. And here's the thing too, when you set up and you're getting ready to run, you set your big goals, and you know that is where you've got to be at. As we have Bell here with Ben Kesby, and about a second gap. I know I saw someone in YouTube chat earlier say go Crown Dental Group, and if you're a fan of the Crown Dental Group, well, Ben Kesby currently 2nd place, getting around the GT3 through the Dunlop chicane and doing a pretty good job there, but lost a second.
Yeah, I don't know if the terminology on that overtaking a pretty good job would probably come into the same sentence there. I think Ben may have just been a little bit eager with that maneuver. Now, one of the interesting things, the gap was out at about 2.8 seconds, and he's pulled him in bit by bit by bit by bit, right? And for Ben, that could have the fact that he's now obviously 4 tenths slower over his best lap time from Mike Bell. But over the last lap situation, Ben Kesby was 3 tenths quicker. It was 3/6 if you want to be precise. Kirby and Suvic are on the left-hand side. That's Eduardo Benica down in the bottom right. If Suvic used that GT3 car, which I believe might be Matthew Overton, to his advantage, he has gone and made it through. So well done for Team on Suvic. He blocked in Dan Kirby there and used the GT3 to his advantage there, Brad. But that is basically purely utilising the traffic and eyeing up the situation that's got in front of you.
It's very, very smart heads-up awareness in his driving. And the thing is, if you know a GT3 is there, if you know the car in front is going to meet the GT3 at the worst time possible, there's no reason to not take as much advantage as you can going through. And now as we come through the second chicane here, you got to watch Dan Kirby. Dan Kirby continuing to reel in. I do think his car is hurting aerodynamically, as you said, Ross, but he seems to be compensating very well. And you know, if it's something that on the first pit stop can be sorted out fairly quickly, hopefully it can get repaired, because seeing Dan Kirby falling back has been a little bit weird, but now we're starting to see GT3's not playing into Dan Kirby's advantage here, as we have Timon Suvic gets through, and now Dan Kirby has to wait until after the turn, is now fighting through. GT3 traffic is going to start making things interesting, because from this point forward, that has to be a factor that you consider as traffic.
Oh yeah, yeah. And it's just like we were talking about early on. It's where you catch those cars, because if on a straight, sure, it's not probably going to be a problem. Might even help you a little bit, but going into those crucial braking zones or acceleration zones where you've just got to be able to get around them, that's going to be what costs you. And that's exactly what Timon was able to jump on. He saw that Daniel was vulnerable, and that car, the ARX, is very slippery in a straight line. It's one reason why George Angelides, who we're looking at right now, was able to really be pretty quick. Yeah, okay.
He kind of had a half a ballet, didn't he, really? Didn't do a full pirouette, just did a little half pirouette, did George Angelides. So, good job. So yeah, now unfortunately though for George, he's got Bradley Sellers tucked up right behind him with John Meyer. Now the interesting thing about George is obviously leading in class. Where is that? What is Dan's steering looking like? Well, for me, it is looking straight. Micah there as well. So doesn't seem to be any real issues with Dan's steering. It's a little bit touchy under brakes when he goes in. You can see he's got to give it a good old group of muscle to get it, and it's a little bit twitchy, but overall I don't see any specific damage. It looks straight to me going down that start finish line, but if you watch it under braking coming up here through Dunlop, you will see that he does get a little bit twitchy getting it under that brakes and trying to get it stopped and rotated. As you can see there's double actions and movements. So yeah, the steering looks straight, but I'm probably sure there's a little bit longer going on in that car itself. Ross, I want to pick up, obviously, when we sent the wonderful form out to you as well, you predicted a podium position. Your team's sitting in 5th at the moment. What are you going to do to get yourself into that podium position?
Hexes on the leading cars, mostly, just to... it's... we were hopeful early on that we'd be able to utilize the Ferrari's top end, but like I said before, it's not like at Daytona, unfortunately, where you can run it at the lowest wing and really maximize that straight line speed. We have to throw more wing on it, and unfortunately, between the NSX and the Aston Martin, they are much more supple, and they can go flat out in sections that we have to lift off. Now, I say that with a little bit of a grain of salt, because Yuki Takanashi is able to keep that thing at the front. I mean, Eduardo is slowly reeling him in right now. He's been able to close that gap down little by little. I think with some of the hypercars coming through, that's going to kind of, shake it up a little bit. But he's clawing him back, because the Aston Martin is just so much more consistent over the course of the run versus the 296, which you get that tire fall off every 5% or so. You're finding the back end is trying to kick out more and more and more, and it's a very difficult car to keep balanced, whereas the Aston Martin is very neutral, and it just kind of will go wherever you point it. You can just kind of drive it however you want.
Well, I'm going to have a little bit of a thing on that. Over the last lap time, Yuki Takanashi did a 3:58.747. Eduardo Benica was 0.787 seconds slower than Yuki. But as we've seen, there is a lot of traffic playing a massive part here. So that might have had something to do with it. But obviously for Yuki in that Ferrari 296, seems to be doing a fairly good job. The gap itself teetering around that 1.5 second situation. So Yuki doing a stellar job there, managing to hold that Ferrari on as well. Brad, been an interesting, we're down to 4 hours and 15 minutes here, where we've been going about 35 minutes, give or take. So I think, are we seeing the cars where they should be, do we think? Or are we going to see Dan Kirby, who's just lapping the GT3 leaders here, going to be going back at Team on Subic anytime soon?
Well, if Dan Kirby doesn't get a move on Team on Subic, I'll be very, very surprised. There's a lot of cars that are, pretty well neutral to their race right now and just sort of settling in. I think long term right now, the goal is for all of these drivers settle in and go through. Now, granted, I say that, and Eduardo Benica here is putting down the pressure on Takanashi as we go down through. And where's there a passing opportunity? Well, didn't see one there, but is going to continue to put pressure on as we come down onto the main straight here, and just it's applying that pressure. But again, I said it earlier, if you have an opportunity for a move, you need to make the move. And I think Dan Kirby is really nursing that car. But if you're Kesby, if you're Subic, you're in a little bit of conservation mode, but they're going to be looking to move forward if they can.
Yeah, but surely Dan Kirby, right? He's no slouch in the car at all. As we see Benica really pressurizing Takanashi now up underneath the Dunlop Bridge, round the right-hander here. They're going to be going through the left-hander of the S's and then going through the right-hander, the long, what seems a long looping right-hander of Tetra Rouge. You can see it here. We're on the start of it now. Through the right we go. That's a lot of Benica there. Be careful. Takanashi hitting the curbs on the way out. Benica hitting them on the way in. He stays out the curb. He's tucked up literally as close as he possibly can. Don't pull out early. Don't pull out early. Settle back in again. He just doesn't. To be honest with you, at one point when that Aston Martin pulled out there was nothing. But I think he is lifting off there, Brad, because he was very close. Drop back a little bit. Very close. Drop back a little bit more as well. I think Benica doesn't look aggressive in the car to be making the maneuver that we have seen previously from drivers. He's, very precise. Gets in close. Doesn't rush to make the move, but doesn't also poke his nose out either, which is kind of giving me the impression that he's sitting there maybe saving fuel.
Yeah, I think Benica is playing a little bit of the conservation. Wants to go for the long game, maybe go for the undercut and do something different to guarantee that position. You don't want to be fighting through this entire race. You want to get the position and hold the position. And I think also Benica is aware that there are several hypercars that are coming up to the mix just behind. So you've got to be wary of that as well. And so I think Benica maybe wants to go for the pass, but doesn't want to do the pass and then immediately lose out to a hypercar, especially when you've got three very quick hypercars that are just going to snake their way through. And you can take advantage of that and possibly get a better move done that is going to stick a little bit better.
Yeah, Adam Gray and Benjamin Porteous Heath are in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, where we still pick up on the GT3s. These guys battling away for third in the Hypercar AMS. And these guys having a great little ding. I can say the last lap, Porteous Heath was 1.3 seconds quicker than Adam Gray. Adam Gray's best lap time was a 3:38.091. Benjamin Porteous Heath is 1.3 seconds faster than that. So this shouldn't really be much of a competition for Ben Porteous Heath, as he just gets the move done. He pulls out on Adam Gray. That should be done and dusted. However, I am saying Porteous Heath's car is not looking quite as balanced here. He's got a massive amounts of overspeed. He cannot hook that front end into that first entry of that chicane. He was literally turning and the car just wanted to keep going straight. So unfortunately for Ben there, he may have a little bit of a problem, but we'll keep and see what goes on. But they are catching slowly up to the back of Takanashi and Eduardo Benica here, Brad. So a lot going on, I don't think. And, Benica Takanashi, that we know. We've got, obviously, George looks like he's had another little bit of a moment. He's coming up into Dunlop, and he's off the side of the circuit. That should allow Bradley Sellers to go through it, which it does. But I think with the opening fight is starting to happen as well now. Bell's back with Kesby. They're 4 tenths apart at the moment. And as we've seen, this could be swapping backwards and forwards for as long as the evening goes on here, Brad, because this Mulsanne, if they stay with each other, is just going to provide them the draft to do that.
Yeah, we'll see here as they hit the Mulsanne how that draft plays. And I think the big thing is you've got to have that balance between conservation and speed and aggression. And what I mean by that, for a little bit of elaboration here, because just saying that doesn't make sense. You've got to know when to back off, and you've got to know when to take advantage of the passing opportunity. You've just got to be, it's a learned skill. It is something that if you're not used to a lot of endurance racing, it's hard to explain. You've just got to be there. But as you see, these two drivers are swapping back and forth here. Bell and Kesby in the Hypercars. They are going one way, then they go back the other way. And now it's Bell ahead of Kesby again. It was Kesby ahead of Bell. This is going to keep going for a little bit.
Yeah, I
until
think
one of them.
I think you're right, Brad. It is going to keep going. I can't really see the end to this. The problem for Kesby is if he goes out too early, Bell overtakes him. How late does he leave it? Does he leave it on corner entry to try and get Bell where Bell's got no response back to him after? What do we think the situation's going to be?
Well, I think even if he were to wait all the way until they hit Mulsanne corner, it doesn't matter, because then you get the run down towards Indianapolis that you can go for a pass for. And if you wait till Indianapolis, it kind of doesn't matter, because he's going to stick to the back all the way through the Porsche curves, the Corvette curves, and maybe try to dive in the Ford chicane. Le Mans has tons of very good passing opportunities. So I think even if you set up a beautiful pass and you say, there's no way he's going to get around me, if he can stick with you for half a lap, he's got 5-6 opportunities to get back through. The Dunlop curve is a good pass, and you can get a run through Tetra Rouge if you really want to. Both chicanes down the Mulsanne straight and Mulsanne itself. I mean, it's endless here. You've just got to be wary of it. And I don't think it's the one thing with Le Mans. It's such a long track that you look at it and you go, the racing's going to be boring. There's going to be tons of gaps and blah, blah, blah. But then you end up with moments like this where you've got competitive cars, similar pace, that are right there. And there's just enough in the track that is aiding the passing. They don't need DRS or active arrow or push to pass. Paul has just said something in my ear.
Yeah, I can't really answer Paul's question because we don't really physically know, but we're open to the presumption, the way that Benjamin Porteous-Heath is zigging backwards and forwards on the straight there, whether or not he's actually on some form of control or hand device in general. There isn't smooth inputs that we're seeing from some of the other cars. Oh, Bell and Kesby have just had a crash in Ford. Oh, Bell spinning round. Bell has just gone round in Ford. They ended up, both of them, down the pit lane together. But I can tell you now, they did not have the cleanest of entry. They were both going into the pit lane, and Bell got it and spun it up onto the gravel. Kesby come by and knocked his front. And now Kesby's jumped into the front there, but both of these men had an issue going into the pit box. You see them coming through now. The pit lane will come up thick and fast on the right-hand side of the screen. They start going into it. Bell gets it wrong on entry. He ends up going into the gravel patch, spins the car up. Kesby comes round, knocks him out of the way, and says, thank you very much. And Bell, in his haste, does another half spin once again. So that releases Timon Sivak to be out in front. Now, I've just read, the interesting thing as well is I've just picked up on Mike Bell. You've got to pick up on Mike Bell, Kesby. They're coming out of the pit lane side by side, literally side by side at this moment in time. Who's going to get the jump? Is Kesby going to get it? It looks like Bell might have it. Bell did get it, but they were running side by side. Mike Bell, the perfect physical and mental specimen, the AKA the best GT3 passist ever, he has said there as well. And where his aim for this race may be absolutely crazy up. He says, victory or find the love of my life and ride into the sunset, says Mike Bell. So fair play to Mike. He's all or nothing. Him and Kesby having a right little ding-dong, and they're still having a ding-dong now coming out through Tetra Rouge. Absolutely amazing there for Mike Bell. The perfect physical and mental specimen that is Mike Bell.
You know, we didn't touch on how challenging the pit lane is, and I feel like now we don't have to. They just demonstrated it for us. And also, Mike Bell, if you're looking for the love of your life, may I recommend that you don't pick Kesby just based on that? Because I have a feeling that you two are going to have some strong discussions through, and I'm sure that Race Control's taking a look at that.
I don't think they need to. Mike Bell got it wrong. He got it wrong. He ended up spinning the car up. Kesby come around the corner, nowhere to go. That was it. You don't need to look at it. You got it wrong, Mike. That's my philosophy anyway, Brad.
Yeah, but you know what Mike's going to say. Well, Kesby shouldn't have hit the front of my car because he saw me spinning. He should have stopped or went around me or done something.
What's he going to do? Harry Potter evaporate out the way or something, is he? Is he going to go into the flu chute and start shouting down pit lane?
That's what Mike Bell would want him to do.
Well, Mike Bell can also wish he could win the lottery at the same time, because that's never going to happen. As Robert Moling has just gone past Yuki Takanashi and Eduardo Bonica. That is obviously for position because they are both down a lap there. Obviously, Robert had his issues straight at the beginning. So I think, it's going to be very, very interesting. Now, I want a bit of a driver focus. If we could stay on board with Yuki Takanashi in that 999 Ferrari. Yuki himself was, he's aiming for the top 6 of the GT3s, which is going to be an interesting one for him here, for Yuki. Now, one of the things he has said about one of the questions that we asked him, he said, finding a good balance for the car and make it work across a large temperature delta over an extended period of time is quite a challenge, especially for the Ferrari GT3. Then there are different drivers' favourite different driving styles, techniques and recipe for a very interesting race day. I like everything about Le Mans 24 or 4.8. I'm really looking forward to getting lost in the night, less distractions and easier to get into the zone, which is, he's not kind of wrong on that one, is he? You know what I mean? And he said any rivalries, the interesting thing about Yuki Takanashi is he's picked his teammate as Becky Eadie being Yuki's rivalry. So that's the leader of the GT3s. We'll do another one of the driver focuses in about 30 minutes or so when we pick up on the Hypercar leader there, and we'll have a chat about him. But all in all, for Yuki, it's been interesting to see that he's obviously there. He's got the top 6 in class. He's doing all right. He's leading at the moment.
Yeah, I thought he drove for Alpine the way he's saying that his rival is his teammate. He is doing fairly well on the day here in the LMGT3s. Nice and comfortable. And if your goal is the top 6 and you're currently running P1, I mean, you're exceeding your goal there in the 999. So Takanashi just seems comfortable, seems consistent. That Ferrari 296, I mean, we heard Ross complain about it. I think Ross might need to take some notes from Takanashi. And as I say that, Bonica is right on the back end as we go through this section of the track, as it looks like getting it all wrong through the Porsche and Corvette curves, and the Aston Martin is really planted in this sector of the track here as we are starting to see pit stops come in for hypercars. We're not too far away from seeing pit stops for GT3s here in probably the next 10 minutes. I would not be surprised if the GT3s start going in the pits.
Yeah, that Yuki Takanashi and Eduardo Bonica here at the moment. This is a nice, easy run for these guys up to Dunlop. Now, we'll talk about the G-forces within the cars. If these guys were in real life at the moment, he's pulling about 1.8 G. Round the left-hander, one is now going as well. 1.1 plus G in that car at the same time. So there's been a lot going on, I think, by the sounds of it, because George Angelidis may have just had another little bit of a ta-ta-ta. Was that with that Mustang? Whoa, was there contact with that Mustang? I believe there probably was. Takanashi and Bonica are nearly going side by side. Was there... Can we get a nose cam of George and see if we can see if there was actually any contact? Ooh, it's not the greatest, but yeah, I would say there was probably some there from Mr. Angelidis on that one, Brad.
Yeah, that was that's unfortunate, but you know, if you're a hypercar and you're behind someone through the Porsche and Corvette curves, you've got to be cognizant of that. You've got to be aware that you're following a slower car through those curves, and it becomes the question of, you know, are you going to send it through? Because remember, Blue Flag rules, we talked about them. It is not up to them to do the it's not up to the car ahead to get out of the way. It's up to the car behind to get the pass done here in CMS. So yeah, that's how things go sometimes, and it's kind of unfortunate, but that's how it stands. Timon Suvic is your new leader right now, by the way, overall in Hypercar. So interesting to see. And also, Becky Ely mentions that they're switching to Alpine. So my joke about Alpine drivers hating each other possibly landed a little too close to home.
Benika's landing a little bit too close to Takanashi's rear end now. Needs to be a little bit careful. If Takanashi takes the curve like he has been, one little mishap in that Ferrari, that's going to bounce and wash out. And if Benika's on that outside there's going to be contact as John Mayer just goes through the leader of the Hypercar AMS. Yes, Suvic is your new leader, but obviously Bell and Casby have pitted. So Suvic pitted early on as well. He was having a little bit of a ding-dong with Dan Kirby, so Suvic going into the pits has benefited him. He has come out in the front after the pit stop cycles. Mind you, there's only 3 seconds between the top 3 here as well. Well, round about, it's actually a bit closer than that, to be blatantly honest, but Benika and Takanashi still going at each other. Kesby, Bell and Suvic. I can tell you now, Suvic's entering into Ford, while Bell is just coming out of Corvette. So there's not a lot of gap between the 3 front runners in the Hypercars. But for now, Benika and Takanashi providing us all the action here as they're only 3 tenths apart once more.
Yeah, down in the bottom right, we've got the battle with David Junt, who is continuing to run through and is having a pretty good day, honestly. Everyone so far, for the most part, with the exception of Dan Kirby and George Angelides, I have to say, are having a pretty good, consistent day. I haven't seen anything too wild on anyone's side. I haven't seen anything too egregious yet, and there's nothing that's really made me just go, well, that person's day is ruined through. I mean, even with George Angelides, having the moment and having those couple of spins and run-ins with GT3s is still, running P2 in the Hypercar AMs and is nice and consistent. The gap 16 seconds. Nobody's really, had a day that's made me say almost an hour in, that's over and your race is done, as we have another replay coming up here. And this is going to be Adam Gray in the Hypercar and gets it wrong through the final
Ford's.
chicane.
Yeah, he's at Ford's. Too much bump. Took the curb too much there as well. We'll say that Eduardo Benica is going for the win in class. He's not shying away from taking that win. So, Eduardo Benica doing a great job trying to get that victory as well. He's got no particular rivals. The dispute will be with whoever is in front. Well, it's Yuka Takanashi. So the challenge there for Eduardo Benica and Yuka Takanashi is having a right little ding-dong at the moment as we just go underneath that 4 hours mark there. Kesby is closed in to the back of Timon Suvic. That's down in the bottom right-hand corner. We've got Angelides coming up to the leaders of the GT3s. He's pulled all the way to the right as they go down through the first part of Mulsanne coming out of Tetra Rouge. Job done there as well for George. He goes through without any issues. And for Kesby, I'm expecting that move to be done, Brad, by the time he pulls out.
If it's not done, I'll be surprised, because that's a very, very close battle. Kesby's had a lot of good pace, so we're just going to sit and wait and see. And is it going to be done in Indianapolis? Could be, maybe, and surprisingly not. So I think that Kesby's going to just settle in here for a hot minute and just follow through. However, again, you get plenty of passing opportunities coming up. As we talked about, the Ford chicane is a good option. You can do something in the Dunlop curve if you're feeling really, really spicy. Not a move I'd recommend, but a move we've seen work. So we'll see what happens here as we watch Kesby go through. Now on the Ben Sellers on the left, Kesby on the right. We'll kind of just keep our eye on everything here as it goes, because there's plenty of good battles, James. Even an hour in, we're still keeping action through.
Yeah, there's no real spread out. We've seen it before in endurance races where the leader's 20 seconds ahead, then it's 20 seconds and 20 seconds, 20 seconds. But we've got Suvic, who's literally 5 tenths apart Takanashi and Benica are 5 tenths apart. Angelidis had that lead, but in the Hypercar AMS, but of course has caused himself a few little bit of an issues going around in a circle, and then there was contact with the GT3, which I believe at the time was actually Carl Vesser. So unfortunately for George, he's causing himself a little bit of more problems than probably what he would like to. But, the battles are still there. And I think if we can keep this up after pit stop cycles, we'll be coming for the GT3s very shortly. So we'll keep an eye on, see how that circulates. But I think overall, to have these cars, the leaders literally 2 tenths between Suvic and Kesby, which is what they are now. And we're looking at Jaime Zalecki here in the GT3 Pro. He's got David Junt tucked up behind him. So, yeah, great couple of battles, considering we're nearly an hour in.
Yeah, and this is going to go all the way through as we're starting to hit the sunset time here in the Le Mans circuit. And I've started to see the headlights come on, especially on the GT3. So now becomes the question, did you map your headlight button? Did you turn your headlights on? Are you ready to go here? Because there are sections of the track where if you don't have headlights, you're going to have a very, very bad nighttime stint here, as we are just under the 4-hour mark to go. 3 hours, 54 minutes. Ben Kesby up in the lead past Timon Suvic, and we'll see here if Suvic can use the slipstream at all to try to get the run back down into the second chicane, down into the Mulsanne curve, and it looks like it is. So there we go. Kesby had the lead from Suvic, and Suvic is going to take the lead right back from Kesby here down into the second chicane, and we'll see what Ben Kesby can do to respond.
The same thing that Timon Suvic's just done to him. Go down the next part of the Mulsanne and do the same thing here. Right, we're going to have a chat. Mr. Smith is back in the booth as well. He's jumped out to go and check on how Jaime Zalecki is getting on here. How's he doing in the car, Ross?
Doing well, but as predicted, the 296 is basically on fairly spent tires in terms of just being able to conjure grip. So it's one of the reasons why you're able to see Beninka take over at the front with Takanashi. It looks like he's in the pits actually. So yeah, the 296, the rear ends are just starting to fall off a lot more than is what can keep up with the standard pace. So I'm kind of surprised he's in already. I guess it is about time. It's getting close.
Yeah, 7 minutes give or take to the hour. So depending if they're trying to utilize that fall there, I would have thought they would have tried to go over the hour if possible. But obviously, don't forget, Yuki's been out in front. He's been the one doing all the work for Eduardo to be able to save fuel. So Yuki's been burning the most amount of fuel being out there in the front end, opening up all the air, of course. So, I'm not really shocked that he's burnt more than probably what he needed to. But I think going forward for him as well, coming out, he's had a great job with Benica there. Zalecki's in the car. Is he going to stay in the car after this pit stop, or are you going to double stint him and then who's going in? Robert's going in after?
Yeah, he's going to double stint, and then Rob's going to step in as we're going into the night. So Jamie does 2. Rob's going to do almost 2. I think he has to cut it short so that way I can get my 55 minutes in. But yeah, those guys are going to take the majority of this because I'm not going to be anywhere near the pace that they have, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. And looking at I'm just kind of to step away, looking at these hypercars, I was keeping an eye on the battle between Kesby and Suvic here. I'm impressed that Suvic is able to make his strategy work. It looks like it's actually pulling off for him for those hard tires. I'm wondering if they're going to do it again when they come in and they actually change tires over. That would be, it's going to cool off. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. The track had a little bit of heat in it. It's a fairly cool day relative to some Le Mans of the past, but and the tires are going to be sensitive to that temperature. So I think they're going to want to go hards again, or if he has his teammate go into the car, they might swap out and decide like, oh, we'll switch with mediums and stay on those so that we've got the grip. But yeah, it's really cool. And don't count out the guys who are in the back half of that top 6, Kirby, Lane, and Sellers. I mean, they've all had some setbacks for various reasons, but they're all still very fast, and they have a chance to catch up, especially if any of these guys in the top 3 make any sort of mistakes.
Yeah, Matthew and Josh Lepetri have just gone into the pits there. So Matthew Bice is in, Josh is in, Matthew's on his way out. Josh is also out of the car as well. Josh got actually ahead of Matthew that time around. So Matthew is now sitting third in class, but Barazzi has not gone in as of yet. The leaders are still swapping backwards and forwards if you see them on your screen there. So great job from these guys as they're continually fighting it out here, Brad.
Yeah, and I'm just going to echo what our wonderful in-ear bug said. A beautiful shot here of Le Mans. It's a track that, you know, again, it's just gorgeous here. As we watch these battles continue, Timon Subic and Kesby, 0.3 of a second here. Slipstream into play as they head down towards Mulsanne. And again, I think we're starting to see conservation come through. And the nighttime is going to be challenging here. This is going to be the area of survival. This is going to be the area where it goes through. Again, when I was getting ready for this race today, I didn't know this, but literally there's drivers that at night in wet weather or just if there's poor visibility, they will literally just count in their head and say, all right, I've been on this straight for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now I need to brake. And that is how they do that. So I hope none of our drivers are doing that here when the nighttime hits. But if they are, then, well, some of them are crazier than I am. That's all I have to say with it. Ross, do you do that?
Oh, you're dead on. I mean, you have to keep reminding yourself where you're at, because as straightforward as it seems, if you're driving or if you're not paying attention, or you know you're looking at your fuel mappings and everything else, and you know how many more laps are coming in, you might forget, like, oh yeah, I just went through the second chicane. This isn't that chicane. Oh, this is Mulsanne. Oh, okay. And then you've hopefully not had too big of a mistake, but it's very easy to get caught out. So you absolutely have to keep paying attention to what you're doing lap after lap, as much as you want to kind of relax and settle in. It's all sense of security that you can get, and that's going to be what throws drivers off, especially in the night.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the interesting one. We've seen Lepetri has got a penalty here. I've also seen Takanashi just overtake Katarinakis, Vesa and Gutierrez. They, of course, were in the pit lane at that specific moment in time that Takanashi has gone back through. So he's put himself into third. Don't believe at the moment, though, Overton and Jean, they haven't stopped. So we'll keep an eye on Takanashi and see if he can retake that lead. And where does... and where in conjunction he comes out there, but I've been told David Jean has stopped. So yeah, David Jean is back out, but we'll keep an eye on it there, Brad.
Yeah, it is something to keep an eye on as the race goes. And unfortunately, you know, if you're getting penalties at this stage, it's a long race for you. It's a very, very long race, and that is one of the things that, you know, you've got to just, even though you want to be fast, you want to be aggressive, you do have to keep it clean and keep it in track limits. And we're starting to see some of the fun of the hypercars with the flashing headlights and flashing and saying, hey, get out of my way. I'm a hypercar. I'm coming through. And we'll see how that goes. The flashing lights typically are one of the funniest parts going through Le Mans. You go down the long straight, and you'll see drivers hit the lights 5 seconds early.
I don't know if funny is the word that I would use, considering that, you know, everybody really probably knows on that one. Ross, do you find it amusing when a hypercar comes up behind you and is flashing the hell out of you?
It's informative for sure, and it's funny because there is, in the way that there is conversation around usage of flashing. Some drivers in a hypercar will use it just to say, hey, I'm here in case you didn't see me, and that can be very useful, especially on a track if you have certain curves. I mean, it's pretty long and straight here, so you don't get too much of that. But you might not see that hypercar coming up behind you. You might be battling, you might just not be paying attention, and you're moving around the track, and they don't want you to just suddenly drive into them because you weren't paying attention. So it has been useful. There have been GT drivers who've been in that conversation who've said, hey, you know, if you're, don't flash me if you're like right on top of me, like right there as he's coming up to Yuki Takanashi. It was pretty close to be giving that flash. I think Yuki already saw him and probably wasn't necessary. At that point, it might just be sort of startling. And so, yeah, there's all kinds of that conversation back and forth. Like, is it worth it? Are you flashing because you're angry? Usually you'll see flashing happen after an overtake, and sometimes there are question marks around, was that a thank you, or was that a we're going to have some actual words after the race kind of flash?
Yeah, I think it just can. It's like anything, right? It's like reading a text message. It can always be misinterpreted into being aggressive, or reading any DM can be informed in being aggressive, or when it's supposed to be a joke or whatever. I think that's the thing. It's the same kind of thing for that. Davijan is actually in the pit lane, so that should, if I'm not mistaken, if Matthew Overton is diving in very, very shortly as well, that should put Yuka Takanashi back in the front. And as we speak, there is Overton heading down the pit lane. Yes, so Takanashi should retake the lead in the GT3s, and he's done it by
That's
steady.
Not...
That's not cricket. There at all. As he's going to overtake now. There you go. Robert Molin has gone through, and Yuki has retaken the lead. So great job from Yuki Takanashi there, as Eduardo Bonica has swapped with Kataranakis. So Kataranakis is in the car 6.5 seconds after pit stops there, Ross. That's quite a gain from Yuki for his earlier pit stop.
Yeah, and you're going to see that pace come right back up now with those new tires. He'll be able to actually keep that pace going. He'll be able to keep that gap up. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, there he is. So Vasilis in the car, he's not going to have the same pace that Bernaldo had, for sure. But he'll still be quick. I think he's still going to be able to keep that car consistent. I'm not sure if Ernest is going to come back into the car. I imagine they did try and get it back in there, because I think it's just the two of them. But yeah, it actually... it
is the two of them, yeah. Eduardo and Vasilius.
Yeah, they've got to be switching back later on in the race. So I'm guessing that's probably just to get Vasilis in, have him run the night maybe. Just sometimes drivers will do that too, if because the load on a computer will actually be higher during the night for whatever reason. I think it's just because you get a lot more light sources that come on, and for whatever reason, that can cause troubles for certain drivers. So I actually had that, I think that was 2 years ago, where my co-driver, he's like, hey, I'm really fast, but you're going to have to do the night stint because my computer isn't going to be able to hold up. So we switched off then. And maybe it's just because it's like, hey, this is kind of the lull period. Things are a little bit more relaxed. So go ahead and get in there and maximize your time, not around people. And that's a strategy too, as opposed to just trying to run your fastest driver as long as possible at the beginning.
Yeah, Matthew Bicet is just about to retake the lead in the GT3 AMS. However, Lepetri is pulled in. He's very, very close at the moment, about 1.1 seconds behind that. So Matthew doing a great job battling away there. Last lap time, obviously taken into consideration, was a 4:06.817 from Matthew. His best lap time, of course, over the whole race is 4 minutes 4:764, with Lepetri being 3 seconds apparently slower on Matthew's best lap time. So we'll see if that gap gets extended in the GT3 AM category once more. Brad, what are you doing now? With 3:42 in, let's have a Bradley Dalton driver session. What are we doing in the car here, sir? It's like a Bradley Dalton clinic. Tell us all about what we're up to.
All right, so you're a quarter of the way through the race now, give or take, and this is really going to be the point for the drivers where you're consolidating. You're looking at what you have in the car, and you're going to say, all right, I know on pace, I'm here. I know that I have this much more to give. I know now that I've gone through a pit stop cycle, I know how many laps or how much time I can go on fuel. I know what tires are. So you can really start to judge where you're at on the field and in the grid and what you need to do to change things. And, for some of these drivers, it's going to be drive a little bit more, as we have, Matthew Bice here, who is getting passed by Lepetri. And, at that point for Bice, it might just be a case of, just slot in. I would have run second place for a little while and conserved through the last stint now. I know that the nighttime is dangerous. I know that the nighttime is hard. And it goes through. And you're going to have your teammates in your ears, too, kind of talking through you. All those other drivers that are going to say, this is how the car is handling. This is what you want to do. Some different things. And a lot of times, the night stint, as Ross said, you may not put your fastest driver in at night for whether it be technology reasons or because naturally at nighttime, the track will come to you. It'll cool down. It can get a little bit grippier, a little bit faster, and it can make it easier on a driver who maybe isn't the fastest to set competitive times and set similar times to what the drivers who run during the day during those really slick conditions are. So this is going to be the point where the teams are really starting to figure out where they're at with 3 hours 40 minutes to go, not 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go, 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. So James, for me, you know, when I ran a lot of my endurance stuff in sims, a lot of times I ran the night stints, and some of that too was due to time zone. You know, if you're running an 8-hour race that starts in the evening or runs into the night, and you know you have friends that are over in the UK, sometimes it's better time zone wise to set up your drivers and, you know, have me run the later stints because I'm American. Instead of you running at 2 a.m., I'm running at 7 p.m. So that's not as much of a problem here, but that is to say that that is something that could be considered depending on where things are. You know, it's 12:35 p.m. Eastern time here in the U.S. It's starting to get evening over in Europe, so this would be a time where if you're a driver, you know, run through and then swap and say, hey, you know, European drivers go get dinner. I'm the American. I've got this through the night shift. As we see a spin here from the number 15 car. That is
it's Marazzi.
Yeah, Marazzi with a very slow spin there through the corner, and yeah.
I think
if you're gonna do a spin,
do it like that.
Yeah, don't hit anything. Be on your own. No harm, no foul.
Let's have a look and see what George Angelidis does here. Is he going to be able to get Meyer? He is on the left-hand side, is George, believe it or not. I know we're in the dark, but we will be able to tell you who is who. George was asked earlier on as well, what's his aim for this round? And George basically said the win in class. George is going for the win. There is no doubt about it. Now, he was also asked on this one, how does he feel about the track? Well, George, in his true George self, gave us half a dissertation here as well. He says that he liked it more when there were no chicanes in the past. It was more of a difficult track when you had to be fast, but also have to have a good downforce set up for the Porsche curves. Post 72 layout before the 90 layout. Now it is more downforce track that you just need to have high top speed, but not necessarily a complete flat wing track. Monza is probably less. Now, he does go on to talk about the Daytona 500, Indy 500, 12-hour Sebring, and the 24 hours of Daytona as well, regarding his comments on that one. And then he was asked as well for George, any rivalries? Well, George being George in true George fashion, Jerry Chen, ironically. Jerry was my first rival in VWSC back in 2020. From Daytona, we banged wheels on the bus stop and kept banging throughout the season all the way till Road Atlanta. He was in that Momo red Porsche 911 GTE, which if you haven't watched, you can go and watch it back. Me in a Ferrari back then. I was faster than him then. Fast forward 4 years and we're still on the same pace. And after several changes to classes driver ratings, we are again in the same category of cars, in the same class of banging wheels. Only now his time on the sim shows, and he is a bit faster due to my work. I don't have any more time to practice, which hurts me, but the drive is still there. Always great racer with Jerry, very respectful. We bang wheels, but we just enough. We had our moment at Daytona this year and all throughout the VWSC 1964 as well. 2 championships we compete at the top against each other. Hopefully I will beat him 1 time, says George. Now, going on to the third question. This is what made me very, very interested from George here, because I did say it was half a dissertation, and you're not wrong here, because he's given us about a 500-word essay when we asked him, is there anything else we should know? Well, this is what we don't know about George Angelidis. I hold the terrible CMS record, having the most runners-up without a championship. I finished second in 4 championships without winning any. To make it worse, I sit second in both VWSC 2024 and the 1964 again. And he put that bit in big capital letters, so clearly he's aggravated about that. I am trying to break that record and just win once, any championship, and then would be happy and have no regrets. It really gets you after a while finishing runner-up so many times, but never getting there. It is demoralizing. Interesting fact for, he said, everyone who won the championship the season I finished runner-up never won a championship again. JT Tammy for the V8 Supercars, Norton Graff in VWSC 21, Brandon Gant 22, Becky Ely in the 1998 series, and he's put in the big letters, I just want one championship, please, says George Angelina. So that is the end of George's dissertation that he wrote us on a form that we put out there just in time to catch a wonderful replay here of, that is Benjamin Porteous Heath, and I can tell that by the random movements that make him look like he's on a controller there, Ross.
Yeah, clearly he has some kind of damage. Yeah, I think he's either hit something or his controls have gone very poorly. I kind of was wondering coming into this how that GR010 was going to handle for the race, because it's actually had a lot of work. That's the number one car that's been worked on off from the race events, and the guys have been really getting a lot of good feedback from Benjamin. He's the only one who's really been running the Toyota as like a pretty hardcore fan. So he's given a lot of good feedback on how the car is behaving. It's had certain proclivities that have caused it to be just very difficult to handle, and he seemed like he was very happy with it as far as like what had been able to come out of all of that development work. And this was going to be the first real track where he could show that off. But unfortunately, it seems like something's gone wrong. Either he's caught a whack, or it's kind of weird because he slowed down and stopped basically. And a telltale sign for like how he's kind of driving this car, you can see he's got a lot of rearward bias. Those front discs aren't lighting up at all. So I mean, he's got all of that to the back, except right there a little bit. It looks like he's starting to get the front. So I'm wondering if he's maybe starting to adjust it because
is he on a controller though, Ross? Sorry to interrupt. Is he on a controller? Because there's some weird movements coming out of that car.
No, he's not. I honestly think that at some point where we didn't see it,
can't hold it straight.
Yeah, I think he's got some steering damage maybe, or he's done something to it, and it's causing it to jitter. Because even on a controller, you wouldn't get that much back and forth on a straight. There's something else going on there. I don't know what. Now it might be on the mouse.
He's not looking comfortable. I can tell you now, going in down the straightaway, he's got massive amounts of oversteer. The car's just not going where he wants to, and every time he applies the power, that back end just wants to come out and say hello to the front end. His steering is straight. There's nothing wrong with the steering in the car. It is straight, but when he gets up to the higher speed, it does give it a little bit of a vibration. You can see his hands do start twitching a little bit there. It's a bit hard to see because obviously it's so dark with no lights in that Toyota, but he is a little bit twitchy under the steering, so maybe he has got a problem there. But every time he applies the throttle, I tell you what though, Ross, that Toyota does not like it.
Yeah, it seems like they're just it's too much for what he's able to give it. So either something's kind of reset in his steering rack, which is an odd thing to say, but or he's, like I said, he's caught a whack. It doesn't look like he's got any damage on his car. It doesn't always have to show up to have it. I mean, he might have even hit a curb pretty violently and it could have done something, but that's I don't know how to explain that. That's because that's not how he was driving earlier on. There's something else going on there.
Yeah, well, we've got Danny in YouTube chat said Ben had his pedals cut out, I believe. That's why he slowed down, but that's not going to make up for the fact that we've got that horrible weaving.
I think it's probably that his controls reset, and so now his wheel range is quite a bit different from what he was driving with, and now he's basically doing all he can to hold on to it.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on for Ben on that one. 3:32 on the clock. Mr. Dalton, are you still there, dear sir?
I am here. I've just been enjoying your voice and Ross's voice and trying to figure out what in the world Benjamin Porteous Heath is doing to drive that way. And I do agree with Ross that it's probably a wheel range issue.
I think you might be right, because he does seem to be making some violent movements on that one. I can tell you now, David Junt and Vessa are only 1 second apart at the moment. So David is closing on Carl Vessa in the GT3 Pro category. Junt is literally right behind him. You can just see him in the background there. Great job from these guys. I know it's difficult to see in the dark, but we'll keep you up to date as much as we can as Carl Vesser in the black and orange Mustang GT3. David Junt behind him doing a fabulous job at catching up there as well. Brad, still, I like the fact that we've still got battles. I think I was a little bit worried with when we saw the driver list that we didn't have massive amounts of cars, like, you know, compared to what we had, you know, but as I said, by the time we split them up into teams, that's probably where that situation comes from. Junt's trying, be careful there, dear sir, because that could have been a lot worse for you, trying that outside line, but he's going to try and run that Mustang out there, and that Honda NSX has got that Mustang going down here as well through the right-hander into Indianapolis now. Great job from, no, they're down in Mulsanne actually, sorry, my bad, but it is dark, and doing a great job there as well. But it's still quite interesting, Brad, that we got these battles going on with 3 hours and 30 minutes left.
It is, and it's a good sign too, and I gotta give, you know, a big shout out to Storm Gang Simulations here for making cars that can be this competitive all the way through a race. Just a big pat on the back goes to them, because these cars are balanced very, very well, I have to say, watching through. Even when you have a Mustang and an NSX battling. I mean, excuse me, it balances just right. And also, hush, Paul.
Yeah, you can hear Ross there as well. Thank you. He went after you. You know what I mean? Talk about coming into the booth and taking up airtime and blowing your own trumpet while you're here, Mr. Smith.
No, he's right. I mean, it is an extremely difficult and somewhat underappreciated overall task to go through here. Because like I said, our testing team puts an enormous number of hours and laps into these cars. It produces just sheets and sheets and sheets and sheets of data to be able to compare these across all kinds of different conditions. So when we get them in here, we feel very confident about where they are. And so the only time that you're going to see some of these differences between the cars should be at the extremes. You shouldn't have a clear runaway in one or the other. And they're supposed to be made so that way they are different from one another. We're not running League Edition cars where, you know, you might have just like, you know, a centimeter here difference in like wheelbase, or, you know, a couple millimeters on this side and overall length. It's like, no, these are very different. They have very different profiles and characteristics for aerodynamics, handling, everything else. They're just very, very unique, one car to the other. And when a driver finds that sort of that Goldilocks combination, you know, when the slipper fits, you get a Junt who's just totally connected, or a Takanashi who's able to take a 296, which is a very ornery car overall, and just tame that horse and obviously put it out front and leading the way right now.
I do agree with you there as well. Oh dear. I think Paul said his sugar intake for the day.
Well, it is the night, so
bad.
I mean, he gets parlance for that. It's about that time when you start having your sort of your moral conversations with yourself during these long broadcasts.
I think he's to that point as well, Ross, where he's due bedtime. Do you know what I mean? He gets that rush of sugar before he goes to bed, but you know, we'll keep an eye on him there once more and make sure he is all right on that one.
Get some
Hold on, isn't Le Mans night the time? 2022 24-hour Le Mans night was the time where they were commentating in the middle of the race, and there was a comment about heroin.
Well, yeah, depending on your broadcast group, it can go all over the place. It's I mean, you have people like Martin Haven who just, they'll go off script and go on at length about the most ridiculous things, and sometimes you'll get like the IMSA broadcast crew and they'll be running off for like you know, some of the American broadcast groups. It's you know, it's very telling about what's happening with their mental state at that point in the race.
I would pay a lot of money to get to be on the nighttime broadcast group at IMSA, because a lot of times they don't even end up talking about the race. It is literally just the most ridiculous stuff they talk about. And honestly, it's some of the most entertaining moments of the race. I do enjoy it.
No, it's good. It's very good. But, yeah, we've got some pit stops happening here for the Hypercars. Lane's in, Kesby's in there too. So our front runners, like I said, you got a little bit of shuffling here. Bell and Kirby, I mean, if they're still a little bit back, but like I said, don't count them out. Sellers is also in the mix. I know that he's kind of trailing behind here. He's a very fast driver. And I can't remember who else he's got running with him for this series because I'm used to seeing him over in the historics. But I know all of those rookie monsters are going to be quick.
Brad has got, and I say this in a very slow moving motion here because I can't actually see, he's got Wouter de Bruin running with him. So it's just, I've just got the two of them down here for that one. So Wouter de Bruin there and Bradley for in the car. Sorry, I got distracted by what Paul was chatting about in my hero. John Mayer has gone into the lead. That's due to the fact that George has gone into the pits. So great job from George. Takanashi's retaken the lead. Karanakis, as we know, has taken over the car from Eduardo Benica. We've also got as well, somebody else has taken over a car. James Walker has also taken over a car. He was teamed up with Matthew Overton and JT Tammy for the Dark Thunder Racing Boys. So James Walker has taken over that car. I don't believe there was any other driver swaps. Actually, there probably was, I think, because it was Gilles Lalonde from the beginning, I believe. So Gilles is still in the car as he's teamed up with Johnny Gutierrez for the Bad Day Racing Boys. So as we go to a replay now, here, let's have a look on this one. Yeah, that's going through Tetra Rouge. They do run out the side of the track. But then again, Brad, that's kind of what we see going out of Tetra Rouge every now and then.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a case through Tetra Rouge as the drivers just try to wind up and get as much speed down the Mulsanne straight as possible. They're looking for that little bit extra that they can get. And sometimes they bite off a little bit more than they can chew, and it is what it is sometimes. You do that, and you go through, and you're going to say, you know what, I'm going to get a little bit more this time, and you go, okay, wait, whoops. Going through, we got a quick replay here, and this is...
Marazzi again in
a nice solo spin in the Beamer. I mean, what else would you want to do? Again, doesn't hurt anyone else. You're a little mad at yourself. You overheat the tires a little bit, but then you can get back going.
Yeah, absolutely. Stacey there, okay, he says, I'm back. What did I miss? Well, Timon Suvic is out in the lead at the moment with Mike Bell going into the pits. This is Mike Bell's second swap. So I'm wondering if we're going to see Dan Herlock jump into the car there. Kirby's back up into third with Sellers behind him in fourth. Michael Locke is in fifth. He's actually taken over the car as Michael. I don't believe he was in at the beginning, was Michael Locke. So I think that has been a driver swap. As we see a replay here as well. That's Benjamin Porteous Heath, I believe, judging by the movement of that car, getting it all a little bit Pete Tong there. So unfortunately for him, got it wrong. John Mayer is out in front in the Hypercar AMS with Jason Whitehead taking over the car from George Angelidis. So they've swapped as well. Mountjoy still in third, Porteous in fourth, and Gray in fifth. Takanashi still leading the GT3s. Katarinakis has taken over the car from Eduardo Benica. Then you've got David Junt, Carl Vesser, Jaime Zalecki and Gilles Lalonde. Not swapped. Lepetri still out in front for the GT3 AMS. We've still got Matthew Bice in the car at the moment. Matthew is going to transfer it over to Mike or Stephen, whichever way they're going to do. And then we've got Marazzi, who unfortunately has been making mistakes, but he is driving around solo there as well, Brad. So Marazzi could be more tired than anybody else by the end of this.
Yeah, this is... driving solo, you've really got to balance yourself out. You've got to remember that you're running solo, and remember that you do have a little bit of an advantage with that because you don't have to worry about driver swaps or anything, but you also are disadvantaged because you're running 4.8 hours at Le Mans solo, and it truly is a game of endurance. And I'll tell you right now, as someone who ran 3 hours of an 8-hour race, I can't imagine doing 4.8 hours, because even doing 3 hours and a 2-hour and then a 1-hour stint, I was absolutely not. So if you're running a 4.8 hour stint completely solo, no breaks through, kudos to you. And granted, some of these guys might take longer pit stops and, play the game of, I'm going to take a longer pit stop so that way I can grab something to drink really quick, or so that way, they get the car in the pit, they stop and they say, okay, I've got 45 seconds, full sprint to the bathroom, empty the old bladder. And I know one of our drivers said that the bladder was their biggest rival. So, if that's the case, then that is what it is, and do that, come back. You might lose 15, 20 seconds on a long pit stop, but you empty the bladder and you can make it back up. But also, I think the solo drivers are probably going to be pacing themselves a little bit more and running a bit more off the pace throughout the entire duration of the race.
Yeah, this is Michael Locke here, taking over the car from Ben Kesby for the Crown Dental Group. They're teamed up with Alexander as well, who's still to take over the car. We've had Danny has said 2 minutes too soon for driver swaps, unless they plan on swapping back around later. Be interested to see on that one. Ben is using a G920, I believe. Is that for him or Benjamin Porteous Heath on that one? But Michael Locke is in third, with Mike Bell now behind him as they have swapped positions. However, Bell is coming back at him again. Michael Locke squeezing him against the side there. Is he going to be able to get the job done, Mike Bell, this time around? We know he's the passiest man on the GT3s, apparently, with a long-winded sentence of how much of a specimen he is in the process. But Mike does not make it through this time, Brad, so he's going to have to go once more.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Michael Locke would just be aware of kind of settling in and going, all right, I know I'm going to have to do this again and go through. And Mike Bell, apologies, I misspoke a second ago. Mike Bell would be aware of, I got to get past Michael Locke somewhere and get things moving. So we'll see how Mike Bell does running down through here and trying to make the run as they head towards the wonderful sections of the track as we talk about them. And it is the Porsche curves, through the Corvette curves, down into the Ford chicanes, which I love that we have Porsche, Corvette, and Ford chicanes. And I like the manufacturer names.
I'm quite surprised, actually, that Mike is still in the car. Because this is, 40, 80, it's got to be stint number 3. I am surprised that he has not jumped out the car yet and let Dan Herlock do a couple of stints, because he seems to be dropping off the pace just a little bit, does Mike? Maybe fatigue is settling in, and he's going to be getting tired as well after a certain period of time. So I think a lot could be going on with Mike Bell. I am surprised that he hasn't gone, and he obviously had a moment from earlier on, did Mike. Yeah, Mike coming down into what I believe is the Mulsanne. Oh, spins round, doesn't hold the brakes. Him and Michael Locke have a coming together. So, not a good look there either.
Yeah, ouch. That was rough. So we'll see how that plays through. Tom Lane here in 5th place. That's about a second and some change in on P6 there, Bradley Sellers. So we get another replay, and this is gonna be
LaPetrie
how
get it
you
all
take
wrong.
the corner.
No, Josh LaPetrie there showing us how not to take that corner, unfortunately. So, not a good way. Not a good way at all. I can tell you now, Jason Whitehead has just taken the lead in the Hypercar AMS. That's due to the fact that Meyer is in the pits and Max Sunderlap is in the BMW. That was obviously taken over from Ryan Reyes, so Mac has jumped into the car. So that's another driver swap that has taken place. That was Ryan Reyes and Max Sunderlap, and Reyes was in the car beginning. Mac has taken over. Eric Monet has jumped in that hypercar there. So great job from, oh my God, I forgot who he was teamed up with already.
I'm no help because my sheet closed. So I had a sheet open with everything, and now I can't find that sheet on my computer. So
John Mayer.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Look at us. We're classic nighttime Le Mans commentators. Listen to us.
I just couldn't find it. I got a sheet and I was staring at it. And you know when you're looking for somebody's name, and I was like, I can't see his name, but there we go. Job done. Gilles Lalonde sitting on your screen at the moment. So Jill doing a stellar job in that Ford Mustang GT3, sitting down in 7th in class at the moment is yours. So what are you doing? See, this is for me, this is why I found this endurance racing so difficult, because, you know, I'd be knackered, let alone doing 4.8 on my own. I would be absolutely shattered.
That's part of the fun of it. That's part of the challenge is, you know, for some of these guys, it's, you know, hey, I want to go through. Now, traditionally, in real life, you're probably not running longer than 2 hours, regardless of, you know, if you're truly running a 24-hour race, and again, this is a simulated one with 4.8 hours, you're realistically not going to be running more than a couple of hours. So I think, realistically, if you have 2 drivers, you're probably swapping every other pit stop, possibly, which, if you're in GT3s, really that puts you at 2 hours, so then really you could run, like, there's a lot of strategy that goes into it. But yeah, for the solo drivers, how are you running 4.8? Just not even, for me, it's not even the case of how are you physically running the 4.8. It's logistically how are you doing the 4.8 completely solo. Because I'll tell you right now, I'm sitting here commentating and I can hear my cats out in the hallway yelling because they want in my room. Because I haven't given them attention in what's been 3 hours now. So, you know, there's stuff like that. Like, how are you, real life aspects aside, you know, in the sim racing world, how are you setting so much aside for 4.8 hours as a driver to make this work? Because that, I think, is a tall ask for some people.
It is. You are right. And that would be my issue, to set aside that amount of time with obviously me and the wife working and not being able to, you know, if she's at work, I can't drive during the day because obviously the kids are around, and it just gets all, you know, too much with Dad, can I have lunch? Dad, can we have breakfast? Dad, can we have dinner? Dad, can I go to bed? You know what I mean? All that sort of thing. Not that they do actually go to bed or asleep when I put them in there, but there we go. Graham, I want to give a quick update actually before we carry on. Graham Duncan has taken over the car from Tom Mountjoy. So Sim Junkies team Hardtail have just swapped drivers. But that's the thing, I think time is of an essence, and I think some of these guys plan a long way ahead of where they're at, and I think to make sure that they're on track at this specific time.
Well, you know, one of the things we talked about was this is a lower car count than what we've had, but I think it is because logistically planning for a 4.8 hour is a big deal. That's also the reason there's such a big gap ahead of this race, is because you've got to plan for the 4.8 hours. You know, that's why it's been since April 27th was the 90 minutes of Spa, and it's now June 8th. And here we are running the 4.8 hours of Le Mans, because you need that time to prepare, you need that time to find your team, and you need that time to plan your stints and really to set things aside. As we have Mike Bell here, who is running through with Micah Locke side by side as they run down towards Indianapolis, and it is going to be Mike Bell who gets ahead of Micah Locke there in 4P2, but that battle's going to rage on for a bit through the night. But yeah, no, it's a big deal logistically. Like, I remember when I ran my first endurance race, you know, I planned it out a month and a half in advance and said, hey, I'm running an 8-hour race. And, you know, I told the fiance, hey, I'm running an 8-hour race this day. I have to be up and going at 6 a.m. to set up and get in the server and get going, which, you know, was not the best thing I've ever decided to do on a Saturday, was wake up at 6 a.m. to sim race for a whole day. But, you know, you logistically have to plan that out. And, you know, when I wasn't in the car, I still had to be there for my team. And, you know, there were times, you know, I had to get up and go get lunch. I had to get up and go walk away. I got up and ate breakfast. I used the bathroom, different stuff like that to get things going. So just the logistical challenge of that alone, you know, is a big deal. And I think if you are a, you know, two or three driver team, you're at an advantage for that, because if you're a 3 driver team, you know, you run your stints and then you can get up and walk away. You don't have to worry too much.
Yeah, I think, but then isn't that just planning to make sure that you've got that 3 driver team? Because ideally you'd want 3 drivers, right? If you're going to get 3 drivers into the car, you'd want 3. You're doing an hour 20 each, and off you go. Adios, see you later. You know, thanks very much for coming, and good luck, boys. I'm going shopping with the wife. Or not that men would probably prefer to go and do that, but you know, at the end of the day, you can just get up and go and do something like that. But isn't that all a part of just planning within your team in general there as well, Brad?
It is, and in reality, we talk about it like it's a big logistical challenge, but even if you are a team driver, most of these teams, their drivers are going to stick around. This is, 4.8 hours. It's a big ask, but it's not the equivalent of a 24-hour sim race. And one of my fun passions, what kind of started me with sim racing, I'm gonna name a YouTuber and everyone's gonna roll their eyes, but Jimmy Broadbent. I remember one of my first videos of Jimmy Broadbent was actually live watching him do a 24-hour of Daytona race. And there's sections of the race where he just completely turns his camera off. He leaves the sim on and he brings in friends to commentate behind the scenes, while he's asleep, because got to get rest. You've got to do different things, real life calls, etc. So, this isn't that level, but the drivers are going to treat it like that, because all of the drivers that are here, to even say, you know what, I'm going to sign up for a 4.8-hour race, there's a level of dedication that goes into it. And that is the one thing with CMS racing that I really enjoy, especially with the VWSC, is all of these drivers are very, very dedicated to this league and to this sim and to these cars. And it's part of what I think really makes this so exciting to watch, is all of these drivers are very dedicated. They're very fast. They do a very good job of keeping things going. It's what gives us that competitive action all the way through. It's what gives us the fun facts like Mr. George Angelidis saying his rival is Jerry Chen, and Jerry Chen going back and saying, yeah, no, my rival is George Angelidis. You don't see that in most other leagues, but you see that here, and I enjoy it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. I did love the fact of Jerry's first line on that whole sheet, though, was basically, does my own dumb self count? Sometimes driving and battling with yourself is another battle altogether. So I think at the end of the day, self-preservation during this period of time is also a difficult scenario for some of these guys to make sure that they can carry on. We've got Alexander Schultz has taken over the car from Timon Suvic. So Timon there has jumped out of the car and Alexander has jumped in for the SKS Motorsport boys. So he's taken over from the flying Timon Suvic as he's chasing down Tom Lane at the moment, about a second back here, Brad. But sometimes your own mental self can be the issue.
That is very true. That is very, very true. A lot of times that is the biggest challenge. It's not the cars around you. It is it's yourself. It's very, very true. Just to answer Paul's question in my ear of how true it is. It is the truth. In fact, Paul is in my ear, ladies and gentlemen, and you can't hear him, but just know that Paul is very funny, and we'll probably get Paul on here in a little bit, so that way you can hear just how funny he is or is not. Well, I'll leave it up to YouTube chat to decide. But the mental challenge is really where it comes in, and I will tell you, for a lot of these drivers, the closer they get to the end of the stint, or if they're double stinting, the further they get through it. Sometimes it is just yourself, because you're doing the same thing over and over and over through. Even though this is a longer track, so there's a bit more variety, it's not the equivalent of like what we're going to get with the 60 laps of the Glen, where a lap is a minute 45. These are long laps and a very, very long, over 13-kilometer track. So you just have to stay mentally checked in, because if you go on autopilot and all of a sudden you mess something up going into Ford or going through Dunlop or going into Mulsanne, it can completely ruin your race. And a lot of times that's where we see the challenges. You're running through, you've been running for 2 hours, and you start to daydream a little bit about, oh, the stint's almost over, and, what am I going to eat for lunch? Or, oh, I need another water when I take my next pit stop. And all of a sudden, boom, tire barrier, and your race is done.
I think that was the interesting thing. And basically, when you watch the Le Mans 66 or Ford versus Ferrari, depending on where you are in the world, the main character was obviously singing going down the Mulsanne straight at the end, and I think that's the thing. It can happen, and that's probably why I do not do endurances, because I probably would end up singing and losing myself. It was Ken Miles who was going down the Mulsanne in lead in the Ford at the time, and obviously he was singing I'm H-A-P-P-Y, I'm H-A-P-P-Y, and so on and so forth. I won't sing it all for you, of course, but that's the sort of thing he had time to do because he was so far ahead. is it easier driving these races sometimes when you hook up with somebody and follow them around because you've got something to keep you out of that area?
It is. It really is. And that is, I think, sometimes why we see some of these drivers are so close to other cars, but they're not passing. Even though it is very clear the faster car is the car behind, is sometimes you just need that little bit of extra attention to reel your brain in and keep yourself there. It's something, you know, at work, I do it fairly often. I have to have something else to reel my brain into work, because otherwise you can get very... I'm going to steal a phrase from one of my coworkers here that I've heard recently, because talking about just how much there is in my job to balance. You can get lost in the sauce. Ooh. And it's a very simple way to phrase it, of just, you can genuinely lose where you're at on the track. And we heard Ross say it earlier, like, drivers will count to themselves or do different things just to remind themselves where they're at on track. And I think it's unique to this track because of how long it is. And it is something you see here, but you wouldn't see it as much at, like, say, the Nordschleife, because that track is so active. There's constant curves. There's constantly something going on. Where versus here, you know, you've got long sections of the Mulsanne Straight where you do absolutely nothing, as we see another off-track excursion here.
Robin Moling. Yeah. He
Not
just runs wide. No, I think he's not the first person to have done that as well. Ryan Reyes, which is actually Max Somfenlap in the car, has also been off track, and he ended up getting a penalty. So I'm wondering if they've hit their limit, should we say, already. But I think that's one of the things that is expected, and there are times when people are going to make mistakes. There are times when you will end up getting into that kind of mentality of going for shopping or doing something else like that. If we can go down to Max Somfenlap at the moment, he's having a right little ding-dong here with Filippo Marazzi in 24th and 25th place. So this is a battle for last place on track, and they are still fighting it out here. Both the BMWs having a nice little scrap, and I can tell you now, last lap time was a 4:02.033. So for the guys in front, so great little scrap here as well happening on the racetrack as these guys going side by side. Marazzi is in the car as well. I believe he's on the left-hand side with Max Somfenlap on the right. So yeah, Marazzi's behind him. So there we go. But still, battles all the way through, Brad.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the amount of battles that we're watching here, James. I am enjoying just how, even though when you look at the timing table, yes, it does look spread out. And yes, you look at the top right, it is spread out. There's still pockets of battles. It's keeping things interesting. I'm not having to talk about what I had for dinner last night and the night before and the night before. We're actually still getting on-track action that we can talk about and that we can keep our eyes on, which I'm enjoying. I am very much enjoying it.
Well, we're going to bring Matthew Overton into the booth. Matthew from the Dark Thunder Racing, teamed up with JT Tammy and James Walker. James is in the car here, 2.8 seconds away from Gilles Lalonde. Matt, welcome in, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks very much. So that wasn't a stint for us in the first go-around that we want to write home about, that's for sure.
Yeah, tell us about it as well, because there was questions on why you had dropped back a little bit, Matt. Was there a drama we didn't pick up on?
No, we have just not been able to unlock the top end of the car. So we're down 2-3 seconds on the fastest car, and there's obviously something that Basilis and Eduardo have unlocked, and some of the other top contenders that just get the car moving down the straights. We're staying with them in the corners, but just get dropped like hot rocks when we go down the straights.
Right, okay. Is there anything you can physically do about that during the race, Matt, or is it something that you've just got to kind of maintain, live with, and manage?
So there's a couple things we can do in the car, and so we're playing with that. That's why James is on par or better than me. So he's done a couple things within the car to get a bit of get up, but we're still 3 seconds down a lap. So it's just consistency, hoping for a break, hoping that they get caught up in traffic. But with only 24, 25 cars on track, you're not seeing the traffic issues like we saw on some of the others, where you could see some significant delays or risk because of the passing going on. Here it's all happening on the straights, and so there's little opportunity for us to capitalize on issues on the rest of the track.
Well, I can tell you, James has caught up to the back of Gilles Lalonde. Who is that in that hypercar?
Yeah, that's for position. So he's been taking. So what we've done in the car has tweaked it a bit, and it's got it running a bit faster. So yeah, he's creeping up on Gilles, and I think he's running on par with Adrian. So at that point, it's we know that with good tire management, which we can do on that car, we can last longer on the set than some of the other cars can. So we'll just see if that starts to play out towards the end of his stint.
What's the plan as we just watched? That's not Eduardo Benico in that car. I believe that's Monet, isn't it? Eric Monet. Nope, it's not Monet. Who has taken over? It's Katarinakis, yeah. Has just gone round there, unfortunately for him. What's the aim for the car now, Matt? Where do you plan on putting it in this kind of race? Do you see yourself still fighting out for the win?
I think that would be a real long shot. We've got some very consistent drivers ahead of us who are putting in strong laps, consistently lapping ahead of us. It would have to be something very, very major for us to be moving up perhaps a couple of positions, but I find it really difficult to think we'll be challenging for the podium. So it's just a matter of staying consistent, staying as strong as we can, managing the passes when they do occur, and just staying there till the end. You can't finish if you don't finish. So that's the mantra we're working on right now.
Yeah, you can't score points if you're sitting in the pit lane. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So we're just concentrated on getting as good a position as we can. I see. He's right on top of Gilles now. So that's great news. And we'll see where that goes to the next little while. But every position is important because this is, as George and others have said. Yeah. So
he's doing a great job.
Is to get every position you can, because it's a big points race, right?
Yeah, it's 50 up for grabs, isn't it, for the win on that one. I can tell you that James was 2.6 seconds faster than Gilles Lalonde in that Ford Mustang there. Matt, thank you so much for joining us there, buddy, and we'll look forward to maybe having a chat with you at the end to seeing how you're going to get on.
Thank you very much. It's great being here, and thanks for being here today to cover the race. It's going really well.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely extraordinary job. Well, Matt, thanks so much for joining us, and hopefully we'll speak to you in Victory Road.
Thanks. Take care.
There we go. Well, you never know. He might end up in Victory Road there as they're going down the Mulsanne straightaway for James Walker and Gilles Lalonde going here as well, Brad.
Paul does not like your choice of word. He's very much not enjoying that. But I will tell you what I am enjoying is just the racing in general. It's been fun. James Walker here. We're keeping an eye on in a very, very heated little battle that has continued on for a hot minute and is going to continue on for a hot minute and hopefully for the rest of this 2 hours and 57 minutes, because we're now within the 3 hour to go mark. This is where the fun begins.
Well, yeah, as James, stop it. Is he going to get it? He does get the job done. James does overtake Gilles Lalonde. Absolutely amazing job, and opens up a second gap by the time he's come out of that chicane as well. So James Walker doing an incredible job there, overtaking Gilles Lalonde, moves himself up into 7th in class. He's now, he's got a long old while until he catches up to Adrian Rice. It's about 11.7 seconds. So that's going to be a bit of a mission. Dan Kirby is now in front and has been for quite a while. You are right. Kirby must not have changed tyres. Mike Bell is closing in during this stint. He is, but he's still currently about 8.6 seconds back is Mike Bell. And I can give you a rough idea on the last lap times for Bell and Kirby. Kirby did a 3:32.050. Mike Bell was 0.276 quicker. So not a massive gain from Mike Bell on that one there, Brad.
Yeah, not a lot, but still something, and that is, I think, the big key to remember and keep your eyes on. So we keep watching Walker here. Wow, words are hard, James, when you're down with 2 hours and 56 minutes to go. New best lap time from Whited with 3 minutes 32 seconds. So our Hypercar AM leader is trying to put in some very, very quick times and continue to pull out a gap. And I think it goes to show just the different strategies going between all of the different drivers as it continues on. I want to look at another fun fact sheet here, and I'm not sure what driver to pick. Going through another driver.
Well, preferably one that's on there, Brad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know. Listen, I'm scrolling through, and Stephen Miller isn't on track right now, but has wrote us a book. It's competitive to George. George wrote us a dissertation. He's wrote us a multi-year novel, so that's a good one to look at. I'm kind of surprised at how many drivers responded to this, and I'm very happy that they did here as we get a quick replay coming through.
It's a hypercar going around the outside there.
With a bit of a swirly run there.
And then there was a big off track for Josh LePetrie. So, yeah, going off the side of the circuit. Did have you found what you were looking for, Brad, on that wonderful sheet that was put together?
I think the biggest thing that kind of catches my eye is a lot of the drivers love Le Mans. Like, a lot of the drivers have said, it's a dream and it's a run through. I'm looking at Adrian Rice, who's currently 6th in LMGT3. His aim for this round was first to finish, and then he said after that depends on if I'm in Hypercar or GT3 for this race. And then anything else, don't know about, should know, but people are surprised to hear I'm not a left foot, 2 foot driver. Old school, right foot only for important bits. I'm also Australian, so these races happen at ridiculous early times in my morning.
There you go.
I'm trying to think what he means by left foot, 2 foot driver. Is he saying that right foot gas, left foot brake?
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I drive a manual transmission in real life. I've never done that in sim racing.
I do that in sim racing. I accelerate.
I've never done that in sim racing.
Yeah, I can't. I don't take my foot off the accelerator. I do brake with my left foot. So. There are some things in this world, guys, that really, as you get older, you will learn to never pay attention to, right? And one of the things, as you get into commentary, you get into the world, your pathway begins as a solo, where you're trying to do 50 jobs. Then you get a second person, and you split it 25-25, and then you get a third person who produces and does it all for you. But while he's there, he then becomes this annoying little voice in your head that you just cannot get rid of for the next 2 hours and 53 minutes. That is where I'm at with the bug that is Mr. Paul Glover. So there we go. I'm ignoring Mr. Glover's comments that I'm hearing in my ear. So we're going to ignore him, as Jason Whitehead has just gone for a wicked moment at the Ford chicane as well. Unfortunately, from the lead of the hypercars, he's just gone off the side of the circuit. So we'll ignore the voice in our head, Brad, for a brief moment. And look at the GT3s are coming in again. Katarinakis is in, Takanashi's in, Carl Vesser's in. It should be Takanashi out in front of Katarinakis. Jaime Zalecki is in as well. That is possibly going to lead to a driver swap. That will be Mr. Strachan, I would have thought, if he's going to get in the car now, Brad.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't get in the car now as we watch the GT3s running through their next cycle of pit stops. And this is, I don't even need to look at the screen to make a guess that is Jason Whitehead, who has made a nice little spin.
Yeah, he got it all wrong in Ford, unfortunately, for Jason Whitehead. Takanashi's out on track. Kataranakis is still in the car. Zaleki's still in the car, and Vessa's still in the car. Carl Vessa has got Brand and Gant, but it's whether or not they're going to swap and how long. Generally, if they're in the car in the pits for this long, there's a driver swap on its way. Not for Kataranakis, but maybe for Vessa and Zalecki. So we'll keep an eye on that one there, Brad.
Yeah, James, we're 2 hours 51 minutes to go here. This is the deep of the night, and I think a lot of the drivers are just, again, you're keeping your brain engaged. You're continuing to run here as we watch Daniel Kirby, who has found that car back up towards the front and is going to hopefully be able to keep that car back up towards the front and just keep it moving, keep it going, keep it grooving, if you will, in the Asota, and try to just hold the CMS Pro team up near the front. And again, it's doing a pretty good job here. 7.1 seconds the gap back to Bell, so needs to just continue to be consistent and go through. He is slower, so, and my guess is that Woody DeBruin said it in YouTube chat that Kirby may not have taken tires, and that is a good possibility. And also, Stacy has pointed out that Paul talks our ears off. So that is probably accurate. And also, I have a feeling that Chad is surprised that I did not understand the concept of left foot braking. But I'm going to tell you, because I drive a manual transmission car in real life.
Okay.
So my left foot is on the clutch.
Yep.
So my right foot does gas and brake. Yeah. So
But if you drive it, you
car.
don't. Yeah, but you don't drive a race car like that.
Well, why not?
Because you wouldn't. Yeah, you'd lose time. Yeah. What Paul said. Can you all hear? Paul, are you coming out now? Because you're. Oh, okay. He's just talking. He's having a conversation with Brad without me there. Yeah, you would lose time between what.
I'm here now.
Said, basically.
I'm here now.
Oh, there you go. Brad, Paul is here, so you can hear Paul. But yeah, you would lose time. You would never. That's why I left foot brake. I don't take my foot off the accelerator.
Do you left foot brake even in a NASCAR?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter what I'm racing, whether it's a GP2, F1, GT3s, GT4s. Because you've got to think, right? If you're on the throttle, the time it takes you to move your foot away from the throttle onto the brake. So you want both feet poised and ready to go.
Yeah, sorry, Brad. I agree with him.
It's okay. I'm just wrong. It's fine. I'm just trying to think like.
You're not wrong. But
are there moments? So how do you avoid the moments that you're on both gas and brake? Have you never like accidentally hit both pedals at once?
No, you lift your foot up, like minimal.
You got to get used to it because like keeping your ankle lifted will hurt for a bit if you've not done it for a while, and like anything, especially if you're doing a long distance, it's going to require a bit of getting used to.
Right. I tell you what, gentlemen, while Paul's here, I will be back in 2 seconds.
1, 2. Anyway,
Very
all
funny.
right. Well, maybe this is why I came to the commentary booth. Yeah, this is why I came to the commentary booth, and that's where I'm going to leave it at that. Obviously, I was never fast in my time as a driver, and I'm still not fast in my times as a driver, but yeah, obviously, I just didn't learn how to use both feet.
Well, now you.
Thanks, Mom.
You need to practice with, right?
Yeah, something I can practice, because then I can drive faster than James in NASCAR. That would be that'd be a fun time. I would love to beat James in NASCAR sometime.
NASCAR isn't my bag.
I will forever mention the fact that James Parfit is the only European I know who is more passionate about NASCAR than people in my own hometown, and I live in the southeastern U.S.
I know somebody who loves it.
Who?
Somebody I race with.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he's a big NASCAR fan. Even the trucks, he watches it all. But I only really got into the Indy 500 the last couple of years. I thought it was quite boring. But actually, I've kind of discovered that it's really good fun. I'm not big into ovals. So
it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, but in the last few years I've really got into WEC and IMSA. I mean, I've been to Le Mans 24 a couple of times. I haven't been for quite some time, but I've done it now. I don't necessarily feel the need to go again. I think you get to see more of the race if you watch it from home. But it's a great event nevertheless.
See, you do. So I went to the Rolex this year for the first time, and I was never huge into endurance until the past few years. Specifically, like 2020 COVID is really when I got into it. Here's who's this replay of? Paul? LePetri, which is one of the drivers that correct.
Why have you got a tap there before the entry? I'll go back and take another look.
Yeah, and I don't know. I can't tell either from there. LePetri is one of the drivers that corrected how we pronounce his name too. Just for the record, YouTube chat, we got called out for several drivers that we were pronouncing their names wrong. So LePetri is one of them. All of the Bice brothers is another one of them.
James still gets that wrong.
Oh, he'll forever get it wrong. And what YouTube chat doesn't hear is that every time he says it right, Paul celebrates. So some positive reinforcement parenting style from Paul Glover to reinforce James Parfit pronunciation.
Graham Duncan's had a moment in the final corner. We've seen a lot of drivers struggle through there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's one of those that, like, the Ford corner or the Ford chicane is very challenging. Surprisingly, I thought just the pit stop itself would be challenging, but no, we've seen a lot of drivers do just that and just bump the curb. Is the curb raised a lot there?
I think it's just taking too much curb at the end of the day, because I mean, as you probably know, you can gain a lot of time if you can get that right. But we've seen this car in particular, because it's got a livery that you can't, it's very easily distinguishable, that's had a few spins like that, and it goes back to the whole thing around about time and what you were talking about and practice. And I do have to wonder how much practice they actually put in, because I've seen a lot of spins like that for that particular car.
Well, and I think a lot of it too is for some of the drivers, it's a case of they've hit this point in this wall where they're trying to gain as much as they can, and they're thinking, I'll take a little bit more curb here. I'll take a little bit more curb here. They're doing a little bit more than they can. And, watching some of the drivers as this goes, think of it as like a long-term practice session too. As it goes, they're getting more comfortable, they're getting more aggressive, they're getting more pacey. And instead of trying to be consistent, they're trying to just find ways to eke out that little bit more time so that way they can keep going. And sometimes it's just a case of hitting a little bit too much curb. And Stacy saying, if you have your car too low, the curbs can lift your tires off the ground. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So I bet that's a big hypercar problem more than it is GT3 though.
Oh yeah, I mean, even when I was last couple of days, I've been joining the practice sessions just to make sure that OBS and etc. and all my buttons are configured correctly, and I was testing the new overlay, but that's all gone. I don't know what's happened there. It's just decided it doesn't want to work anymore when we've entered the race session. So that's a shame. But I've seen quite a few cars kind of grounding out, and I guess you do want to run the cars as low as possible, which is always a topic in Formula One. But at the same time, what does that do to the car over the space of the stint? And then you've got the curbs. And to Stacey's point, if you're running the car too low, you're increasing the chance of hitting those curbs and then raising the car. So, and it's somebody touched on earlier. I think it was Ross who said, it's about trying to get the balance right, isn't it, between speed and balance, and which one do you go for?
Yeah, that's the big question I think a driver who would know a lot about that is George Angelides. And George, are you here, my friend? I see you've joined us in the booth, but are you here?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Hey, George, how are you doing, and how was your stint?
I guess it was okay. It was not anything fantastic. I had good pace. We had good pace on the car. That was great because I didn't put a lot of practice this week at all because of work stuff. So I managed to get a few hours the night before and then this morning, and that felt good. By the third stint, I was already on pace. Then we qualified, and I matched my lap time from last year, almost. I think it's 3:35, and it was a 3:34 last year. So that was a good qualifying. Yeah, and we have the pace. It's just I'm a little bit inconsistent. Made a couple of mistakes, half spins, missed braking points. That's what happens when you don't get a lot of seat time, and I don't, and my consistency is dropping, and we see the results.
Yeah, but, it still wasn't a bad run. You had plenty of pace going through, even, with the consistency. Do you think it's something that, as a driver, if you dial back 2 to 3%, you can do, or is it just something that you've got to put in the seat time to have?
The consistency, yeah, I think consistency is part of drive time. You have to sit down and keep working with the car and keep going at it. Because if you don't, then it's unfamiliar to you and it doesn't become subconsciously. So basically, you try to make it happen while you don't think about it. And the way to do it is by you just keep running and laps, and then eventually becomes second nature. In my case, what's the situation here is that because I don't have a lot of seat time, I'm slower on pace, which means that I have to push a lot to be competitive. But then because I push a lot, I kind of go into my limit, and because I don't have a lot of time, I make mistakes. So either I have to dial it back and I will be a little bit slower, or push hard and make a few mistakes. So there's a trade-off somewhere in between for me.
How much practice time do you realistically want to put in for a race like this, a 4.8 hour race? How much practice time do you wish that you had gotten to put in?
Like if you really want to be competitive up on the front, you need to be at least doing, I would say, 2 weeks of practice. So you don't want to put it all in 1 day or 2 days, because you kind of like get focused on that day and then it kind of gets off you. So you need to be just a little bit every day or every other day to be on top of it and to kind of like get into the habit and a rhythm of things. Because every time you get cold into the car or hot, then you have this transition. So I would say if you do 2 weeks, you drive about an hour a day or 2 hours a day. So you basically do a stint or 2 stints a day. I think you're going to be all right. I think that would be my target for this.
All right. Paul, you got any questions?
I'll be honest, no, because I've been focusing on checking up on a couple of audio things. George,
We lose James?
James has nipped to the for a quick break, I think. But
Yeah, I'm back now.
But George, are you surprised by your own pace for this race?
I was, yeah. Because I didn't get into the car. So I've been doing 12, 14-hour work days because I'm actually going to the real Le Mans on Monday. I'm flying. So we're actually meeting. Yeah, we're meeting actually with a couple of CMS guys. So Wouter is picking me up from Amsterdam, and then we're driving down to Le Mans.
You went last year as well, didn't you?
We did it with a couple of other guys. So now we have more people joining in. So we have the classic Cameron Barker from CMS Pro is joining us. Wouter is joining us. Then we have Ben Borman from the Historic is joining us with his dad and girlfriend. And then we have Max Putravsky also coming in for the first time. So the group is increasing. Try to get that in this year too. So because of that, work is getting a little bit hectic. Try to finish a lot of stuff because I'm working a lot on the IMSA stuff, and we have some prep to do on Watkins Glen, which is, as you know, the week after Le Mans. So basically all the time to do it is pretty much now. and it was cramming in all week. And I didn't have time. I was coming back 10 o'clock at night, completely tired. I couldn't put it. And then Friday, I said, like, it doesn't matter if I'm tired or not. That's it. So I came in on Friday. I think I did 3 stints. That's it. I didn't even like do practice run. I just went into the car and do a first stint, which was very slow, figuring stuff out, kind of getting back into the rhythm. And then the second stint was a little bit better. And then the third stint was, I was on pace pretty much where I was now. So no crashes, no spins. So that was very good. The setup is very similar from last year. We had a good car with Ross on the pro side of things. So, but I've shared it with Jason. Jason was very happy with that setup and with that car. And here we go.
Yeah, he's out in second place, just come out of the pits as we see Alexander Schultz jumping in there as well. Where do you see yourself, though, George, going into the final end of the race? I presume you're getting back in the car, right? And are you going to see yourself up the front end, do you think? Do you think you can hold on to that situation?
Yeah, well, that's the goal, right? Is for us is to win I think we may pass a couple of pro guys if they have accidents, but the level in pro in hypercar is now way higher than the AM level of things in hypercar. So it's not realistic for our time and for our level to be looking at those guys or those deltas. It was good battling in the beginning of the race with, as we see, the Mount Joy, I think, is having a spin here. So it was nice in the beginning with we had Bradley Serles behind, and then I had like Magnus and Timon Suvik, kind of a little bit of train, but quickly those guys picked up the pace, and if I tried to stay with them, I was making mistakes, so I had to just back it off. But yeah, the plan is to win AM. I have never won that race in any car or any event held after the year 2000. So I've won in historics, but I've never won in a modern car or a modern event. So I really want to win that race.
Okay, hopefully, George, you might be able to get there. We did read out your driver form that we sent out, the questionnaire that we sent out earlier on as well. Interesting the fact that you're continually finishing second place in the championships.
I knew you're gonna rub it in.
Hey, you wrote it there, George. You gave it to us to read, young sir. So you've got to be prepared. I will say one thing though, George. Did you have to count how many words you put on that form? Because it was like half a dissertation you wrote out for us.
I was trying to give you at least a good picture. I knew that you're not going to put everything on it, so it was the bullet points. But yeah, it's been tough, man. I mean, like, it's been going for how many years now? It's like 5-6 years. I finished in this 6 years of a stint in my career, 4 times in 4 big championships, second place, and I just can't win the damn thing. I just win once, like I won one. You can slip and put it's like, well, you can always look back and say, oh, that was the year I won that championship, and then you can talk and reminiscent about the other years where something else happened and you didn't, but you were close, you had good fights, but at least you've accomplished something. In this situation here, it's just, like, it's very demoralizing, and it gets to you when you see other people before you win championships and then continuing the seasons and do worse than you, and you're still in the second place. So they won a championship, then they finish a little bit more average, but you're still second before and second after, and you cannot get the win. It's just very frustrating.
But I want to ask one question. Are we going to see a Nico Rosberg 2016 championship win, and then he went on to retire? Am I looking at, if George wins a championship, you're going to go and retire and say, right, that's it, I've won?
I've thought about that. It's just cap it off.
It's been done, George. I'm just asking, is that what's coming? Are we going to see George Angelini's retirement after you win a championship?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I have thought about that. I'm guilty as charged. I have thought about it. That would be a good way to finish in the career. I don't think, I know, a lot of people are critical about me when I talk about ages and lifespans and career spans, but honestly, I don't know how some of those guys are like in their 50s and 60s and fucking still do it, and they're competitive.
Apologies for the language there, if anybody heard that
Yeah.
one as well.
But I don't see myself having, as a driver, a career longer than 6-7 years more. Like, I just don't. I don't have the time. I don't have the energy. I don't have the stamina. I really enjoy it, but it really wears me out in the long run, especially when some of those guys are getting better and better and they're more consistent. And then I get frustrated with myself that I cannot compete with those guys. And then I'm trying to do more, and then I do worse. So it's just a compounding effect. So, yeah, I don't know. Time will tell. Nothing is guaranteed in life, but that's my thought.
Well, let's see if we can get Angelina's win, and then we'll get a big video update of George handing in his retirement after winning his championship there. Stacey has just said, "Lol, George and his potty mouth" in YouTube chat. So, you know what I mean? On that one. Yeah, I know that, don't I? God blimey, I've been there a couple of times, Ross. You know what I mean? It's fairly exceeding that as well. But look, George, it's been a pleasure talking to you, as it always is. When are you back in the car?
So I think that Jason has another stint, and maybe two. We'll audibly play that by ear. So, and then I think I'm gonna jump in for the last hour and a half or something.
Right, okay, well, you'll be pleased to know Jason has just retaken the lead there, as there was a pit stop for Eric Monet. So Jason is back out in front again, George. So good luck there, buddy. Hopefully you will get this victory. And, if you do get a championship, well, I'll wait for the retirement announcement.
You still have Jerry to fight, though. He's coming back.
Yeah, that's the fear.
He's got this. Even at George's tender age of 21 times a couple, I'm sure he can make it happen.
I'm just saying it's going to be great if they can come out and be like neck and neck for the last stint of the race. It'll make for good broadcast.
I mean, it's going to be that, right? Because Jerry always somehow manages to just get the best of the situation and be there. Great competitor, but it's just, man, it makes me work so hard, and it's just, after a while, you're just completely exhausted. Running with him, and that's the fear, right? That is going to be at the last stint. I have to fight Jerry, so not only have to be fast, but then I have to have Jerry. And Jerry is the kind of driver that I call him like the driver AI. The computer that is just staying there, and that if you make a mistake, the AI is going to keep circulating and is going to just keep going another lap and another lap and another lap with mistakeless. That's who Jerry is. So I cannot make mistakes, because if I do, he's not going to make any. It's just
a Terminator.
But you got rid of them mistakes early on in the race, George. You got rid of them. We saw a couple of half pirouettes, a little bit of a half pile going on from you there as well. You didn't quite go all the way round. So surely when you get back in the car, you'll be used to it now as well. It might be daylight by the time you get back in again as well, making it easier for you. Trust me, I'm up at the Epiloche, over 40 as well, George. I know it's hard to see in the dark sometimes. But surely you can make this work. Surely you can go on and pick off the great work that Jason's done in the car, and you can bring it home in first.
Well, we hope so. For the record, though, I prefer the night. I'm a night owl, so I actually like racing at night. The morning tires me out.
We try and give him all of these advantages, Ross, and he goes and throws in that he likes the nighttime. I don't know. There's just no pleasing someone, is there, anyway? You know what I mean? Well, George, thank you so much for talking to us this. I don't know if you're staying in the booth or if you're going to vacate the booth, but it's been a pleasure having you here anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. What a great job here. I haven't been catching up on the previous races, but I think, all the way till Long Beach in NARS.
Oh, that was a good one.
Hey, that was good.
That was probably the best one I've ever done on a broadcast. That was absolutely amazing, that race. So if you haven't seen it, you should go and watch it back.
You said that for Spa, though. for Spa 64.
I mean, they were neck and neck.
They were look, let's be real. NARS was good at Long Beach. I'm not going to lie. It was a very good one, George. It was very, very close. I've got to be honest. But shh, stop telling everyone my secrets. Right. Anyway, George Angelidis, you're free to vacate the booth. Thank you very much, dear sir.
Well, now before
pleasure.
he takes off, I was going to get his quick take on checking some of these other hypercars that are running streaming sparks off the bottom of their cars. What's your opinion on that, George?
Yeah, putting the ride height very low. Yeah, it is a way to do it. You're hitting the plank and you're just hitting the floor. But you can get they do it primarily for speed, so top speed. But I saw Timon had their car very low. His car very low. But in the corners he was struggling a little bit, which you can pay the price if your bump stops are not set correctly on the corner, so you don't want to bottom out in the corners. And if you do, then you start losing downforce. If you follow a car also in a corner, then you kind of like get hosed. So yeah, I see now also Mika on the Ferrari is also putting it very low. Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely a way of doing it. You may not want to do it in real life if it's completely damaging the floor. If you get a little bit out of it to get some speed, yes. But there are other ways to break the car to get speed and stability. Dropping it to the ground is not always the answer, but it's one of the answers.
There you go. Is there anything else, Ross?
No. I just I always enjoy George's hot takes on peculiar setups, I guess you could say.
Yes. I always thought you ended up bottoming out and scrubbing speed off, but maybe I was wrong on that one.
No, if you see the car is actually not. If we see now, we're looking at Mika here, so he's not bottoming out on the straight, right? He's bottoming out when he's cornering, especially when the outside loaded. That would be a good turn right here. At turn one, they would as they're loading right here. Here you see the spark. So when it's loading the car in on the outside, the car, because it's too low and it doesn't have any support, it starts touching the ground. And when you do that too much, then you're still losing downforce. So initially you will feel that you have a great turn in till you go into the middle of the corner, the apex, and then you will lose it all, and then the car will start understeering. But because you have it so low, coming out of the corner, still you get a great acceleration and great top speed. So that's why they're doing it. So it's basically where they are focused on their setup choices. It wouldn't be something that I would do, because I like a car to be very stable and not change balance mid-corner. But that's, if you're tuned in with that and you're okay with that, I guess you can do it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much there, George, for your valuable input, as it always is, dear sir. Right, that was George Angelidis there. Joining us, Ross is back in the booth with us once more. And I believe we got Brad back as well, after Brad had to do chores on his brief little break there. Brad, are you back as well? I know that feeling. I had to go and make my own coffee because the wife was busy and all that sort of palaver that we have to do as loving husbands as we are. But I think that the race is getting to a point where we're kind of at that lull. This is kind of that Monaco Grand Prix-esque part of the circuit where you watch the first 5 laps, then you go to sleep for the next 53, and then you wake up for the last 10. This is kind of that period, isn't it? We're settling down. There's a lot of gaps spreading out. No one's really near each other on the racetrack itself, especially battling for position. You know, this is kind of the rough part, I suppose, for some of these guys.
You know, it is, but this is where I think Le Mans really shines, is even though we're kind of at this lull per se, it's still, there's still some excitement to be found. There's still some action to go. It's not all written off at this point. There's still some pockets here and there where battles are going to start to spark up and action is going to start to happen. Just kind of looking at the gaps in the track map and some different things. You know, we could very quickly have a battle with John Ulian and Michael Locke and Tom Lane that develops, just looking at their gaps. You could have some battles that develop back in the GT3s. So this is the survival portion. This is that mid-race survival bit where you're trying to set up those final stints, those final 2 stints, to be as competitive as possible, or you can go flat out. So I do think this is where some drivers are really starting to roll the pace back, and they're starting to, you know, go slower for the sake of making it to the end.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Ross, in regards to your team here, we've got Robert sitting in 5th in class at the moment. Do you think you can move forward a little bit more?
Well, it kind of remains to be seen. I mean, we're kind of holding steady here. Those guys have basically gotten the pace that they're going to get. So I think it just like around that 4-minute mark is going to be where it's at. So right now we're looking at the guys in front of us and just keeping an eye on what they're doing in terms of track cuts, because if they have to serve a penalty, that'll bring them right back in striking distance. And if they have any mistakes, I mean, like you were saying, this is kind of that lull period, and it's that false sense of security that catches people out at the most critical times, because you're still in a very high stakes race. It's very intense in different areas, and if you've been kind of, you know, hanging back and Netflix and chill for a while, and then you come up on Indianapolis and you've got GT traffic to deal with, suddenly you're moving hands quick, and if you're not on it, it can lead to disaster instantly. So we're just keeping an eye out for that, making sure that we're staying on top of our pace, we're staying on top of any mistakes, just minimizing any kind of, you know, overruns for the corner, just managing the car, and that way we can be at the end and capitalize on anybody else's issues.
Well, that's the hopeful plan. We've got Michael Locke closing in now. We've got John Uyan in the car. John is obviously taking over from Mr. Kirby in that CMS Pro. So John Uyan there with Michael Locke closing in on him. So yeah, great little battles developing now in and around that 2nd place. Ross, what do you generally think about while you're driving? You know, I know you're trying to think of breaking points, but I end up going off thinking about what I'm going to have for dinner, or whether or not the missus is going to, you know, kill me for some bizarre reason, or something. You know what I mean? I end up doing something that's random. How do you keep your brain in check? Because maybe it's just my age, but I just can't concentrate for that long period of time.
Well, that comes down to individuals as drivers, and you just have to remind yourself that you're in the office, that you're working right now. I mean, just like you guys are, just like Paul is. Paul's working extra hard. I mean, he's probably working harder than some of the drivers out there right now, just keeping up with everything. So, I mean, he's keeping busy, and everyone else.
Bro, man, he's only got to talk for 5 minutes. Other than that, he's got to sit there and press buttons.
See, but I'm just saying,
Jesus.
All these, if you're in the car, if you know, whatever screen you're behind, you got to pay attention. You got to stay on top of it and remind yourself what you're doing, and or otherwise you start losing up. And it doesn't even have to be a crash in the wall. It can be simple stuff like that, where you just run the car out wide and you start using up your tires more. You heat them up, and suddenly your entire sector is off kilter. And then, you know, maybe it starts eating into confidence. You can't let yourself slip at all. You can't just start beating yourself up or thinking, oh man, I'm never going to catch them, or like you said, what's happening for dinner, or anything else that happens to be flitting across your mind. You just have to focus. Okay, what is the next corner? Hit this, and that just comes down to driver discipline. You got to stay on top of it, and that's how you stay fast.
Now let's see how this goes. There's been a couple of off tracks here. Johnny Gutierrez has run a little bit wide. That's really nothing major to sort out. Jason Whiteheld has had also another moment, but I think he's run a little bit wide. I'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, nothing major with Jason Whitehead. Robert Strachan in the 26.296 GT3 has not just run a little bit wide on that one. And then Eric Monet has had a moment once again, but again, nothing really major developing from Eric Monet, as him and Graham Duncan
But that's just like you were saying. I mean, it's those little things happening there. I mean, Whited, Moynet, as George was talking, that's going to be the top of the chain right there with George and Chen coming to the end. This is the time where you set up for those kinds of battles, so they got to be on top of it.
Yeah, I think George and Jerry, they kind of need to be. I think George has got to have faith in himself. I think that's a lot of the problems. He talks down to himself more than he gives himself credit for what he does, and I think that's the hard scenario to hear sometimes from George, because he needs to big himself up more, doesn't he? As we're going to have a replay, I believe, on our screen once again. That is Gilles Lalonde Marazzi, and that's a hypercar on the outside. Is that Benjamin?
Oh no! No, it's. It looks like Jason Whited in the Acura.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
Yeah, man, that was close. Fortunately, he only just caught that signboard and it didn't do any more. That again, going right back to it. So he was pulling away from Moynet, and that slowed him down. And you're not going to get a whole lot of damage off of that kind of thing, but certainly worked the tires. He heated them up. I mean, you got to manage those tire temperatures, because that's what's going to give you the longevity and keep that wear down.
We'll tell you now, yeah, Jason Whitehead only just scraped the wall. He almost got away with it, but his correction put him into the wall there. And unfortunately, it looks like Graham Duncan has had a moment as well. He just kind of stopped. Well, he just does I don't even know what it is, but he just kind of stopped on corner entry for Graham going into the right-hander of Arnage. It was but very bizarre. But this was the Jason Whitehead. So you see, he gets a knock, and then we hit the grass. Then he manages to hold it, but then he his overcorrection there puts him into the wall. So
great car control.
Yeah, but he did an amazing job managing to hold on to it there. So great one from him, and great move all in all to try and save that car there, Brad. I think on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's good car control, but is that a case of a hypercar just going for a pass in a zone where you really shouldn't? Or
the problem is you're going to see the same thing almost as well. If you go back to the Gutierrez Marazzi battle with Graham Duncan in the hypercar, you're almost going to see it again, because Duncan almost went to go around the outside of Tetra Rouge. Now, Marazzi's moved over to get out the Duncan's way and has nearly put Gutierrez here. But we've got Tom Lane on our screen as he's battling away with Michael Locke. So they're having a great battle. But Gutierrez and Marazzi are running side by side at the moment. And Marazzi there Gutierrez has got through. So Gutierrez has got through on Marazzi. But Michael Locke still can't relinquish Tom Lane at the moment there, Ross, as well. You know, he feels like a little bit of a rabbit chased down by the fox here, does Michael Locke, as he's got Tom Lane coming after him.
Yeah, and we get a replay here going.
Graham Duncan, he just stops, look. So weird.
That is, I mean, he might have just started losing it and just locked it up. It is a slow corner. It's the slowest corner on the track. So, I mean, he just he just threw anchor and said, nope, let's reset the button on this one. But I think he's right on that one. Sorry, I'm just going back and watching that incident again. Regarding the touch there of what Bradley was talking about with Jason Whitehead and I guess that was Gilles Lalonde in the Mustang. It's kind of like just going for the same real estate where Gilles was kind of wide at that corner, and it looked like Jason was cleared there. Another one of it with Gilles, so this with Dunky.
Yeah, you can see him in a minute. Watch the move after this. Watch the move here from Marazzi. That's well sort of to the borderline, you know, quite aggressive. Yeah, they did. Both of them did manage to get away with it, so that's great. But Michael Locke has lost that place to Tom Lane. Tom Lane has got through, so yeah, and that's on the run down into Mulsanne corner, the right-hander. So that was a draft-assisted overtake there from Tom Lane. These guys opening up some gaps. This is the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment as these guys race down from Mulsanne corner down into Indianapolis and Arnage. Tom Lane flashes. Michael Locke says, off you go, son. Thank you very much. You can take that position. I'll come back at you a little bit further on as these guys still coming into Indianapolis. The left-hander now and then the right-hander of Arnage just up the road. You can see it just in the distance. That's John Uyan further in front as well as these two are closing down on John there, Brad. John's going to have to kind of get up the post a little bit.
Hey, he's going to have to do something here. We have a replay of Oliver Newman, who's still struggling through Ford Corner. As we watch through here, we're starting to get to that point where I think drivers are starting to feel more energized. We're about to hit the 2 hour to go mark, and I think that's where we're going to start seeing some of the guys wind the cars back up as it goes. And I've been kind of watching some of the drivers chat and YouTube chat that ran their first stints and are out of the car here. So we see just a complete miss of the brakes there. That's probably not how you want to do that, Filippo Marazzi. That was rough, but thankfully didn't take anyone out, do anything crazy through the chicane. But yeah, back on track of the brain thought here. I'm watching some of the drivers talk about lap times, and they were mentioning, nobody's really been below 3:30, with the exception of Oliver Newman, who has a 3:29.4 as the fastest lap.
He's definitely a big swift hit. He goes round on the right-hander of Mulsanne corner. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is Oliver Newman in the car now. So Oliver has taken over the car from Robin, and that is down at Mulsanne corner. He gets it a little bit wrong, but Oliver Newman there having a bit of a rough time since he's come into the car. We are getting sunrise here in France. It's starting to come up here, Russ. Sun's on its way. It's going to be an interesting one now.
Yeah, they've gotten through the night, and you kind of get this little feeling of jubilation as a driver, like, we finally made it. The car's still running. I don't think we've had any DNFs so far. I've been back and forth, but you do feel good, like you've made it through the night, and now it's kind of like, okay, we're in the home stretch. We just got to make it through. I mean, I say home stretch. It's still 2 hours to go. It's a big chunk of the race, a little less than half. So they just got to stay tight now, stay focused.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye out and seeing how these guys get on. We might have a couple of people in for a chat. George is in there with Alec. I'm not quite sure if they're both looking to come in together, or I'm just going to leave them there, I think, for a minute until they tell me otherwise on that one. So coming into that part of the evening, Oliver Newman has making his way back through. Michael Locke and Tom Lane still side by side, not far back there. Tom's now behind Michael once more as they come down the first part here around Indian. They're going down into the right-hander, so that should be Mulsanne corner. But that's Newman, Uyan, Philip Marazzi's in the middle as well. This is where their cars come back once again here, Brad, as they all start coming back together towards the end of the race.
Yeah, the late night lull is over, and this is where we're going to start seeing some of the action come around again. This is where we're going to start seeing some of the fun really hit, and we're going to start to have things move through. So I'm going to tell you right now to keep your eyes on the action as it goes here, as Lane and Locke are going to start to reel back in. I would expect David Junt and Takanashi to start battling there in the LMGT3s. We're going to have a lot of battles that start on very, very quickly, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We've got all these people coming back together. There's a lot of things that we've got happening, and we're going to start seeing cars come back towards each other. And I think overall it could be quite an interesting evening for the rest of the next 2 hours and 7 minutes. Now we've got the perfect physical and mental specimen, aka the best GT3 passist has joined us in the booth here as Michael Lock and Tom Lane do end up battling away with Johnny Gutierrez. As we just get this replay out of the way, guys, and then we'll have a chat. That's Benjamin Porteous Heath, unfortunately, who's still glitching all over the place. It does look like something's going on. But Michael Lock and Tom Lane, now let's have a chat with the perfect specimen himself here, one Mr. Mike Bell. Mike, welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad that made it in. That's been a running joke of the MNRL for a couple of weeks, and I'm very glad it got referenced. But yeah, no, it's been going all right so far.
Yeah, not too bad out there. Dan's out in front at the moment doing a stellar job. You were a little bit feisty at the beginning there, Mike. You kind of had a send on the first chicane, didn't you?
Yeah. There's well, I've been racing these for a little while, and I know if you let someone like Dan Kirby run their own race, then they're going to be very difficult to beat. So I thought, how's the best way I can influence that in a positive way for us? And that was just try and get the lead early. So I went for it, and yeah, it paid off all right. He got me back on the straight. I got him back on the straight. He got me back again, and it was all back and forth. Pretty high pressure stuff, and yeah, then he made a mistake, and from that point I was thinking, okay, this might go okay, and then I got caught by Ben Kesby, and yeah, and then I had a few spins whilst not being able to manage my brake bias quite right, which was quite frustrating for me. Obviously, I'm sure it will be for them as well. But yeah, we've been nursing some damage ever since. But honestly, the car's in Dan's hands now, and I don't think there's a better pair of hands to have our fate in the race resting within for the last 2 hours.
Are you getting back in the car, Mike, or not?
I mean, I'm available, but the plan is not. I've done my mandate drive time, we think. We'll have to check that now. I bring it back up, but yeah, the plan was we did have a little look, and we thought, okay, most of the cars will be starting their fast guy, and whilst me and Dan can be similar on pace, Dan is just a better driver than me. So we was thinking, if I get the start done, do up until past my minimum, and then just hand it over to Dan. In theory, it would be like an offset strategy, wouldn't it? You have your slower guy starting the race and your fast guy doing the bulk of it, rather than the fast guy starting and doing the bulk and the slower guy ending. So we tried to play that card, and I think it went okay. I hope so, anyway.
Well, you're out in front in a minute, but I have got to ask you, when we asked you, was there anything else that we should know on the form? Tell us about a duck.
Oh, right. So, yes. Once again, this has been running for quite a while, but the design team at the Mike Offerman Design House that has been creating not just our liveries, but also the Rookie Monsters Peugeot, the Joy Acura. We've been having a wonder. It's like, oh, what should we do for a logo? And I thought, well, I'll draw something, because hand drawing is fun, and I'm not very good at it. So it's a good chance to sit back and be like, yes, I've created this. It's rubbish, but let's embrace it. And of course, then we stumbled onto the antidophobia, which is the fear that somewhere a duck is always watching you. And so whenever we're driving now, somewhere on the car there's a duck hidden. And if you guys haven't found it yet, I challenge you to seek it out.
I've never heard of that as a phobia. I have to be honest, that's
As
not...
the first time for everything? You've heard of it now?
Well, I have heard of it, yeah. Now, you've had me hunting your car, and I cannot physically see. Maybe it might be the fact that the cameras can't get to certain places where I would like it to be. But yeah, we'll keep having a look and seeing on whether or not there's a duck on your car, which I find a very interesting concept there, Mike.
I can confirm it is there. However, it took me a little while to actually find it because the cars were made by someone who wasn't me, and they refused to let me have a preview. They just said, "Here it is, it's done. Find the duck." And obviously, I've got to say they do look pretty good. You know, the Tony's done a fantastic job on them, and the duck's well hidden away.
Yeah, it definitely is, as I cannot physically find it on that one. So, you know what I mean, Mike, and we look forward to it. Do you think you're going to come away with the victory, Mike?
Obviously, you can never tell until the end of a Le Mans race. It's multi-class, there's so many moving parts. I feel like we have a good shot. We're currently offset on our tire strategy. We're offset on our driver strategy, as I've previously said. So theoretically, if we're maintaining the gap this stint, hopefully Dan will be able to pull some next stint, and that we think will serve us well, but obviously too soon to say. I've been trying to win a hypercar race here at CMS for over a year now, and haven't managed it. So maybe this is the time. And I mean, hey, it's Le Mans. What better time than that?
Front left wheel arch, a green one.
Yeah, that is it. See, it's always watching.
Yes, it definitely is. It's something I've never heard of there. But Mike, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth. Let's hope that we can get you back in the car maybe towards the end. But ladies and gentlemen, that gives you the perfect physical and mental specimen, aka the best GT3 passist in the booth with us. Mike, thank you so much there, bud. As you're not getting back in the car, mate, anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to obviously shout out Tony McCofferman for making deliveries. I do also want to throw a bit of spotlight onto Benjamin Porteous Heath for the Mike-Bell Motorsport Hypercar team. Unfortunately, he's had to be doing this race solo after a late, let's call it a series of events that happened a bit too late to be able to sort anything out. So credit to Ben. Obviously, he's still going. He's going to go all the way to the end, and I think he's on for a class podium last I saw. So, you know, fair dues, and we'll see how he gets on in the rest of the race.
Awesome stuff. Well, Mike, thank you so much there, buddy, and look forward to catching up with you soon, no doubt. Enjoy the duck.
Thanks. Enjoy the race.
Take care. Well, there you go, Brad. It did take some hunting, but if it's on the front left wheel arch of that machine. For Dan Herlock's car, there is a little green duck going on, but there's been a couple of off tracks in the meantime. Benjamin Porteous Heath has taken a diver coming off the track as well. That's coming out of Indianapolis into NARS. He just went into the gravel. Then we've got Eduardo Benica is back. Oh no, it's not. It's Vasilios Kataranakis still in that Aston Martin GT3. He got the chicane run down the Mulsanne and ran over the grass. So there you go, Brad. We're getting to the end, and well, say getting to the end. We're not getting to the end really, but we've still got quite a way to go. But hopefully, some of these guys should make it to the end of this race.
Yeah, I feel like we're at this point now where really it is the goal to make it to the end. As we have an Aston Martin having a little bit of a off-track excursion there. Aston Martin, of course, makes some of the best gravel scrapers on the planet. And if you're a Formula One fan, you know that those things come apart in a million pieces. So, with that being said, Aston Martin GT3 cars are much better than their F1 counterparts. That's where it stands. We're at the point now where, you know, there's still plenty of time, James, so I still think the drivers are going to hold back a little bit, but we're going to start to see people get a bit more antsy. We're going to start to see people push a bit more. We're going to start to see people kind of hit the point where it's like, you know what? I need to start getting a move on now. I need to start moving forward. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm kind of excited to see how things end up here, and I really want to see if John Uyen can close that 15-second gap he's currently got to Dan Herlock.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to, and that isn't in disrespect there to John. Last lap time, saying that though, mind you, John was 1.3 seconds quicker than Dan last time around. So I suppose there's an opportunity, but it depends on how long Dan can hang on to this car. It's 14.6 seconds. We've got Jason Whitehead in the car, which as we are made aware, that could be a swap over to Mr. George Angelidis, who has still got his arch rival nemesis, Mr. Jerry Chen, left to get into their car. So this could be an interesting one as John Mayer, Eric Monet and Jerry Chen. So Whitehead is still out, I believe. I thought George was getting in, or am I?
George is right here.
Oh, are you not getting in the car, George?
I am in potentially 30 to 40 minutes, so maybe less. So.
Oh, okay, because Ross told us that you were getting in the car in about 20.
That was predicted, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, had a
Things
change of
change.
strategy. Yeah, of course they do. Herlock and Uyan into the pits together. So Dan Herlock and John Uyan going into the pits together there. So Whitehead has come out literally 2.8 seconds away from Eric Monet. And of course, if these two guys go into the next pit stop in the same order, it could be a George Angelidis, Jerry Chen fight to the end. Can George beat his rival? Well, that's going to be an interesting one for you there, George, as well, just to hype you up a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to say anything about this track and this race because I've been here too many times to count. 2022, we were there with Stewart, and then he had an incident on the second chicane, and we lost the lead with an hour and a half to go. Yeah, we've been there before with James Foster when I made a mistake to try to avoid an accident and then tapped the wall, and we gave the lead with 2 hours to go. So
Wasn't that last season?
No, that was 3 seasons ago.
Oh, did something happen last season?
Last season, that was with Ross. We were there for a pod. Yeah, that was the Patron car. We were going for a podium, and everything was going according to plan. And then Matt Booth coming out of the Porsche curve there.
Yeah.
He had an incident, swapped ends, and then I was out. I was off track, and he actually followed me all the way to off track. So
Yes, I knew there was something good going on here as well. George, I'm gonna say something to you, sir, right, as well, and I think you should take it on board, George. You don't like giving yourself credit for the achievements that you achieve, and I think that you should have more confidence in your ability, Mr. Angelidis, because you have got the pace. If we can get consistency, I think we can, get you out there and get you the win, George. But you have to believe in yourself, sir.
did you have a Ross session powwow? Because it's just Ross, Matt, and John are the ones that they keep telling me about that stuff. And
No, I never.
well,
No,
it's hard to believe in yourself when you don't see the results coming, right? So you start.
I get that, but you need to go in and think it's just a race. It's not. I'm not going to affect world peace by winning at Le Mans. You've got a race. You're just going to go out and do what you do every other day. Well, he's not, is he? Come on, Ross.
Win Le Mans and see what kind of inner peace you find. It does feel pretty good.
Oh yeah, but he's not going to get world peace out of it, is he? You know what I mean? Let's get realistic. But
Depends on I don't know. Sometimes it's pretty good.
It's in my soul.
Yeah, it might be in George's world he might get peace, but you know what I mean? But let's be realistic. You just got to have confidence in yourself, George. You really do. You got to, just do what you do and forget everything that's happened so far.
Oh, pass for position. I think that was is that Paul and Donkey there that are going back?
Yeah, I believe that is the hypercar.
Or I guess it's Good Life.
Yeah, Luke Goodlife and Graham Duncan. I can also tell you now, Eduardo Bonica and Adrian Rice are having a nice little ding-dong down in the GT3s. They're actually about 2 tenths apart, as Adrian Rice is just in front, as if by magic. There you go, they're on our screen. Adrian Rice holding that car as well. I believe he's only just got into the car, if I'm not mistaken. As I frantically... No, I've got him down as solo. He's not been solo today. Ross, is he?
Who, Rice? Rice is solo. Boninka is coming back in for Bacillus.
Yes. Paninka's back in for Katarinakis, and Rice has been solo. First time we probably picked him up there. So let's see how these guys get on
And
once
Jerry
more.
Chen went into the switch from Eric, so Jerry's going to the end now. Basically a long triple stint, I think he's going to go for.
What did Jason say about that incident with Gilles? Do you have any?
Yeah, he said it kind of weird because he thought that he got tapped from behind, but there was no damage from behind. So it's just the car yawed a little bit. We were going too hot on the tires, and kind of tapped that curb there, and it was weird. But no damages or incidents on the car, so that's great.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out. I believe that's Benjamin Portier-Steve still having his moments in the car. Such a weird behaviour in that car. He's still doing it there as well. Look. So bizarre movements. I don't know what is going on.
I have to believe that's because of the way that his controller is set up. And so when he lost his pedals, he had to reset it. And it recalibrated his extremes. So the tiny, like you turn the wheel just 2 degrees and it says, 100% to the right or left? Sure, let's do it.
Oh, did she lose controller?
I think
that's
so,
what
yeah.
we think. Yeah, that's what we think has happened now. Unfortunately for him, we've got Timon Suvic has retaken over the car from Alexander Schultz. Wouter de Bruin has also got in the car as well. So Wouter has overtaken that car. Oh my God, who has Wouter de Bruin? Oh, Bradley Sellers. So Wouter is in the car there. And Sarama, I think that's how you say his name, has also overtaken the car from Michael Locke. So there's a few changes going on once more. And Becky Ely is in the car, overtaken from Mr. Takanashi there. So great job from them. Becky has asked if we can read out her piece that she put onto the form. Aim for this round for the Ferrari to sail off into the sunset and never to be seen again, apparently, on that one. Thoughts on the track is fine, not as interested as most others. I like Brie baguettes, they're French, apparently. Any rivalries? She said cheese, I love it, but it hates me. And then anything else we should know, and she's put pancakes are my favourite food, both sweet and savoury. That was Adrian Rice and Eduardo Boninka having moments there on the main screen. So Becky's form is very much food driven there, Brad. Kind of makes you hungry, just wanted to talk to her.
Yeah, honestly, and I mean if food is the motivation, it's the motivation. I think it works. I'm not gonna lie. So if it's what gets you to the end of a race and gets you motivated to keep going, then it's what gets you to the end of the race and gets you motivated to keep going. I'm not judging, not saying a word. We're back in the daytime, James. Things are getting going again. I see hypercars are starting to make pit stops again as well. So
there's a car stopped on the left-hand side. That is Gant. Is it Gant that's taken over the car?
Yeah.
That is Brandon Gant. Oh,
yeah, in the 296.
no, it's Stephen Miller.
No, that car is Steven's car.
Yeah, Stephen
Oh, they're not
Miller.
sharing. Oh, yeah, because he's in the yeah, it is Miller.
He just
Correct.
stopped on the left-hand side there, did Stephen Miller. So I presume he's just
And
got
that
in
was
the
from
car.
the lead, right?
Yeah, from Josh LePetri. So unfortunately, whatever went on there with Stephen was cost him big stars. He's just sat down. George, tell us about what we got before we let you go in about 10 minutes before you got to get in the car. So what's the situation with the mods going on at the moment in RF2?
We are starting much earlier this time or this year than last year because we were on the timer on the clock last year, and that was not appreciated by our testing team, and obviously the last minute changes we had to do on BOP and resorting some of the cars. So the historic mod that I'm pretty sure Ross has disclosed everything about it to you, is going well.
He did tell me that he did actually tell me the year, George, but we were just waiting for you to confirm the year to us. That was it.
I am not biting that.
That's exactly what he said. Exactly what he said you would say. But he said apparently just keep saying to him, "I have already told you, James." And I said, "All right, Ross, I'll tell him and see if and let him confirm it." So if you want to confirm it to me, George, you're more than welcome.
No, so I'm not gonna say the year, but obviously it's a 19 something, which it takes out 24 years out. So yeah, from 1952, which is when the World Championship started, to 2000, well, 99. I will give you that. It's not a 2000 season. So there you go. You have 48 years to work out with.
Wonderful.
Exactly. So I narrowed it down for you. So that's good. And yeah, we have started on that front already. Well, cars are getting along. We just started, I think, about a week or 2 weeks ago, our alpha phase. Then we're going to be throwing them around beta at some point these end of June, beginning of July, and then we're going to be moving on to the 2025 pack.
Nice. Sorry, I was just having a look and seeing who that was. Was that Magnus Dahlgren running off
Yes.
the side of the circuit there as well? I can tell you now, Benica and Walker have just swapped places as they're still continuing in the fight. That was the top three in GT3 Pro. Walker's just gone into the pits, but they had swapped beforehand, so Walker should come out in front. So when do we get a preview of the new season? What are you gonna give it anything, or are you never gonna tell me and let me find out when the video gets released like last season?
That is not my domain about how the release of the mod is. That is going through the through Ross. Yeah, so Ross is doing the marketing stuff, which he's going to be the one releasing it. I'm pretty sure that he has the contacts about who gets it first and notified.
You can tell
I don't
me.
know. Yeah, I think all of you guys actually knew. Somehow James was the last person to know about it.
I'm always the last person. They don't ever tell me, George. That's the problem. Like, Paul got the video via DM for last season. It didn't even go in chat where we normally talk. Luke Goodlife
But Bradley also knew about. Oh, we have Look Good Life slow.
Yeah, just stopped. Just literally stopped. He didn't do anything. It just literally come to a sudden stop. Maybe he's run out of fuel for Luke Goodlife.
That would be terrible.
That could be a possibility, as he's not even going to make it. Is he going to make it? Nope. He's still plodding along, is Luke. So we'll keep an eye on him as he goes and sees what he gets up to. Not entirely sure, but he's in the pits. So there you go. Yeah, so basically, George, Ross told Paul via the video, and I didn't have a clue. And I believe, Bradley, you didn't know either, did you?
No, he did.
Did you know last
I wasn't
season?
around last season.
No,
so...
I was going to say no, and then I didn't get told until the video come out.
I did tell Brad.
Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Just a few things on the race here, guys. That with Luke dropping down and Benjamin having the issues in Hypercar AM, that has elevated Tom Mountjoy and Duncombe into third place. So those hardtail sim junkies are going for a potential podium in class, while they were struggling on pace. I think earlier on they were about 2-4 seconds off the lead pace from us. So they're just keeping it out without a problem.
Yeah, great job done by them guys. Well, David John in the pits. That does mean Becky Ely is out and has got the opportunity. I think she's too far back as she's wiggling her way through Porsche curves, coming into Corvette there before she goes down into Ford. David John's on his way out, and Becky is just coming into the Ford chicane. So I think it's going to be a missed opportunity for Becky Ely on that one. She did have a little bit of a moment earlier on and ended up running through one of the corners. Did not make it out on track, but she comes around the start-finish line. We'll give that a minute to settle and see what sort of time that she is behind David Junt. So that's still a battle materialising here, and hopefully we will see how it goes on. Herlock still out in the lead with Johnny Yan in second by about 11 seconds. Tom Lane in third currently at the moment. Whitehead and Chen are out. Jerry Chen is 93 seconds back, but there is a pit stop coming very, very shortly. George, that you are getting into the car, is that correct?
That is correct. So we're coming in, and I'm going to try to finish it off.
Okay, well, good luck, George. Go and get yourself mentally prepared. Get a mirror.
I am.
And tell yourself how amazing you are. And, come on, George. Big it up. Big it up.
The picture of Jerry Chen is coming into my mind right now.
Well,
No mistakes.
yeah, come on, George. You've got this there as well. So we'll let George go. So thank you so much for joining us, George. And good luck getting back in that car, buddy.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's pop George up in the... God, Ross, he's so not confident in his own ability, isn't he?
No, I understand his position though, because George is somebody who really likes to prepare for an event. And it's true for anything he does. He likes to lay everything out. He likes to plan and get it exactly in place and have that script right there and ready to go and rehearse it many, many, many times. That's where he's very strong, because he can lay that foundation. He can plan exceptionally well. And even though he might not have like the raw outright talent and pace of some of these top guys, he can play with them because he's done all of that groundwork and understood all the different situations, all the scenarios that can come up, and he's built up for that. So he's punching above his weight because he puts in that brain power and the back end to it, so that way he can just go after these guys who are just able to be up on the wheel no matter what. So that's where he's strong, and when he doesn't get that time to prepare that way, you take his strengths away. And so that's where, I mean, he's just being a realist in terms of understanding his own limits. And like, yeah, he can pull it out in certain situations. I have confidence, and right now he's got a really good, almost 100-second lead over Jerry Chen, who, I mean, he's clawing that down a little bit, but as soon as he's in there, I mean, that'll close down. It'll be around a minute or so, and then he's just got to stay strong and come to the end, which I think he could do.
Wooer de Bruin in that 9X8. I don't know if we're going to be able to pick it up, but boy, oh boy, did he just have a moment. He literally went off, made a mistake in Indianapolis. Mike Bice has also been off the side of the circuit a couple of times there. But I can tell you one thing, Wooer de Bruin nearly just wiped out two cars in that 9X8. Going down, it's actually in Mulsanne Corner. If we watch it here, he ends up going round in a 9X8, then drives forward and just misses. Oh, that was, I believe that might have been Becky Ely. He does manage to get back. That is Mulsanne Corner, and he does manage to get it back underway. But boy, oh boy, I bet there was a brown pants moment for Becky Ely on that one as well. We've got Alex King lurking in the waiting room. Let's bring Alec in. He's been in there for quite a while. Let's see if he wants to have a chat or he's just sitting there looking pretty. Mr. King, welcome in. How are you?
How's it going, guys? How are you guys doing?
I'm very well, mate, apart from a very big Wooter de Bruin moment. This is Mike Boost. He's going to go and rear end that car and just take it straight off the sides there. Bice, sorry, again. So, yeah, Alec, how are you doing?
Doing good. Just been enjoying the racing today. Sadly, couldn't make it out there due to some IRL responsibilities, but just been enjoying watching the race. We've had it on all morning here at the shop and at the house, so it's been a good day so far.
Did the wife tell you weren't allowed?
Yeah. Well, so I came down and she said, "I can't believe you're watching fake racing," and I was like, "The cars may be fake, and the track may be fake, but the people are real and the racing is real." And then she just laughed at me.
and then said, "I hope to not see you in the car anyway."
Yeah, she told me no more sim today, and I told her, well, I'd like to continue to be on the sim because I like to be a pretend race car driver sometimes.
Yeah, but you've also got to remember that you want to sleep in the bed for the next probably 50 years of your life, dear sir. So you got to weigh it up there, bud. You got to weigh it up.
Well, see, what I did was to try and make it easier is I actually bought her a sim so she could do it with me, and she's enjoying it as well. But yeah, she definitely gets to the point when she says when you sit there for 4 hours at a screen driving, it just starts to feel boring. I was like, yeah, no, it's always fun.
Yeah, but that's why you're supposed to swap over, aren't you? We could have had a king team, you know what I mean? You and the wife. That would have been an interesting one, wouldn't it? Is she as good as you?
No, she's getting there. She's actually gotten a lot better. At first, it was all I want to do is go wide open and not brake for anything. But now she actually is getting better. We actually did a fun race just this past week with just a couple friends offline at the Nürburgring, and she had a good time with it and actually drove pretty well. So she's getting better. She's been practicing. She may actually be joining us in the Thursday series either later this year or next year. So we're trying to work on that. So she's been having fun with it. So who knows? Maybe next year I can try and get her in, and her and I can do a team up for Le Mans.
All right, did you say you put her at Nords? Was it Nords you put her at, or was it the
Yes.
Nürburgring track?
Full Nords.
So you put
Full
her on
24-hour circuit.
So 174 corners that poor young wife has got to deal with.
Yeah, so what we did is so I actually put together a Nürburgring 24-hour AI grid with 103 cars, and then put her out there with that. So yeah, let's just say it was a little bit of a shit show, but excuse my language. But she actually did very, very well, very, very well. So we were very happy with her.
What is it with these commentators? George come in and swore. You've come in and swore. Blimey, Nora. We're family friendly here as well.
Wait. Are you still sleeping in the bed after that?
I am, yes. Sadly, well, not sadly. Good thing she hasn't kicked me out yet. But yeah, no, she did very well, and so she's been having a good time. Her and actually one of her other girlfriends who has been driving with us. She convinced her to get a sim, and they've been playing together. So the plan for next year is that if they continue to get better and continue to grow, we have the Shade Tree Motorsports team, which is my team that Ross and my roommate Josh was a part of, but sadly he had some IRL complications, so he hasn't been able to run all the races. But we would like to get her in there with her friend and then do the Shady Dames team, kind of like an Iron Dames remake, and have them two be teammates for the Thursday series next year.
Right. Well.
Legend.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing that one and how that one goes on. That one. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have a run through of a driver profile for this brief next 5 minutes or so. We'll have a little see into the life of one Mr. Jerry Chen, who is in the car here as well. Jerry was asked what was the aim for this round. He said was have fun with my teammates and not die repeatedly at Indianapolis corner in a pile of smoking carbon fiber. So there you go. Thoughts on the track? It was I love Le Mans. Some people say they get bored, but I think this is one of the most challenging tracks in racing, both from setup perspective and from a driving perspective. So many hard braking zones into slow second gear corners, combined with some of the fastest high speed, high downforce corners in WEC. Nailing Porsche curves all the way through. Corvette curve and new Maison Blanche perfectly in a high downforce car is satisfying. Does any rivalries? Well, as we know earlier on, we touched on the fact that he did say does my own dumbass count, and he's well, I suppose it could. But his main rival on track would be, funny enough, one Mr. George Angelidis. We seem to end up racing each other a lot in everything we race. Doesn't matter if it's Trans Am, GTEs, Hypercars, or Reliant Robins. Our pace is pretty similar, as we always end up racing each other. Anything else he should know? Well, Jerry there, he is a lifelong Porsche fanatic. Ever since he was 6 years old, and he saw a picture of the 959 in his brother's car magazine. So Jerry Chen there doing a great job. However, he did nearly just have an incident with Eduardo Bonica and nearly ended up off the side of the circuit. So great job from there. There's a lot of people on this form, guys, that we have sent out to the drivers. It's been very interesting, some of the responses that we've got. David Jean, any rivalries, we asked him, and he said, I don't think I've made any yet, although being in contention for the title, I guess Dark Thunder's JT Tammy. So we'll keep an eye out for David Jean to see how he's going to be able to get on that one. Eduardo Bonica was another man, and he was asked, does he like Le Mans? Fast corners and the challenge Tetrarucha Porsche curves after the latest BOP. The Aston is even more understeery on fast corner setups. Was important to be competitive. So he's been out there obviously struggling in that Aston Martin, and he said he's got no rivalries as Eduardo. Apparently he's all good. It was just whoever was in front of him. And there has been a lot more that we will run through over the next hour and 33 minutes. So great job from everybody, and massive thanks for them all getting involved and giving us some input into themselves and into what makes them special. I do love Jaime Zalecki, though, who anything that we should know, and he's put, I am 60 years old, Brad.
60 years old and running in sim racing. I respect it.
May I commentate on a gentleman by the name of Alan Toon, who's 72 this year and still going?
Man, I hope I'm still doing this when I'm up in my 60s and 70s. Really, really hope so.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with you.
Oh, we lost to one Mr. James Parfit.
James has left the chat.
Well, and when James is away, the Alec, Brad, and Paul Glover will play. So,
We will indeed, yes. I'll
Yes,
come
we
back
will.
on stream momentarily until he.
I
until he returns.
wonder what happened there. So we'll pull in Mr. Paul Glover. But Alec, you're not racing today, but I gotta ask, how's you said you've watched the whole stream. How's the race been for you? Kind of just watching and enjoying in the background.
Race has been good. It's definitely been very interesting. The strategy playing out has been a big thing. The hypercars have. It's been really interesting seeing how the fuel strategy is played out. You can see some people are saving, some people aren't. So there's really been a mix at the top every now and again. So someone pulls a lead, then they pit, then someone else comes in. So that's been really interesting. The craziness at the start with Mike. Mike drove like a madman, which was awesome to see. But no, and then the GT battle as well. GT3 is always one of our most competitive classes in both series on the Thursday and Saturday series. So seeing them run so tightly, so close together, it's just been really interesting. So I will say that this wins Ferrari. I believe, I think it's Jamie Zalecki and Ross in them, and this wins Ferrari is probably my favorite livery of this entire event. I love the old school throwback. So it's been really cool to see everyone's come out, done some really cool liveries, some one-off stuff for Le Mans. But all in all, this race has been really awesome. So I'm a little bummed out I wasn't able to make it this year. Hopefully next year I can put a car on the grid. But no, it's just always a great track. This track is so iconic, so famous. So to see us be able to do it in our series and in the sim is pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to touch on lap times really quick going through, because I just noticed that Dan Herlock has recently put in a 328.4. So I think Dan Herlock, wow, I can't talk after 3 hours, is really turning the pressure up at this point. So
yeah, no, that car with Dan and Mike Bell has just been on fire today. They definitely, you can see they found something special with that car and really have the pace for the race. So really cool to see them run up front, give a good fight to the CMS Pro guys with Dan Kirby and John Yuan. And Mike was talking to me earlier and said it on stream. He hasn't been able to get a win yet in the Hypercar series, so I'd really would like to see them have a good run and possibly be able to get their first win in the CMS Hypercar.
I do think that would be really cool. And James, are you back?
I am. My R Factor crashed, and then all my monitors went off, and then there was a loud beep in my ear roll, and then that was the end of that one. I ended up being kicked out of everything. So, not entirely sure what went on there, Brad, but to me, the gremlins. Let's hope they don't come back in the last hour and 30 minutes there. I sit in agreement as well with when you're looking at this race, Brad, as well, from Le Mans' point of view. It's a very interesting situation, isn't it? The way that they go very much out and back, because there's a lot of people that are quite close together. Dan Herlock's only 1.7 back. Then we've got, obviously, behind that as well. There's a lot of very close cars together, and I think that could lead to a very interesting finish.
Yeah, it's going to make things interesting coming up to the end here, and I'm kind of looking at gaps and where they land, because the unfortunate thing is we have hit this point where it seems like in hypercars, at least, the battles for positions are pretty stationary for now. Now we'll see when final pit stops start rolling in, how things mix up, what mixes up, and where, because, as it stands, it's 20 gap, 20-second gap, 20-second gap, 40-second gap, 35-second. But even then, that doesn't tell the whole story of how this race has gone. It's been a competitive race all the way through, but, as it stands, the GT3s are really the ones that are pushing each other around and trying to give battles. And it's been a good race, and we still have an hour and a half to go. So we've still got at least one more pit stop for the GT3s and at least 2 more pit stops for the hypercars, I would believe.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's how they're going to nail them pit stops. That's going to be the question. They've got to really sort of get them right now. They've got to be on point every single time. You know, we know George is taken over the car very, very shortly from Jason Whitehead. He's got a 125-second gap over Jerry Chen. And so hopefully that will give George a buffer to relax and have his confidence and get the win that he so desperately wants. The same with Dan Herlock. Obviously, he's out in front, currently sharing the car as well. So for him, I think it's more important that wants to get this finish off, because Uyan's gap was quite close at one point. So I think overall, there's a couple of drivers who are probably sitting in the world of comfort. David Junt is another one, solo driver, 4.8 hours on your own, and he's out in front by 14 seconds over Becky Ely. So, you know, it's interesting to see how this is working out.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how it works, but the thing is, you know, it's not over till it's over. To finish the race first, you have to finish. So, you know, you still have 90 minutes to go. Well, 87 and some change. And, you know, when you're watching Magnus Dahlgren making a move here on the GT3 cars, you know, you got to remember, they've got to survive all the way to the checkered flag. There's no moment where they can really mentally relax. Even though the gaps are what they are, they've got to make it to the checkered flag to finish. You can't have mistakes to the end.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that's the thing, isn't it, Alec, that these guys have got to look out for now as they're coming into that end of the race. So they've got to make sure that they can get everything right and everything up to date and make sure they can finish.
Yeah, we're almost to the point where about 80 minutes or so, which is basically our normal length for our races for the Saturday series. So here we go, and, you know, we're getting really close, so now we've really got to be patient and really be, you know, on point with everything and really see what happens. So as a driver, take a step back.
Yeah,
we have a big accident here.
Yeah, Benji.
Whoa!
What?
Whoa! Again, that was just like an invisible landmine. That's not the first time we've had it this season, Brad, though, is it?
It's not, but is that the car being set too low? Is that just a case of, like, what in the...
So there are problems with it's not necessarily net code, but how the car correlates to the track on certain points. We've have had problems with some of these cars before. We've had it with, if you look there, he goes over the curb and then you see almost the splitter drops and then it grabs the bottom of the car. We had problems with the Acura with that last year, where the Acura would sometimes just smack into the ground, and sometimes at other tracks as well. Road Atlanta was one we had a problem with. But yeah, that's really interesting. I don't think we've seen it with the Toyota yet, but that's definitely a big problem, and I feel bad for those guys because that looks like it may put them out of the race.
Benjamin Porteous Heath, DNF.
Yeah, but he'd had a bit of a rough time with that Toyota throughout the whole race, though, Brad, haven't we? We've seen some proper bizarre driving movements. We think it was a reset of his hardware has given him a steering angle of about 5%. You know what I mean? So it is rough considering where he was at the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, but it's also, if you want to look at the inverse of it, he's persevered all the way to now, to under 90 minutes to go, and that's how his race ends. I mean, I'd be furious. I'd end up with a sim rig in the front yard for the trash collectors to pick up tomorrow morning. I'd be livid.
And he was solo as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. So that's nothing on his side. That is just pure R Factor 2, and this is going to be GT3 Hypercar contact.
Adrian Rice and Wouter de Bruin contact across the front end.
Oh.
Puts Adrian into the tyre barrier. He comes right across the other side there as well. Tough one.
Yeah, the steering's off on that. So I said it's not over till it's over. There's still 90 minutes to go. This is the longest race of the season. Typically, you'd start seeing stuff like this happen with like 20, 30 minutes to go. That was a bold move from the hypercar that really shouldn't have been done there. That was just poor judgment.
Well, I can tell you now, his steering's about 150 degrees right hand down, so he is literally almost close to a full 180 there on that steering wheel for Adrian Rice. So we'll see if he can get back once more. Alec, when are we going to see you back in the car?
The next Thursday series race later this year in June at Watkins Glen. That will be the next sim race for me. So looking to have a good time with that. I expect to possibly see some of our some of the Saturday drivers come in and run our Thursday series with us, as that'll be the next race for them as well. So be interesting to see how we mix up. Dan Kirby and I have had a couple of pretty good battles so far this year, so excited to see some of the other guys come in to get some practice for the race that Saturday. But yeah, our Thursday series has been really fun. That's kind of been my priority. The Saturday stuff I can't always make just because of IRL racing. But yeah, no, the Thursday, I believe it's June 27th, I believe, is our next race.
I think you might be right, dear sir.
He is right.
Oh, hello, Matt. How are you?
Feeling badly for Adrian, but I'm feeling pretty good. We've had a real battle with him all race, and to see that happen to him is really disappointing, because he didn't deserve that.
What's your perspective on it there? Was that a hypercar bad move, or was that miscommunication?
I think it was the hypercar being a bit ambitious, because from what I saw, and I just tuned in, Adrian looked like he was well over to the side to let the hypercar out. I got passed several times by hypercars in that area, and they just stayed the outside and carved it around. I think the hypercar just came back in to try and grab the outside for the left-hander a little too early, and that was all she wrote for Adrian.
Yeah,
but the stewards will get a chance to weigh in on it, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. Tough one when you've been driving solo, though.
It is. And it's as Bradley and Alex said, this is the time at which people start feeling a little bit antsy after 3+ hours of driving, knowing that the last couple of stints are in, and they need to make a move now or just accept their fate, and it can lead to unhappiness a couple of times.
I think that's the thing, Brad, isn't it, that we were talking about? They've got to now just sort of settle down and make sure that car can get to the end. I believe we have confirmation that Porteous car is physically dead, so there's no chance of him coming back in. So to be fair, that doesn't join a long list of DNFs. I think we've only had 3, I think, if I'm not mistaken, throughout this whole race, Brad, as well. Not been too bad on that front.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd really had a lot of DNFs, so I know Porteous Heath is the only one that on my timing table is registering as a true DNF. But I know some drivers have had some other issues up and down. Overall, I've said it like 27 times, you've got to finish. And this is where drivers are antsy. This is where, you've got to have your teammates to reel you in a little bit and remind you, like, hey, this was a 4.8 hour race. You've still got an hour and 20 minutes. There's plenty of time to get the car ahead. There's plenty of time to keep moving up. There's no need to do anything bold or courageous yet. If you're going to do that, if there's 10 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go, and it's a duck up the inside for a last second pass, that's one thing. But at this point, it's not going to look well on you. So you need to just sort of relax it a bit here as we go. And it's one thing for me to say it, though, but every race car driver and sim driver is probably sitting there laughing like you don't understand. And the thing is, it's easier said than done. So that's where having your teammates, having your team with you to kind of reel you back a little bit and talk you down off the proverbial cliff is very important at this time.
It's absolutely important. And, George, for this series, has really emphasized this as a team event to encourage drivers that aren't driving in a team already to sort of pair up and run the same car, because that whole aspect of the nature of talking back and forth, getting a bit of a break, giving yourself the space to think about strategy when you're not in the car, all those things are really an interesting and valuable aspect of endurance racing. One of the things that we have not in CMS yet really explored a lot has been the endurance side. We've done some longer races on the Saturdays. Obviously, the weekday nights not able to do that. But John Uyen and I and Eugene Mazur are cooking something up in the background. We think we're going to be able to introduce it this fall, where we're going to introduce some endurance racing in a more serious way, looking at 6, 8, maybe even 10-hour races under the CMS banner to bring that along.
Looking forward to that for sure, Matthew.
Yeah. John and I did some endurance racing over the last few years. That's how I first met John, was in a team doing endurance racing with him, and we'd like to bring that back in with the CMS stamp on it, so we have a good community, that we've got a base here, and run some racing that is going to be competitive, but because everyone knows each other really well and they understand they do other races, we think it's going to be a super environment to do some racing in.
Yeah, I definitely think that'll be really fun. I think that's one thing that that we have a really good community and a really good environment, I feel like, with the CMS crew and everything. So I think doing those endurance races will be really fun and pretty cool. You know, there's not many other people in R Factor 2 that do the endurance series and everything. And I think with the cars that we have, with the Hypercars and the new GT3s, doing that and expanding it out would hopefully bring in some more teams and all of that. It'd be really cool to possibly be able to do a big Le Mans race like this and have a whole almost 50 car grid of teams.
Yeah.
You know,
go ahead.
You know, I'm gonna ask, because we are at Le Mans, have you all tried the new Le Mans game?
I have, yes. I've actually put a decent amount of time in it. It's actually pretty decent, very similar to R Factor 2. Some more bugs than R Factor 2 to start, because they tried to change the UI so much. It is honestly kind of just a rebranded R Factor 2. But the physics and everything actually feel very decent. I feel like at times too they redid some of their tire models and stuff for it, so it feels a little bit better than some of the official content for R Factor 2 that you can play with, like the GT cars and stuff. I think that game does the weight of the cars and the actual tire feel of the car a little bit better. I think it can be a pretty fun game. Don't know where it necessarily will go. They said they are not allowing modding support for it, and there are still some things that they definitely need to add, like custom liveries and stuff like that you can do. But all in all, it's not too bad. I think if it didn't have so many bugs, it would be a little bit more enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a game that... Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bradley.
No, you're good.
Okay, so I'd certainly second what Alec has to say. I've been racing on it, done some of the daily races, and certainly feels good. The community seems to have reacted well. Waiting to see how, as Alec pointed out, there's a number of things they've talked about developing to see where it goes. My personal feeling is that not allowing any modding support is really disappointing as a business decision, because that is where you get such a breadth of excitement out of all the other sims. You can mod and race using the backbone of the mod for all sorts of different eras and cars and locations. So from my perspective, disappointing, but what they're doing right now looks to be on the right track.
Yeah, it's a game that I've kind of kept my eyes on, because it seems like a lot of fun, and it seems something really that has a lot of promise. So I'm wondering where it goes long term with it, and just watching this race today made me think of it. So I had to ask at some point where it was at. It's looking through at, you know, the race on screen right now. We watched the pass there with Magnus Dahlgren and Wouter de Bruin getting through, and Magnus has kind of turned up the throttle here a little bit, even though the gap is 40 seconds to the next car. But Magnus seems to be going on pace, and, you know, I gotta ask where it's at here at this point with, you know, in terms of driving strategy, what would you all be doing? Would you all be, you know, really throttled down? Would you still be pacing a little bit? We're at about an hour, 15 minutes left to go now.
Alex, you want to talk about Hypers, and I'll talk about the GTs?
What was that, Matthew?
You want to talk Hypers, and I'll talk GTs?
Yeah, the Hypercars are definitely getting into their rhythm, getting into a little battle. You can definitely see that people are starting to fade a little bit. You know, trying to stay focused is a little bit difficult, especially with how long some of these guys have been in the car. But it's getting really close, really down to the wire. So I believe, we're going to have a good fight here to the end. I think everyone's going to really start pushing. Now is the crunch time. We've got about an hour left to go, so you really just want to try and get as much track position as you can. Fuel strategy is looking pretty well, with about an hour and 13 minutes left in the race. I expect maybe, maybe another stop, maybe 2 stops. I think now, well, no, we're on 1 times fuel. So I think now, if they can get a little bit under 50 minutes, I'd expect maybe 1 more stop, and then they could make it to the end. So I think now just trying to manage the traffic, not make any mistakes like we've seen, and just keep the car clean and steady all the way to the finish is going to be the best bet for them.
And on the GT side, certainly as one of the cars that's further down the order, we're watching very carefully the fuel strategy in terms of how those cars are managing it. We've been late to the pit all the way through the race, and we're pretty confident that we're going to have 1 stop and go, and we're just watching it really carefully to see how those other teams are managing it. Keep the pace up. I think everyone's pushing hard because you need to, but now it's going to be, is it a 1 stop to the end for the teams, or is it going to be 1 and splash and dash, which is going to take a huge chunk out of their lead? So it's going to be very exciting, especially for the not the top 2 individuals who just running away with it, but certainly the teams after that, is they're well within striking distance of each other for a pit stop.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be very interesting all the way around to watch how final strategy plays out, because this is for me when endurance racing gets spicy. This is where we start to see the moments where the question becomes, all right, who has really paced their race right? Who has really played the strategy correct? And sometimes drivers get it completely wrong, and it can cost them, if you got to do a last second splash and dash, it can ruin a race for you and throw away a win, which we've seen happen. We've seen it happen, and it's unfortunate when it does, but it's kind of the nature of this race.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
This race is definitely a challenging one. This circuit, with just trying to manage the traffic, and with it being so high speed, you just have to manage very well, not try to make anything stupid and make any mistakes. We've definitely have seen some guys have lost focus for a minute and ran it into a GT, but no, this race is always so special. Anytime you can race at Le Mans is just always just such an amazing opportunity, and when us able to do it in here is really cool. So now I think if everyone can just stay level-headed, stay confident, and just keep the ball rolling, hopefully we don't have any more crazy incidents towards the end, and we can all finish strong.
Exactly. It's all about the execution. Know what your plan is, stick with it, drive within yourself despite the fact things look intense, and work to come out on top.
James, I think you, me, and Paul should run an R Factor 2 Le Mans race. Endurance race.
We'd love to have you on the track.
I think that would be fun.
A special car for you.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Now, granted, they're not going to agree to that at all, but it could be fun.
I'll do a JPB broadcasting car for you guys, and you guys can come run one of our races later this year with us. See if we can't have the commentators in the car and trying to commentate.
Well,
I've done that once with James.
You see, that's when it's fun, because that's when your head is all over the place and you're trying to do everything. So I think that actually would be very cool to see you guys try and run a race with us and try and commentate.
We did that earlier this year. James ran a NASCAR race at the Motegi Oval, and decided to commentate at the same time. And granted, it was what was it? It was like 3 o'clock in the morning his time when this race was going on. So I did the streaming commentary, and James linked me a feed to his feed, and yeah, that was a fun one because I'd just randomly be talking, and all of a sudden I'd hear, "Oh shoot!" and then I'd cut over to James's feed, and he'd be in the wall. So yeah, that'd be a fun one.
No singing, I guess. No singing.
No singing. It was an oval. There was a lot of left turns. But, that could be a good one for looking at the schedule. That actually could be fun. James is never going to let this happen. Ross and George are never going to let this happen. But, the Indy 100... You can't see me with
my hand in my ear, can you? If he's up for a Thursday night, we can. We've got some tracks he can do it. Road America would be great. Moss Park would be great.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it? I know they're never gonna let that happen. Paul, would you race with us? Would you race or handle the stream, do something to let this happen? I'm sure Paul is gonna say no in the background, or he's just not gonna answer me too, which is the equivalent of a no for him.
The silence speaks volume.
Exactly. So we've got hypercar battles, we've got GT3 battles, guys. Things are starting to develop and go through. I'm really happy with just the amount of battling that's still happening here on track, even though, you know, looking at it, it doesn't, there's gaps, there's lots of different things. You know, Dan Herlock has pulled out a 58-second lead up front, and is just, I mean, putting in ridiculous lap times at the moment. But then you've got like Tom Lane and John Ullien, who are, you know, right here in the mix with each other, and there's a battle going on there. You've got the GT3 battles that are still going on. There's plenty of good action that is still happening here. Stephen Miller and Filippo Marazzi are the ones on the main side of your screen, and the bottom side of your screen is going to be that Tom Lane battle here with John Ullien, and I think this is going to be where Tom Lane can finally get the pass done as they're actually coming up here. You see the lights flash there for the GT3s trying to go through and around. Oh, a little bit of contact there as we go into the chicane. A little bit of a bumper car, but I think everyone gets through there with no issue, possibly.
Well, we got them all together now. Let's just see how it works out coming down to the chicane.
Keep an eye on keep an eye on Filippo Marazzi. He's looking like he might. Oh no, he loses a little bit of drive. He was getting a good run on Stephen Miller coming down the front stretch. As you see Tom Lane actually weaving a little bit, trying to get a little bit of temp in the tires. I'm not sure if they'll have much for that CMS Pro car. John Yuan, since he's gotten in the car, has really had a good rebound drive and has started to come back into this race. I don't know if they'll have what it takes to chase down Daniel Herlock and the Smile Power guys, but definitely making a good run and a good recovery drive.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. So, and we'll see how it ends here as we're just about to hit the hour to go mark. And, you know, guys, I'm going to ask you, when you're in a race this long and you're hitting an hour to go, where does the mindset go? What is the mental thought process you go through to make sure that you finish out what's essentially a 5-hour race? It's 4.8 hours, but essentially a 5-hour race.
Well, depending on how long you're in the car, definitely plays into effect. If you get into the car right at an hour, you know, if you've had a little bit of rest, you're definitely, you know, amped up a little bit. Just want to drive the best you can to try and make up as much track position. But if you've been in the car for a long time and you know that you're going to finish the race, so if you've been in the car, you know, about another hour and then you have another hour to go, the laps definitely start to get long. My best advice is do not look at the clock and just worrying about driving in front and just trying to do as many laps as you can. Your mind can start to wander and you start to realize and lose focus a little bit. And we've seen that happen today a little bit with the hypercars getting into the GTs, just trying to make a last minute dive bomb and not paying too much attention to where their car was on track. But definitely just try and stay as focused as possible. You know, if you're fresh, don't do anything stupid and drive over your head. And if you're a little bit tired from being in the car for so long, just be a little bit more patient, try and stay a little bit more focused. Try not to worry about the clock too much and just focus on driving. Just so that way, you know, the minute you start trying to count down minutes, the race gets a lot longer. It turns in from what is a 1-hour race, it'll start to feel like a 2 to 3 hour race.
Exactly. That's the word I was thinking of right up is the focus just starts to narrow so much in that last hour, because suddenly all that weight of the racing you've done beforehand is there. So you have to focus on what's ahead of you. That's where the team members come in, because the best teams that I've raced with some great racers and drivers. It has not been from the speed they put on track, it's from how they support the driver in the last hour to say the right thing at the right moment, just to keep them steady. If things go a little wobbly, there's a calm voice in the ear to say, just shake it off, think of what you're doing, look for the next corner, think about that. We've got the fuel calculation, we've got the time, just be out there and drive on the track, be one with the car, don't worry about anything else, and that's where the focus comes in.
And the robot dispenses ingredients.
That is indeed, and I know James had to walk away for a minute and probably grab some food for a long race, as we've got John Ullien here with Tom Lane still right on his back bumper going down Mulsanne here. James, we were talking about running a Thursday night race, and you and me racing, and Paul Glover running production, but we also commentate at the same time. I have to ask, yes, no, maybe no? I've talked about your Sunday experience.
It depends what car you're putting me in, to be honest with you.
I'll give you the
James in a
pick.
hypercar.
Oh
Car do you
my
wanna be in?
god.
Commentate in a hypercar through GT
not-
traffic.
Something that's not going to kill me by the sounds of it, Matt. I can tell you that much. Can I not sit at the back in a GT3 and I'll commentate what it looks like from the back when everybody pulls away from me? Can I not do that?
I mean, how could you be from the UK and not go for the Aston or a McLaren?
Because I do like the hypercars. I do like the 9X8, but I cannot drive it for love nor money. I do more pirouettes than a ballerina in Swan Lake, to be blatantly honest with you. But yeah, when are you thinking of this amazing event, Brad?
Well, we've got Mossport and Road America coming up, and those are two great tracks.
Yeah, Mossport I'd probably end up being died in, so it would probably be Road America from that point of view, I think, on that one. But that would be a rather interesting experience, Mr. Bradley Dalton, wouldn't it?
I think it'd be interesting. I'm not saying it's something we couldn't do. I'm saying it's something that we could do. I'm not saying that we're gonna do it. I'm saying we could do it, and I think it'd be fun.
Are we saying
You
this
two
is
chat. You tell me what to do.
on a NARS event?
Yes, on ours event. So it'll be an hour-long race.
Okay, all right. I'll get to Road America. I think at least I've got a little bit of room to get out of the way. Where Mossport's very cram-packed, isn't it? And I'll probably end up terminating a few people, which I really wouldn't want to do, to be blatantly honest with you, on that one as well. What I do want to pick up on, just very quickly go back to the racing of the hypercar AMS, Jerry Chen has not long been into the pits, and they've got a pit stop with about 20 minutes to go. However, George Angelidis had pitted a while ago, and he's going to go in the next probably about 20 minutes, so it's going to be touch and go if George can get to the end, but I believe that Jerry should pit round about the half an hour to 25 minutes to go. So I'm hoping this all works out. This could be very close between the Angelidis, Jerry Chen, especially if George has got to go and do a little splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, I'm not sure if George has to pit here within the next, lap or two. I'm not sure he'll have to fuel save a lot to try and make it to the end. So if Jerry can push it a little bit more, pit about the halfway, Jerry can go full push all the way to the end and try and possibly close that gap up to George. So the track position is definitely playing a lot. George, even though he may have to make that second stop later in the race, he'll have the track advantage because he has so much gap over Jerry. So Jerry right now, because he's in a pretty good spot because he can go full push. So if George doesn't have to pit, he's going to have to fuel save a lot after his next pit stop. But with Jerry going with that two-stop strategy, he has to be aggressive. You have to go foot to the floor, full push, all the way to the end. He should be able to, if he pits around 30 minutes, can put it to full power and have enough fuel to make it all the way to the end. So it will be interesting to see. Jerry's a really good driver. I'm rooting for him. Jerry is my teammate in the Thursday series. So his team I've definitely been rooting for and hoping for the best. I love George and would like to see George win, but it would be very funny to see a Porsche beat him just because of how much he hates on Porsche. But yes, definitely a good fight. It's going to be something interesting to pay attention to down at the end. But no, they both have had a really good race so far. So we'll have to see what they can do and see if we can get a good battle between them two at the end. They always seem to find each other at the end of a race.
Yeah, well,
Jerry will do everything he can to make it exciting at the end.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Right, guys, we have broken into the last hour. We've been going 3.8 hours. In fact, we've probably been going more to 4 hours already here, as we've got 1 hour remaining. So a lot still due to happen here, and I think it's going to be a very interesting one. I do want to give Adrian Rice a bit of a shout out for a minute. He is back out on the racetrack, is Adrian, and we saw him have his unfortunate incident there earlier on. Now, obviously, Adrian was asked some of the questions that we've been asking drivers on thoughts on the track. Now, Le Mans was always the dream track growing up for Adrian. There is so much history around it. It's made and broken a lot of top drivers and manufacturers. It's deceptively simple in some ways, but it still takes a lot of commitment to be the top of the timesheets. He finds the braking zones for the Mulsanne corner in Indianapolis the most challenging. Fairly understandable, to be honest, because you are coming down a lot of high speed areas onto that one, because they are very high speed approaches. Where the braking starts on a corner bend, it's very easy to loop the car. Now, he does say he doesn't have any rivalries, but he does say, though, himself and Ross have had some decent battles in other series. And then we asked him, is there anything else he should know? And he said, well, not really, but people are sometimes surprised to hear I'm not a left foot 2-foot driver, which basically means push the accelerator to the right, brake with the left. He's an old school right foot only, so he takes his foot off the accelerator and puts it on to the brake. And one of the other things he did say, which I find very amusing, I'm also Australian, so these races usually happen at ridiculous early times in the morning. So massive shout out to Adrian Rice. Not only is he driving solo, he's from Australia, and they're about 11 hours ahead of the UK at the moment. So he's gone practically through the night in Australia for the last 4 hours. So a big shout out to Adrian Rice there for doing that one. I'm not entirely sure, Brad, if Matt there, let's bring Matt in. If there's something that you could do, Matt, getting up through early morning.
I have, and I would. I have great support from my wife and my addiction. So yeah, I've done some really middle of the night stuff unexpectedly as well as planned. It's something to talk about as long as the people you're talking with know what you're talking about. Otherwise, they just look like you're out of your mind. So yeah, it's been it's one of those things that you treasure as a memory, the ability to do that, and especially if it's a successful result.
Yeah, we've had Stephen Miller unfortunately have a DNF. I've got a funny feeling it's a disconnect because he does just end up going straight back to the pits after going round the second Mulsanne chicane. So Stephen Miller, we believe, has had a DNF there as well. I'm not entirely sure, Alec, if I would want to be getting up at like 1 in the morning, or well, I think it must have been, where is he? He's 11 hours ahead of us. We started at 3, so it would have been about 4 in the morning for him to drive a race car, Alec. Is that something that you would be up for?
In a sim, if it's a 24-hour race, I've had to do it a few times, wake up super early and have a stint. When we did the 24 hours of Le Mans and iRacing last year, I got up at 4 a.m. and drove till about 9 a.m. and that wasn't the most fun. Definitely is not something you want to do often. I give Adrian the utmost respect for doing that. He also runs all of our Thursday series races with us, and so I'm not sure what time it is there for him. But it's something that's definitely difficult to do. Don't know how he does it, and he always seems to perform pretty well in there as well with some major sleep deprivation. But no, it's always really cool
too,
to.
which is nice.
What was that, Matthew?
Sorry, he's always cheery too, which is nice. He's not dragging the mouth. He's always very upbeat. Yeah, no, he's definitely always someone fun to have. I know he was really excited too when we were running on the Thursday series, a V8 Supercars league. But no, Adrian is always super fun to have around, and always a good guy to race with. And yeah, it's really difficult to get up at 4 a.m. and do it. Definitely something that I don't want to do every single race.
No, I wouldn't be wanting to do that either, to be fair. But we have got JT Tammy that's taken over the car for the Dark Thunder Racing from James Walker. So JT Tammy's taken over the car. Ross Smith is also in the car. We know he was teamed up for the Stardust Auto Spots with Jamie Zalecki and Robert Strachan. Now, going into some of what we were talking about earlier on with the likes of JT Tammy, it's quite interesting that when we asked JT, is there anything else we should know about him? He said the 25 kilo weight increase has been assigned at the Aston Martin GT3. Also, Mike Bell is the peak male physical specimen, he says, for JT Tammy. That goes into Mike Bell's driver name, which is the perfect physical and mental specimen there, Matt. Is there something going on that we don't know about between JT and Mike?
I couldn't make a comment even if I could.
It seems a very
goes
bizarre
on between
thing,
two
doesn't it?
drivers stays between two drivers.
Yeah, as well. Unfortunately for Tom Mountjoy, he's just got all of the forward curve swung going over the line over the last little bit, but he managed to hold it. He did just get a bit of a slide and had to skip some of the corner there. JT, however, when we asked him if there are any rivalries, he's turned around and said half of the hypercar field. So JT obviously feels that there's a lot of people that he's battling with here as well, Matt, as John is still having a nice little battle up into the second place at the moment as well with Tom Lane.
He's a super competitor. JT's been a real pleasure to drive with. He's very, very skilled. Shares things on setups and things. I've enjoyed driving with James Walker as well. Very fortunate in my teammates. They tolerate me. I was successful in my aim this race, and we just hopefully can pull off the other aim for the team. So it's looking good. I'm going to have to jump away. I got to go back and see how things are going there and what I can do to help out. It's been always a fun talking with you guys.
No worries, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us there, buddy, and we'll catch up with you maybe at the end.
Super. Thanks.
There you go. That was Matthew Overton and Alec King here. We'll bring Paul into the booth for a brief moment while Brad has just stepped out to probably go to the toilet. Paul, what do we think is going to happen over the last 52 minutes, dear sir?
Well, I think Tom Lane and John Ewan are likely to swap places a couple of times as that battle is remaining close. I also think Brandon Gant is likely to get Ross Smith, but we'll just see. Last time around, Ross was slightly quicker. Stephen Miller is back, by the way. So he had that disconnect, but he is back now. But the field is still a little bit spread out in places, but as we've seen, people can make mistakes, forget braking points, etc. So, and it will only take, as we've seen previously, a hypercar making what's probably considered a high-risk move against some of the slower classes.
Yeah, Stephen Arova seems to be having some severe technical issues as he just literally stopped on the Mulsanne straight. So whatever's happened to Steve, he's trying to get going again, and I believe he does get going again, but he seems to be having some form of issues at the moment, which we will keep an eye on for Stephen Miller. Magnus Dahlgren has also taken a dive up off the side of the circuit.
At some points pulled off at the side of the track as well, down the Mulsanne straight. Going very, very slowly. He's pulled right over on your screens now.
That's Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller even. Right, yeah, it's the blooming apps don't, the broadcast off RF2 TV application doesn't show you the driver change.
No, it does not. I've been working that one out myself. Becky Ely is now into the pits here. So Becky's in from second place. She's got Eduardo Benica about 152 seconds behind him. Magnus Dahlgren is also into the pits. So while we look at the Tom Lane battle.
He's also had a moment running wide, Magnus. So I'm just going to show that now. Touches the gravel.
Yeah, he runs wide. Is that? It's coming into Porsche,
that,
isn't it?
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Wow,
that's a high. That I was not expecting it to end that way. I was expecting just a little tap on the gravel and would have been able to collect the car. So let's just see if he heads straight. I would imagine he's probably going to head straight into the pits after that, because he's now
I would have thought so.
Wobbling a little bit all over the place. Because I imagine that car is not driving straight. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, in he goes.
We're allowed Paul to get back to his production duties.
Talking of, Bradley, with this idea about doing the endurance. Have you done much endurance racing in R Factor 2?
No, none.
Okay, because I used to do quite a lot, and it's one of the reasons why I'm genuinely excited about Le Mans Ultimate, even though at the moment it's not quite the finished article, and I'm sure people appreciate. Let's be honest, it is an R Factor 2 reskin, but endurance racing has always been R Factor 2's, for me, strong element, especially with the GT3s, the GTE cars. I tend to avoid the LMPs, which obviously now we're into the hypercar era, but yeah, and Le Mans is a great track in R Factor 2. So I'm a big fan of, and I've done 2.5 hour races with a VR headset on in R Factor 2 before, and I don't recommend it because you've got 2 screens attached to your head, and they generate some rather a bit of heat, and if you're not in shorts and a t-shirt or have a fan on you, you're gonna know about it towards the end of the stint. The only thing I would say is VR, whilst it's great for immersion, you can't see your buttons on your wheel, so sometimes you might not hit the pit limiter, which I've done in the past. But then saying that, I've done that when I don't have a VR headset on. So
yeah, I don't know if driving in VR is something that I can get excited about. I think the problem is I tried my son's one that he's got that you can just do little games on as such as well, and you can play other games on it, but it just, I don't know if it's because I have to wear glasses either, but it just made me feel like I was gonna literally lose me stomach content.
yeah, you do need to get VR legs, but I kind of it reminds me of motion sickness when I was a kid. I remember like being in the back of a car, and if you're trying to read a magazine while a car is moving along, you start feeling ill. But like anything, the more you do it, the body gets used to it. So when I got into VR, I think because I would always read in the car or watch something that was stationary, when it came to VR, I never had that. But I appreciate that many people do, and it's just one of those things where you have to kind of like do a 20-minute session, stop, and then every time you start to extend that time. VR, I think, for sim racing has its place, but it also has its limitations, especially if the game crashes, or if like somebody just does, if the admin just suddenly ejects everything back to the pits, it could be a little bit startling and things like that. And also when you crash into a wall, sometimes you forget it's not real. You'll cover your face and things like that. Like you do sometimes, for me, forget that it's a real thing. But yeah, Le Mans Ultimate, I'm hoping it's gonna come good, and also they've announced that they're going to be able to, communities are going to be able to do servers and whatnot, but I don't know when that's coming, because that's one of my biggest concerns, that it's going to be locked down, unlike R Factor 2, because you want communities like this to they are what bring people to the games or to the sims, right? Go on.
And you are right, and I think for me is at the moment is that there's, by what I can figure out, there's no physical broadcast tools for
there aren't.
Le Mans Ultimate.
Yeah, I've looked. I've tried the standard URLs for R Factor 2 in the hope that they might be hidden away somewhere, but they're not there, and they don't have the overlays folder that is in the R Factor 2 element. But yeah, it's I bought the game as soon as it came out because I want to support its development. I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't raced in it much, but
no, I haven't either. I've got it as well, but I haven't raced on it.
But I'm hoping that like CMS and that will be able to utilise it to their heart's content in the future, because like, let's be honest, you won't see mistakes like that car flipping up in the air, and I appreciate the modding is a big appeal for people, but it's because of the licensing, right? It's Le Mans Ultimate.
Gotta be in it.
We see it with ACC.
Brandon Gant, hold on, Paul. Brandon Gant has just knocked Ross Smith off the side of the circuit, coming down into the Mulsanne corner. They have just had contact. We'll give Paul a minute to go and see if he can find that. Brandon Gant has returned the position there, and Smith did go back through, but Gant did completely miss his braking point and joined the back end of Ross coming down into Mulsanne there, unfortunately. I think Brad's back in the booth, and so is Alec once more. We'll see if we can get that replay on the screen. I believe this is it now, and you'll see him coming into the braking zone, and unfortunately right about there just misses it, taps Ross and sends him off.
Luckily Ross didn't hit the wall again.
Yeah, you are right. I think that was a very...
Can I just add, I did predict that he was going to catch Ross.
You did. Well done. I'm proud of you. But you didn't predict that he was going to hit him.
No, I didn't. I mean, who saw that coming?
Well, exactly.
Is that a case of Ross just braking a lot earlier than the Mustang expected? That was very weird of an impact.
Yeah, he missed his braking point, I think, as well, to be fair. I think there was a slight error of judgment from both sides. I don't think, for Ross's point of view, you kind of would brake a little bit earlier what's there. Do you know what I mean? I think he was right on top. I think if he'd left it anymore, I don't think he would have been able to get the car stopped. So he had to break that early as these guys continue finding out for 17th and 18th. We got David Junt right behind us, who's just about to put a lap. If he can, oh no, he's just gone into the pit, so that's not going to happen there. But yeah, I think he was just one of them unfortunate situations for that one there as well, as we just hear a ooh coming from the background of one Mr. Paul Glover. What have we spotted, Mr. Glover, this time? Nothing, clearly, Brad.
I'll come on stream. No, I just thought that he nearly re-ended Ross again.
Ah,
it was pretty close.
Yeah, it was pretty close there. So let's send Paul back into the production booth so he doesn't get confused about who we're talking to there as well. Brad, I think now it's getting into that last, 43 minutes here. A lot could still happen, as we've seen with Brandon and Ross Smith already.
Yeah, this is crunch time. This is where drivers are going to start kind of throwing it out, throwing a little bit of, I don't want to say caution to the wind, but they are going to throw a little bit of care to the wind. And they're going to get a bit more aggressive. They're going to do a bit more, because this is the point where, you know, you can't look and say, all right, well, you passed me. I have 4 hours to pass you back. You know, it might be you passed me. Oh, I've only got 40 minutes to pass you back. I've got to figure it out here. As GT3s are starting to make their final pit stops, I see David Junt is in the pits here, and we're continuing to watch this battle, and there's a Hypercars now coming up on the mix of this battle with Ross Smith and Brandon Gant. So this is where things start to get interesting. Come on, Brandon, slide over. You want to slide over, you want to follow the Hypercar and see if you can't get a pass done. He's not close enough, but he's wanting to do something. Now they both move over to the right there as they're going to let the next Hypercar pass them through. And now we're going to see here if Brandon Gant tries to make a move, and it doesn't appear like he's going to, but he is still fairly close here as we continue down the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, Ross is on a little bit of a defense. You can see him just slide over there, Alec. I think that's something that, you know, Ross has got to do, but whether or not he can hold up that Ferrari that they're not loving, that they are changing as well, going over to the NSX, I believe, after this race, and I think Becky Ely and Takanashi are also doing the same thing. So is it the Ferrari itself, as we can see? Oh, big snap there, and that was yeah, was it Oliver Newman in the car? So Oliver Newman doing that in that car as well. Do we think, though, Alex, the Ferrari's got quite the raw pace of that Mustang?
I don't believe so. The Ferrari has a little bit better top speed than the Mustang. You can clearly see it here. Ross, when he's able to get on the straightaway, he can carry a little bit more speed and pull that little bit of a gap. But the Mustang is better on the brakes and better in the corners. The Mustang has a 50-50 weight distribution, so it rotates very well. So you can see through the tighter section, he's able to get on the brakes, and the car is just able to be so stable. If you look, he closes up so much right there. Then through the corners, he's able to carry a lot more. The Ferrari, I think, with Ross and them, they have that car very leaned out on drag, so the car is very loose. It's really fast in a straight line, but you can see that Ross is just struggling in the braking zones to keep the car stable. So he's having to brake a little bit earlier, and that's probably why we saw that contact before. Brandon came in, broke a little bit later at his mark, but Ross had to brake a little earlier just to keep the car stable. The Ferrari is definitely a tricky one. It was a little bit better earlier this year, but I think now that everyone started to figure out some of the other cars and find the little nicks with everything, people are starting to realize that the Ferrari maybe wasn't as good as what it was in the beginning now that everyone else has gotten better. So it definitely, there's a little bit of work. We're constantly evolving and testing everything at Storm Gang. It's pretty cool. I've been able to get in and be involved a little bit with some of the beta testing and test the new setups and everything like that. So definitely something that we'll probably work on and everything else, but it's a growing process. The balance of performance is always changing. We're always trying to adjust things to make racing more equal. But yeah, I think they all wanted to go back to the Acura because they all ran it last year. They know the car. They're very confident in it. So you can't fault them for it. They had a good run with the Ferrari, both teams. They tried to use it for as long as what they could. But now I think since we're in the crunch time side of the season, you know, we're almost at our halfway point. I think now they really want to try and get some points back. So get back into a car that they know very well and know that they'll be able to be competitive in.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the thing, though, isn't it? As you're coming down to that nitty gritty, you've kind of really got to use what's the tools available, isn't it? You can't be doing anything that you're taking chances on machines that might not necessarily be able to fulfill your needs. Is it one of them things though that is vitally that they do change because they have to try and keep up with the field?
Yes, for sure. If you're in a car, with our series, you are allowed one car change a year. But once you make that change, you can't go back to what you had before or to anything different. So I think, with the new cars coming out, everybody always likes to try new things. That's always for sure. And it's always a nice thing. We want to see variety in the grid. So it was nice to see the Ferrari, and I think some people still will run the Ferrari. But, when it comes towards the end of a season, and if you're battling for points in the championship, you really want to get in something that you can be confident in. They had a good run. They ran a lot of races with the car, so they really tried to develop it as much as what they could. But now that we're into the crunch time, I think after this race, everyone kind of was like, okay, we had a good run with it. As you see Ross pull to the side, and you can see the speed of the Ferrari. He gets able to get a really good run and able to make the pass back on Brandon. But no, I think now that we're in that kind of crunch time, like we said, getting into a car that you feel confident in and can push will definitely be a big help.
Yeah, you are right. I think that is one of the things that these guys are going to have to be able to maintain. I think that, at the end of the day, it's something that you've got to make work for you, and you've got to make sure that you can be in a car that is competitive there. I will want to pick up just quickly, shooting up to Timon Suvic sitting in third place at the moment. His aim for the round initially was P5 and P6, so for Timon sitting in third, he's doing an absolutely stellar job. Once we asked if he had any rivals, he doesn't. And then thoughts on the track, I like the Indianapolis section the best. Biggest challenge for me is hitting the optimal braking point for Virage de Marseille. So there you go. That would be probably the corner that he would be talking about, if I'm not mistaken, Brad, on that one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the corner he's talking about, and he is in a very good spot as he gets himself in the middle of this Ross Smith-Brandon Gant battle, which is probably not where I'd want to be if I'm a hypercar. He needs to clear them pretty quickly, and he does going into Indianapolis there. So bye-bye, adios, and he gets going again. He's a very, very good driver, and I have to say, fairly consistent as well, so I'm not surprised to see him there in P3.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. There's a couple that have just been really good and start moving up, and Timon's been up the front end, and he dropped back a little bit, and now he's been back up there again. The same with the likes of Tom Lane, who come into this as an ambition of the podium, but he's going to have to try and clear Timon to be able to get that podium place, and I think he's another one. He admits, though, that the car itself, being that he's sitting in a, he's in the Porsche, isn't he, Tom Lane, I believe? Yeah, with the Porsche 963. He does say it's very bad circuit for the Porsche because it sucks on the straights. The Porsche curve sections will be good, but the rest of the track, by the sounds of it, for Tom Lane and that Porsche, is not ideal. His rivals would be other Porsche teams within there, and he does declare, though, which makes it very interesting. He says the Isotas are just unreachable. Alec, is that something you agree with?
Yes, I do agree. I run the Porsche 963 in our Thursday series. It's a very good car, one of the best, handling cars cornering wise, but in a straight line, it definitely is lackluster. This year, we did adjust the drag numbers on it to try and give it a little bit more top speed. And that has helped the car out a lot. It's a little bit more, it's better in a slipstream. You can actually close up to a car, but just one-to-one between a Porsche and the Isota and a lot of the other cars can just really get down the straightaway a lot faster. Now, they do lack a little bit in the corners and everything, but as you see, Daniel Herlock and Dan Kirby and them that are in the Isotas for this race have really been able to figure them out, and the cars have just almost been untouchable. So it's pretty cool to see. It's a car in real life that you don't really get to see too much on the actual, WEC and Le Mans broadcast. It's not the most competitive in real life, but in the game we were able to BOP it very well. So, but that's kind of how it is with the series. We've set up the cars where some tracks a car is really good and other tracks the car isn't as good. On our Thursday series at Long Beach in the Porsche, we were almost untouchable in the Porsches. The cars just were so well. There's only really the one straightaway, so we were able to set the cars up very well. So you definitely know, kind of coming into a race like this, when you're in a car like that, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. But the only thing you can do is just try not to have any incidents and just push the car as hard as what you can, just to try and make up as many positions. Yes, you may not win, but a 5th is better than a 10th. So always take what you can get and just try to be smart.
I think you are right there. I think Oliver Newman has had a bit of a moment off the circuit there. Oliver is just trying to survive, to be fair. That's all he's wanting to do for achieving.
Daniel Herlock just had a moment off circuit.
Yeah, for Oliver Newman. So Oliver Newman trying to survive once more. Dan Herlock also having a bit of a run, probably through Ford, I think, as we still focus on Ross Smith and Brandon Gant. I think it's going to be interesting. We did say George Angelidis, 33 minutes left on the clock here, Brad, and I did call the fact that he's got to go into the pits. Well, he has to, but we also are on the understanding that Jerry Chen might have one more left to go, so it's going to be very tight for George if he can hold on to that fuel for the next 32 minutes. Oh, Herlock there got put in a wall as well. He's just been put in the wall between Alexander Sarama and Max Sumferlap. So if we can try and see if we can pick up and see what happened to our leader of the race. But I can tell you one thing, Angelidis is in the car for a very long time. He's out of the pit box now, but that has brought Jerry Chen about 12 seconds back from him. So George Angelidis and Jerry Chen there. Oh, George is still got George. No, he is back out on a race circuit, down to 10-second gap there, Alec. But I do believe Jerry's got to pit again.
Yes, Jerry will have to pit again, and now with George with 32 minutes left, George should be completely fine on fuel. Definitely have a good run to the end. So now the thing for Jerry is he just really needs to stay focused, try and see what he can do with it. If Jerry does have to make another stop, the fact that George was able to get that track position in the beginning, and that was a big thing we talked about, was the track position here really means a lot because of how long the lap is and how long everything can take here. Trying to get that gap out front will help you out a lot. And as we see now, George was able to pit and still stay ahead of Jerry. So Jerry's going to have to pit again, which is going to put him back. But good thing is that he has about a lap or so lead on the car in 3rd place in Hypercar AM. So he just needs to settle in and probably just take the day and take a 2nd place.
Yeah, this is what happened to Herlock there. Him and Max Sumferlap close together. Unfortunately for Dan, runs down the side of the wall, does manage to keep it on the race circuit there as well. So great job from him. We can see Dan Kirby is taken back over in that ISOTA CMS Pro Fraschini car. So Dan Kirby there as well, being able to compete and hopefully take the win. That's looking a little bit tough, I believe, on these cars. His biggest rival, I guess his biggest competition during the race for the Hypercars, will come from the team of Herlock and Bell. You are correct. I'm not counting out anyone else jumping up in the mix either. So Dan Kirby there thinking that basically the Herlock and Bell team, Brad, which is what we suspect, was one of their main rivals. But Herlock now in the pits with a 124-second gap over Team Monsuvic.
Yeah, and that gap quickly coming down, but based on pit times, I think Herlock should be okay. 30 minutes left to go here in just about 12 seconds as it sets. So as we watch Ross Smith here try to get the run on Gant, Gant had the run, and now Ross Smith is going to switch it right back. And, Paul asked me a minute ago and said, can Ross Smith keep this up in the GT3 battle? I said no. I said a very strong no.
But why?
Because, he's complained about the Ferrari and the handling of the Ferrari, and even watching, where he has to brake, there's moments he's on the brakes that Mustang doesn't have to, and I think really at this point, it's not so much a question of if he's going to get past. I think it's just a question of when with Gant. I think if Gant can get that Mustang around and just get a little bit of a run going, he can keep Ross Smith behind and get going. It's just, he's got to position that car right to get the pass done. I do think the Mustang, ironically, I'm going to say the Mustang is handling a lot better through Sector 3 than the Ferrari is. So, and Sector 3 is really the twisty bits. It's the more technical section.
You are right, but the difference is Brandon's just not been able to get there. You know, he's had opportunities without a shadow of a doubt that he could have been making moves, obviously bar the one where he decided that obviously, you know, making contact with Ross, but I think it's just basically missed his braking points there. So I think that, you know, I don't know, as Alex said, whether or not that Ferrari is so skinny that it isn't set up for the twisty bits. You can see here Gant brings that Mustang right in, but then by the time Ross gets on the power coming out of Arnage now, he opens it up, and I'm wondering if that's due to the fact that it is so skinny that there's nothing there. That's why Gant can't get near him, Brad, but going in on the straights.
Yeah, it's interesting. He needs to try to not pass him down Mulsanne straight into the chicanes. He needs to really be trying to get a pass through Indianapolis, through the Ford chicane, or the Corvette curves. That's really where he needs to try to get the pass done. Because I think if he were to get the pass through here, he could get the run and then it'd be over. But he's not able to. He's just having to kind of sit single file and fall along. But you can see he is much faster through here. He has more in that Mustang to give. But Ross Smith, you know, to his credit, is an amazing defensive driver there and is doing really well. It's just going to be hard to keep this up for 27 minutes.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I am hearing on the grapevine that Dan Herlock has just got himself a drive-through.
No.
Oh, no.
I'll wait to see if that is what I'm hearing. He did, yeah, he has a penalty. So Dan Herlock with a 41-second lead over Timon Suvic. Can we confirm what the time from pit stop to the end is? Whether or not it's probably round about the 30-second mark if it's a drive-through. But you can see here coming up through Dunlop, Gant can't get near. He closes in again, and then they go through Tetra Rouge, and by that point Ross is gone, and Gant's just not able to get there. So I as I say, I don't know how skinny that Ferrari is, but by the looks of it, it's a pretty slim down anorexic Ferrari by the look of it. So we'll see how it goes, but let's just keep an eye on these ones as these guys continue to battle it out. Alec, do you kind of feel the Ferrari's been on a diet?
Yeah, the Ferrari is definitely, you know, as we've said, you can see now Brandon was able to get the run and into the corner. He'll be able to make the pass, but we'll have to see if it'll finally stick this time. Yeah, I think the Ferrari, Ross and Jamie set the car up. It's very slimmed out in a straight line. You can definitely tell they took some aero out of the car. And you can see with Brandon that they actually put some aero in the car. You can see Ross on the straightaway. He can close up a lot of car distance to Brandon and then able to make the pass. We'll see if he's able to do it here again. It looks like he's going to be able to as he pulls to the left. But yeah, I think Brandon and them, they set up the car and they set up that Mustang to be a little bit better in the corners. And you can clearly see that through Porsche curves, through the chicane, up through Dunlop. That car is so planted and is able to just stick to the ground and get a good run. But he just doesn't have the pace to get down the straightaway. I almost wonder if there was I don't know if they'll have to pit again. I don't know when their last pit stop was. If they could almost take out 1 or 2 clicks of rear wing while doing a tire change and try and see if that could give them the little bit of edge to try and get down and try and make the pass on Ross. But yeah, that Ferrari they have, it's just so quick in a straight line that Brandon just is able to close up, but then he's not able to do anything. He just almost gets put in a little air bubble and just gets stuck.
Would you say then that every time he loses that position is over through the second part of the Mulsanne? Is it not easier for him to stay behind Ross for the first part and then get him on the second part where Ross has no response? Because surely, you know, doing the same thing and over again and getting the same result kind of makes you a little bit insane. So surely from Brandon's point of view, instead of having a go coming out of Tetra Rouge and a run down the first part, go through the chicane and then get him on the next one where Ross can't respond because he hasn't got the power to get on through on the run down into Indianapolis.
Well, the problem is that the first chicane on Mulsanne, the cars are actually fairly equal. You can see Brandon close in, but then the run that they're getting off of the corner is pretty equal. So he's trying to make that move to stick beforehand, but he's not really able to just because of how fast that Ferrari is in a straight line. So He'd have to get a really good run. I think he could if he could make the time to make the right move. But the problem is that he makes the move because he's able to get that good run coming out of Arnage and going down Mulsanne straight. So trying to make the move here. But as you see, this is the closest we've seen him through Dunlop. So if he's able to somehow make a move through here, I definitely think he'll be able to make it stick coming onto the front stretch.
Oh, never in a month of Sundays could he get that to stick through any part of this, unless Ross runs wide and gives him the whole of the inside, which is what he just done. Oh man, look at me.
See if he's able to outbrake him. It's getting really, really close.
Oh, he's made another mistake.
Oh, and the switchback move. Brandon makes the move.
Is he going to be able to do it? That's going to be the question. Is they going to run side by side up through Dunlop? And through they go. It's going to be very difficult for these guys at the moment here, Brad.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. You can see just how racy they're getting. And with 23 minutes to go, there's nothing left here. This is going to be the point where they really start to push through. Looking at Dan Herlock here, and he's pulling out pace. Dan Herlock here in the hypercar is pulling out pace, knowing that Dan Herlock has a drive-through to serve. So is really, really trying to go through and make things moving. Someone in chat said that the Ferrari is saving fuel. Normally it would just walk away from the Mustang. So that is something to consider if that is possibly happening as we watch through. And again, just hypercar goes through. And I think if Ross is trying to fuel save here, this is the point where you kind of start to not fuel save and you start to just send it around and go. And that is what I think Ross wants to try to do here. Is he gets moving here, and you gotta go, buddy, because that Mustang is very, very hungry behind. I said it. How did I phrase it? Ross? I said the Mustang gotta eat.
Ross just got that chicane wrong. Now what he needs to do now. This is where we were talking about for Brandon. Is if he can get close enough on the exit out of that one, he might have been able to get him into the run in the second one. Don't forget, we've still got the next run down into Mulsanne corner, so we're going to have to see whether or not this is going to work out for Brandon. If he can get close enough through this second chicane, he might be able to have that run, because he's so much better on the brakes going into Mulsanne. If he can just hold it, now this is where Ross has got to decide how defensive he's going to be. Is he going to be muscling his way through and really throw that car defensive, or is he going to allow Brandon to take the inside? Again, Brandon just cannot get close enough. He's got to try and get close, really close enough coming out of the corner, because unless something like this, is he going to get it stopped? No! He didn't get it stopped there, Brad, that time around.
Oh my gosh. I mean, he is trying. This is throw everything out and see what sticks at the moment. This is just everything you can do to try to get the pass done and just try to make something happen. We're 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go in 40 seconds. But, I mean, you've got to send it at this point. If you've got anything left in either of these cars, let it go. And also, Paul asked and said, what happens if Herlock doesn't serve his penalty up in P1? And Ross runs a little wide, a little bit of a wiggle there from Gant as he tries to get on the power in the Mustang. If Herlock doesn't serve his penalty, he's disqualified, but he gets 5 laps from the time the penalty is issued. So we'll see what happens.
Well, he's got 70 seconds over Kirby, and I'm pretty sure if that's just a straight drive-through, the pit lane can't be 70 seconds long, right? That makes it massive. So there's no way it could be that long. Gant again pulling him right in, going through Corvette and Porsche curves here. He's tucked right up. He's got to, for me, Alec, he's just trying it in the wrong place. I think this is, it's contact! He's just put Ross in the wall!
Oh no.
No!
What was that?
It's just in the wall. I think Brandon carried far too much speed.
Yeah, looking at the replay, it just looked like Brandon was coming out of the corner through there and just
Yeah.
ever so slightly tap Ross. And because Ross has been fuel saving, the car seemed to be really unsettled. It just really unsettled the car and went over the curbs and put him in the wall. It's terrible to see. They were having such a good battle. I feel really bad for Ross on that one here as we take a replay.
Yeah, we're going to have a look and see. You can just see the touch there. When he comes around this corner, he gets a little bit close up to him. Then there's there's another one. There's another one. It's almost like 3 bites at the cherry for Brandon Cant. I'm not going to get it once. I'm going to go twice more.
It almost looks like he wasn't expecting Ross to hit the brake there on corner entrance, and it almost looked like Ross had a little bit of a lift, and so Brant probably had foot to the floor trying to get a good run. And because Ross had that little bit of a lift coming off on corner exit, he just ever so slightly tapped him. So not always a good thing to see. You feel bad for Ross and Jamie. Was really hoping they could have a good run. They have one of the coolest looking cars here on the race today, but yeah, we were expecting Brandon to make the pass at some point, but it's not always fun when you see a pass get made like that.
No, definitely not. I can tell you now, Dan Herlock has been in and made his drive through, so he's still out in front, 38 seconds out in front. That was just unfortunate there for Ross Smith, as you say. Should it have been anticipated? Because he kind of did look like Alec, that he hit him 3 times there, judging by that camera angle that we had.
Yeah, you could definitely see that Brandon was getting a little bit antsy. He was really trying to make a move because he knew that into the chicane was going to be his best chance to try and make a pass. So he was trying to get a good run. And when you get into that zone where you get sucked up to the car in front of you, you really just stop kind of thinking almost. All you're worried about is trying to make the pass. So, you get a little bit impatient, and that's what causes the incident. So I hope it didn't cause too much damage to Ross's car. It looks like they seem to be okay. They're still in the race and actually no, JT Tammy's right behind Ross now. So now we have another battle. Ross is going to have to defend for 17 more minutes with a little bit of a damaged car against JT. Try not to be so impatient with it. You could definitely tell Brandon was just really trying to make a move and ended up stepping over the line.
Yeah, we've had... Who is that lost steering? Johnny Gutierrez is in the car, I believe.
That's Gilles Lalonde.
Yeah, Gilles Lalonde has lost steering inputs on the driver change. We had to kill R Factor and rejoin. However, that does take me nicely into Gilles' comments. Gilles' ambition for the race to finish. Sports on the track, Indianapolis and break. Any rivals beat Ross. That's all he put for Gilles Lalonde. Very basic, 5 words across the whole thing, and 2 of them were his name. So yeah, well done, Gilles, on that one. Finish, Indianapolis break, and beat Ross. That was it, as JT Tammy has gone through on Ross Smith. So unfortunately, Ross is down into 18th now overall. So 6th in class. But yeah, for now, I think, Brad, going into the last 15 minutes is probably going to give us about another 5 laps, maybe. Herlock out in front by 40 seconds. Do we think that's roughly done there, Brad?
If that's anything less than done and dusted, I will be surprised. The only big thing that I can think of, and I'll have to double check myself on when Herlock last pit, is if something is there with fuel that I'm not aware of. But I do think Dan Herlock is fine, especially serving a drive-through. I think there is no issue there. Kirby, I think, will try to make a run, but you've got 15 minutes to close a 34-second gap. It's going to be a bad time. Dan Herlock could afford to go 2 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah,
well, the next
Herlock will be good on fuel.
Yeah, so that's in a tidy bow. As long as Herlock doesn't make an error on his own, I think that's tied up in a tidy bow, and that is the big thing. And we talked about this earlier in the broadcast. It's a mental game.
You are right, and I think it's the same, that if anybody's now playing the mental game, excuse me, it's the hypercar arms of Mr. George Angelides. 68 seconds out in front. He should be good on fuel. So should Jerry Chen. So do we think the Hypercar Am is finished as well, and George is going to come out on top.
Looking to be that way. George, with pitting with 30 minutes to go, is going to be fine on fuel, and then Jerry having to pit that little bit after. He's got himself a good lead, so now it's just maintain. Don't make any stupid mistakes. I don't think Jerry will be able to close that gap in on George with only 14 minutes to go. So for George now, just don't throw it away. Just be safe, drive smart. You have a sizable lead over the car behind you, so just trying to manage the traffic, which looks like it's spaced out a little bit now, so we shouldn't have to deal too much with it. Just be smart and just make it to the end, and George and them should have this wrapped up.
Yeah, I think we're looking at that in the GT3s with David Junt, Becky Ely, and Eduardo Bonica here, Brad. There seems to be the kind of lead battles are finished. We're not sure where David Junt, but let's not forget he's done this completely solo, has David Junt as well, taking the lead in the GT3s and literally staying there now. We're not really too sure on where they're at with the splash and dash situation, but I think David should be good till the end. I haven't predicted, Brad, that he needs to go in again.
I would think most everyone is going to be okay to the end, unless I have missed something. We're 12 minutes, 55 seconds to go. So I would think most everyone is okay here to run for the next 12 minutes. A couple people might be a little close, but I think those are going to become obvious based on lap times, and they should be able to conserve their way to the end. It is going to be somewhat close as it goes through. I do think that Suvik might be able to catch Lane here if we watch that battle for P4. We're watching Timon Suvik on screen right now. You see Tom Lane just up ahead, and that is going to be a tire differential that I think will make the difference on that, really. I think tires will start to give out as Suvik is on the hard tires and Lane is on mediums.
Yeah, well, there was 1.6 seconds difference between the last lap time for Tom Lane in favour of Timon Suvik. So Suvik was quicker than Tom Lane by 1.6. Lane was on a 32.6. Suvik was on a 33.31. So a blistering lap from Timon Suvik. So we'll keep an eye out and see whether or not he can get close enough. He's got 3.5 seconds to make up. They're probably going to have maybe 3, possibly 4 laps. Where is Herlock? He's coming through the Porsche Corvette curve complex before he goes down into the Ford. So 11 minutes 33, 3 laps, possibly 4 out of Dan Herlock. So he's got a bit of a mission to go as Timon Suvik, but let's see how he gets on, as he's only 2.5 seconds, give or take, behind Tom Lane. So he should catch him if he keeps pulling him in at 1.6 seconds a lap there, Brad.
Yeah, and that is going to be the big thing, is he's got to just keep that pace up, not drop that pace at all, and any traffic just needs to get out of the way. You see the lights flashing there very, very quickly. Just, hey, stay out of my way, stay out of my way. I'm on a mission here. And I think that is just the kind of run that we need to see him keep going to the end here, and just keep the pressure up, keep the pace going. Now, granted, Tom Lane is going to be aware that this is coming as well. I don't think this is going to come as a surprise to Tom Lane. So we'll watch and see how that goes through and how they interact. Poland is also very close to Duncombe, and that is going to continue to close itself up. That's the battle in Hypercar AMS that we'll have to keep an eye on as well, and that is the battle for P3, the last of the podium places in Hypercar AMS.
Yeah, Craig Pullen there basically just wanted to finish the race. He loves the circuit. Easy to lose a lot of time in all sectors, which is true as well. Any rivalries? I would say the Hypercar AM drivers, but the closest to me on points are Eric Monet and Norm Graff. But we must add George Angelides on there just because it's George, which he is, right. And a big thank you to all the CMS team in the events and the commentaries for their great work. So that was obviously Craig Pullen in conjunction to our poll we had a little bit earlier on that were sent to the drivers. So it's going to be very, very interesting. I think Marapsi's wrapped up the GT3 AMS. He's got 1 lap over Stephen Bice and Stephen Miller. So we've got 2 Stephens in the GT3 AMS here as well. Alec, do you see any kind of major dramas happening over the next 9 minutes?
I don't. You know, we have this little battle with Duncombe and Poland here for the podium, the final podium position in Hypercar AM. But right now, I think the race is really settled in. Now we're just seeing Daniel Herlock in Hypercar. He's got a sizable lead over Daniel Kirby, about 36 seconds or so. David Junt has just walked away with this in the LMGT3 class, and Filippo Marazzi has almost a 2-lap lead over the next LMGT3 AM car. So now I think it's just settle time. Stay calm, be patient, try and take this thing home. We've only got a few minutes left in this race, about 9 minutes or so. So now just be smart, be safe. The last thing you want to do is throw it away. You know, we were all very heartbroken in 2016 when Toyota lost Le Mans with 2 laps to go. So there's always something that can happen, but just for right now, I think everyone is in a good rhythm. It looks like everyone is good on fuel from the numbers that I've been trying to crunch and look at. So just be safe, be smart, and let's all try and, for all the cars in the lead, just make it home safe.
Yeah, I do fully agree there as well. We need to give David Junt a big old shout out as he's leading the GT3 class. But he has said, though, but by the time he joins the server for qualifying, he would have already done another race that lasted 4 hours, a NLS-like 4-hour multi-class race on the Nordschleife in the TCR class for David Junt beforehand. So there's just enough time for him to join the event, but barely enough to relax. So fatigue could be a factor for David Junt after doing a 4-hour race before he got to this one. Brad, that he's doing solo. So absolutely amazing there for David Junt.
David Junt, you're a little crazy. You're a little crazy for that. That's all I have to say. I mean, it shows dedication and passion, but still a little bit crazy. I don't know that I don't know that I could do that.
No, I wouldn't even go anywhere near it. Alec, fancy doing a 4-hour, then another 4-hour?
No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. When we doing some of the endurance races and stuff, having to do a 2-hour stint with an hour break and then another 2-hour stint kills me. But doing a 4-hour race by yourself to then get out and do another 4-hour race is crazy. That is more drive time than I ever wish to do over in a short time frame like that. So, but kudos to him. That is, I think David wins our Ironman award for this, for just grinding it out and able to be in the front like this. Really cool to see him win, especially driving by yourself. It's really difficult, and then the fact of having to do another 4-hour race beforehand is just incredible. So props to him, and really cool to see him win, and hopefully he can keep the wheels on the ground and not have any incidents and can come home with the win today.
Yeah, well, let's see what's going on. Craig Pullum and Graham Duncan still scrapping it out. Let's see how these guys can get on. I believe the team in Suvic and Tom Lane are just behind them. So this is going to be a Hypercars battling versus Hypercars battling here, Brad. Surely what can go wrong?
Hypercars battling. You said it yourself. What can go wrong? Well,
yeah, come on, what's going to happen? We've got these two fighting it out for this final position in the third in Hypercars. We've got Lane and Suvic fighting it out for the third in the pros. You can see him in the background. Lane's just cleared, I believe, Suvic that time, and Duncan has just cleared Pullen. So surely nothing could happen. It's all going to send it the wrong way, right?
no, never, James. It's 5 minutes to go. I think we're gonna be okay. 5.5 minutes to go. I think we're fine, right? Right? Maybe. Now we're adding GT3s in the mix. 5 minutes to go, because why not?
No, JC Tammy is kind of there, but he didn't have nowhere to go. He had to take that line. And now he's going to get absolutely roasted as Duncan and Pullen's going to go past him. Tom Lane's coming at an absolute rapid rate of knots. That's Stephen Miller and Johnny Gutierrez in front of them as these guys are battling. So we've got battles in battles in battles. No! Yes!
Oh,
I thought Duncan was going in the wall. I literally thought Duncan was going in the wall there as well. Coming out of Johnny Gutierrez. Oh.
I think Duncan thought he was going in the wall too. I genuinely thought they thought that. I mean, wow. This is with 4.5 minutes to go, by the way. Watch this. Side by side, nowhere to go. They're trying to get around Gant. And here we go up the inside. Go side by side. Oh, mind the bumper. Into the gravel.
No, pull into in the dirty stuff.
No.
Thanks,
Yeah, but in the no.
Cullen's in the wall. He's in the wall and round.
Not with 4 minutes to go.
Oh, it's come across the nose of Brandon Gant. Oh. He come across the nose of Gant. Nowhere, nothing could be done there. That's released Duncombe now to wrap up that third place in the Hypercar AMS. Tom Lane is coming under pressure from Timon Suvic. Are we going to be on? It's going to be 1 and 1 more, I think, considering where Herlock's going to be. So Tom Lane has got to hold on to Suvic. He's got Duncombe in front. Wouter de Bruin is in the background here. Oh, Tom, be patient, be patient. This is a speed-on-speed situation. Have a look at the replay here on the right-hand side. You'll see him. He comes across the nose of Gant. Oh, Duncan got the move done. Puts him, just tags him into the gravel, and then as Pullen comes out, and then he comes over. Oh, he just comes across the nose of him.
I mean, Gant had nowhere to go in that mix. That was a very... Yeah, I think that's just a racing incident all day, James. I genuinely think that's just a racing incident. There was nothing nobody could do. It's, 3 goes into 2 just doesn't go, and what can you do?
I don't know. But I will say, through all of that fracas and melee that was going on here with all of them cars, JT Tammy is 1.8 seconds behind Brandon Gant. They are on the same part of the race circuit. They can see each other. Gant has got Gutierrez giving him a run, should we say, that not necessarily needed in the most diplomatic James way that I've ever put anything. But 2 minutes to go, and Gant still cannot get past Johnny Gutierrez. Pullen has just made it past JT. And where is Dan Herlock? He's down at, that's the right-hander on Mulsanne corner. So there is definitely going to be, I think, one more lap as Suvic and Lane go side by side. Both men get a bit of a slide on here. It's hotting up at the end of this race. Suvic's going again. He jinks to the left. Is he going to be able to make that inside? He does. Tom Lane slots in behind him. Now Lane's going to try and come back at him here. Right on the right hand. Oh, he's going to outbrake him on the inside. He's got the job done going into Mulsanne. There's contact as well. Oh.
That Porsche is very, very good on the brakes. Suvic was able to make the pass before the second chicane on Mulsanne, but as you see, Suvic has the straight line speed. This is almost really similar to what we saw with Ross Smith and Brandon Gant. Suvic's able to make the pass, but now Tom Lane and the Porsche is able to get him back right under braking.
Yeah, he's going to try and go around. Is he going to keep your light? Oh, Suvic gets a little bit squirrely through Indianapolis. Now coming into Arnage. This is it again. Tom Lane's going to try and get the exit out. He looks like he did get a decent exit this time to Tom Lane. He's going to slot in right behind him on the run down now from Arnage all the way down into the curves. Who's going to be able to hold on? Can Tom Lane get him? That's going to be the question. No, Brad, what do we think is going to happen?
It's going to be so close here. You've got to just wait and see. There's 10 seconds left on the clock here, so it's going to be very, very close.
It's going to have one more lap. Herlock's on the last lap. He passed the line.
It's this and one more, so...
Yeah, it is. I can tell you now, Brandon Gant has lost the position
Tom Lane's in the pits.
What?
Tom Lane is in the pits. Oh, he spun on his entrance to the pit.
Yeah, JT Tammy on the left gets the job done over Brandon Gant. Tom Lane spun on the entry. That's put him down into fourth. Is it going to be further down? Is Sarama? He's going to kill me now, I'll say that. I'm sure that's right. Is he going to be able to get him? No, he's a long way back. He's down in Mulsanne corner. So I think Tom Lane should be safe for 4th. But I think for him, it's, not going to be that podium that he so hoped it would be. Dan Herlock has not got long left now. Here for the 4.8 hour, it's been very, very interesting, very, very exciting. And these last 5 minutes as he comes down into Mulsanne corner now. There you go, Dan Herlock.
Duncombe had to pit. Greg Pullen is back into 3rd place in Hypercar AM.
Oh!
Fuel calculations.
Yep. Did not go well. However, Pullen is up on the exit, coming up the exit. No, Duncan's too far back. Duncan's going through Dunlop and out onto Tetra Rouge, where Craig Pullen is now running down the first part of the Mulsanne. So, going to be job done here for Dan Herlock. He's going to get this victory into Indianapolis. He goes for the final time through Arnage. Now he's got the run through the curves to go. That is it. He will be all done and dusted. He's done an absolutely stellar job. Dan Herlock, Mike Bell, job done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. As long as he can hold it here for the final time. Dan Herlock through the Porsche curves. Then he's got Corvette. Then he's got Ford, Brad. Surely his job done.
It's got to be. He's got a couple curves to go. I would just back it off and play it safe here as you come through. This is, I mean, it's been a stellar run from these guys. Just beautiful move in that number 12. GG's, to quote Mr. Reese in YouTube chat.
Yeah, here we go. Dan Herlock takes the left. He takes the right. He's going to take it one more time. Him and Mike Bell done an absolute stellar job. Smile Power Racing comes over the line and wraps it up here. Takes the victory in the Hypercar Pros. Job done for Dan Herlock. Absolutely amazing. As we're just on for a replay here. Is that George? Oh, bro. That's the final lap. He's just done that, but he's coming into Ford at the moment. He's got the first part. He's going to get the second part. George Angelidis comes over the line in the Hypercar AMS. He wraps it up, takes the victory. George Angelidis wrapping up the Hypercar AMS. Take a bow, dear sir. Absolutely stellar job for him as well. I'm well happy for George taking that victory. Him and Jason Whitehead in the HRC US car wraps up the win in the Hypercar AMS. And then we're going to have David Junt should come over and take the victory in the GT3 Pros. And then Filippo Marazzi will wrap up the AMS. So it's going to be David Junt's going to come over the line first this time around. Alec, I think you can safely say Dan Herlock, stellar job, took the victory. Mike Bell put him in that position to get the win.
Yeah, no, Smile Power Racing had an awesome day today. Super happy for those guys. Mike Bell finally got his first win in a hypercar in CMS, so super pumped, and there's no better place to do it than here at Le Mans. This is our big event for the year, and for them to do that is just freaking awesome, so super happy for him. Dan Herlock drove an incredible race. He had a really awesome stint, put down the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, good job on them. Super happy for them. This is really cool. I know those guys have been working really hard. They've had some struggles with setup, but now have seemed to finally set this car up just like how they want and are doing a really good job. So kudos to them, pumped for them, and really excited to see what this does in the championship now with them able to do that and beating Dan Kirby and John Yuan in the CMS Pro Team.
Well, we'll have to find out when the final scores get released, but David Junt, the man who's already done a 4-hour TCR race at the Nordschleife circuit. He didn't say if it was just one or the whole layout, so we'll see on that one. But he's driven this one completely solo. David Junt has just done 8.8 hours of driving. He's coming in to the Ford curves for the final time and takes the left, takes the right, he takes the left, takes the right. David Junt, take a bow as he wraps up the GT3 Pro win. takes the victory. Davijan, absolutely amazing job. And then the final one should be the GT3 AM of Filippo Marazzi as he's coming in through the Porsche curves, I believe, here, Brad.
Yeah, it looks like he is. And again, a good run from Filippo Marazzi. Somebody said in chat way earlier ago in the broadcast, Forza Filippo. And I do think if you are a Filippo Marazzi fan, you're going to be yelling Forza Filippo, even though he's driving a BMW. And typically you hear Forza Ferrari. But, bringing the BMW home on what's been a challenging track and surviving 4.8 hours of Le Mans, a big shout out goes there as we come through the final couple of curves.
Yeah, Filippo Marazzi through the final 4 curve now, comes over the line, wraps up the GT3 AM victory. Filippo Marazzi in that BMW, another solo driver. So 2 solos have wrapped up the GT3s, where George Angelidis was obviously in a team with Jason Wrighton for HRCUS, and Dan Herlock and Mike Bell in the same Smile Power Racing. So great job from Marazzi and Junt here, Alec. I don't think I could do this amount of time for 4 hours.
No, incredible job, and not even 4 hours, 4.8 hours, almost 5 hours they were in the car. So it's freaking incredible. Super proud of those guys. They did awesome. And it just shows that perseverance and that grit to really try and finish strong. They had it today and they were able to do it. So super awesome for them. They did a really good job. Both drove very good races. And now, it just shows that they were the guys today. They were the man. All the other teams were sharing cars, sharing the driving duty to take the load off of somebody. And these guys just said, screw it. We're going to do it ourselves. We're able to come out with a win. So that's awesome. Cap off to them. I don't think there's many people here that could do that or would want to do that.
Yeah, I think want would be a no on that one. Let's see if we can get you up the results. I believe everybody has crossed over the finish line. We should be able to bring you the results. I'm hoping. We'll wait for final confirmation from our producer, our voice in our head. And Dan Herlock is your winner with Dan Kirby in second, Timon Suvic in third. Tom Lane wraps up the 4th place with Alexander Sarama in 5th. George Angelidis does it. He wraps up the Hypercar AM victory for him and Jason Whitehead with Wouter de Bruin in 7th. Jerry Chen in 8th place. Oliver Newman in 9th. And then Magnus Dahlgren rounds out the top 10. Moving on from that one, I can tell you Craig Pullen was in 11th after Graham Duncan had to pit on the final lap. David Junt wraps up the GT3s after doing 8.8 hours of driving so far, plus whatever else he's been doing. Becky Ely got 2nd place with him, her and Yuki Takanashi. And then Eduardo Bonica took 3rd in the GT3 Pros. JT Tammy got Brandon Gant after we saw all the chaos that happened to Brandon Gant, and obviously him and Ross Smith having their own little coming together with Adrian Rice and Filippo Marazzi taking the win in the GT3 AMs. Moving on from Marazzi, it's the final little parts of the grid, which should be Max Sommerlap in 21st, Stephen Bice in 22nd, Johnny Gutierrez in 23rd, Stephen Miller in 24th. So it was Marazzi, Stephen Bice, and Stephen Miller wrapping out the GT3 AM. So a great job for Stephen Miller and Jocelyn Petrie, and also Matthew Bice, Mike Bice, and Stephen Bice there. So all the Bices in the Trash Panda Racing team. So great job from everyone here, Brad. I think you can safely say, as we say, I wouldn't want to be driving 4.8 miles, 4.8 hours, let alone David Junt, who's done over 8 hours of driving.
Yeah, David Junt, you're a little crazy for that, and I'd like to have a conversation with you after about why that's a thing you've done. But overall, all of the drivers surviving through, making their way through, except for Benjamin Porteous Heath, and the only reason he didn't make it through is no problem of his own. It was not on him at all. So, in reality, every car would have made it through.
Yeah, just a random landmine, wasn't it, that we found that became something out of nothing. It's one of them things that we obviously can't control. So let's see if we have a start with. And tell you what, let's kick off with Filippo Marazzi. Oh no, we're going to go to Dan Herlog here as well. So Dan Herlog and the team of Dan and Mike Bell has joined us in the booth. Who should we start with? Let's start with Mike. Actually, we had a chat with you, Mike, already. Let's start with Dan. Dan, well done, buddy. Wrapping up the Hypercar Pros.
Yeah, thank you. That wasn't the easiest race we've had, but came through in the end solidly.
Yeah, and then obviously drive through at the end.
Yeah, so I when I was in my pit box, I had wheel spin on the way out, and the wheel spin got me over to like 62 kilometers an hour. So that was the drive through, which wasn't ideal, but meant I could push a bit more.
It wasn't ideal, but you did a great, fantastic job there. And let's face it, what was it like driving along in the same team as the perfect physical and mental specimen that is Mike Bell?
Yeah, it's always a joy. Always a joy. Chaos in the voice chat as normal, but we like that. It's fun.
Makes it interesting, doesn't it, Dan, to be fair?
Yes.
Did you go into today, mate, with going to get that victory?
Ideally, I was looking for it, yeah. I was fairly confident after the test race, as did pretty well there. So
awesome stuff. Well, Mike, bringing you into the booth now, buddy, again. What can you say? Dan bringing it home for the team.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when I popped in earlier, that there, from my money, there isn't a safer pair of hands on this grid to not throw it away. And obviously, we still managed to get a drive through, because even though we have the lead, it's still not something that we can let up on. We're still having to be right on top of all the micro adjustments, and obviously any time loss is time loss. So you got to try and min-max your way through everything. But yeah, no, the fine folk that we were sharing a voice chat with gave Dan a bit of a roasting for that, and I feel like that egged him on to reset the fastest lap or so, just to be like, all right, guys, you can take the mick. I've made a mistake, but here's my raw pace to put it back right. So
yeah, you guys were showing pace for days. Obviously, Mike, you started off. Dan, how important was it for Mike to clear the likes of Dan Kirby? Obviously, they would continue swapping places, but how important was it for him to put that initial marker down to give you something comfortable when you got into the car?
I mean, I think it was important for putting a statement there, but I was also a bit surprised by the turn one dive. But it was very important to stay close, obviously keep them under pressure, and eventually, while a bit unusual for him, he did crack under pressure in the end.
Yeah. Well, he definitely did. But as I say, thank you so much, gentlemen, and well done on your hypercar victory. Dan, is there anyone, we'll start with you, that you want to give a shout out to?
Just the team, everyone else that makes it enjoyable, everyone that's running the league, doing the mod, running the broadcast, everything like that is very good. Very nice to have.
Awesome stuff. And Mike, anyone for you?
Yeah, obviously Dan for bringing it home. All the people, as Dan alluded to, that we were sharing a voice chat with in the small power racing and rookie monsters community. Brad Whiter, Robin coming in for this one, and special shout out to Ollie, who was getting quite a bit of a roasting throughout the race for various reasons, earned or not, and managed to shove two of his fingers through his racing glove on the in-lap after the race. So yeah, that was one of those unexpected. That would be Oliver Zoomin Newman himself.
Oh, okay.
In the Joy car, on the in-lap, we just heard an "Oh no!" and then shortly followed by a picture posted into a Discord of him with a glove on and his two fingers just sticking straight through.
Oh, lovely.
It's moments like that the race win, fantastic. Been trying for this for well over a year. Obviously, Dan's got one. at Imola, but now it's one that I've got carried to, admittedly. And then gonna remember that. It's gonna be great. And then the cherry on top, Ollie sticking his fingers through his gloves.
Awesome stuff. Well,
the duck
Mike,
really guided us to victory.
Yeah, I found the duck, so it's fine. But Mike, thanks so much for joining us there. Dan as well, congratulations to the Smile Power Racing team wrapping up that Hypercar Pro victory. Well done, guys, and we'll look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
All right, and next up in the booth, let's go with the Hypercar AMS. And we'll start off with the team of Jason Whitehead. And the man that went in, didn't think he was going to do it. He was all nervous and teetering, but we can give him a big old air horn for George Angelidis, who's wrapped up the victory as well. George and Jason, let's start off with Jason as he did open it up. Jason, well done, buddy. Congratulations there on your victory.
Thank you.
How was the opening stints for you? You know, it seemed to go pretty well. It was an interesting battle that you guys were having with, obviously, Jerry Chen's team.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep the car safe and, keep it, build a gap. We were on a different pit strategy than them, so I was just trying to be consistent. That was the biggest thing. Not really focus on where they were.
Yeah, the big consistent of Jason is like breaking lap after lap the personal lap record.
Today it was suddenly.
Yeah, but you guys did an absolutely amazing job there as well. George, you finally did it. You're taking a victory at Le Mans, buddy.
Yeah, it feels... It feels very, very, very good and very unreal because he has been working on for a long time. I know we didn't. I know the couple of cars behind us had problems, which you can't control this race the way that the problems are. I've been there. I've been in that situation. So they say Le Mans pick its winners. Finally, after so long, we're here. We did it. And we were talking with Jason, like we couldn't believe our luck because Jason hadn't won in VWC since 2021. Road Atlanta 2021 was his last victory. So it has been a long time coming. It was in a Nissan at the time, so still remaining with the Japanese theme. But yeah, so it feels very good. We're back on the championship. Hopefully we can go and do some damage there on the second half. We can probably closing the gap to Jerry here. And yeah, and we're going to keep tracking, keep moving. And yeah, man, this is good. I almost threw it so many times, but it felt good.
You did once, didn't you?
More than once. But
yeah, well, we're in the second sector. Let's go to think. We'll ignore the first time. The first one you did, but in the second one, you had a little bit of a moment as well, didn't you there, George, towards the end?
Yeah, so at the end, what was happening was I was going in for our personal lap record, so I could drop it to the 3:30. And then I found GT traffic, and then I abandoned that lap. And then we were discussing something with Jason. And I don't remember what it was, but I start laughing, and then I'm going into the Mulsanne corner. I miss my braking point. I go too deep, and then the car rotates. Then the good thing is that we had a gap to Jerry. No panic. Thankfully, no traffic was coming back. Reversed and then get out. But yeah, everything is eventful on this track for me. Like it's just even the victories just cannot be a Sunday drive,
Well, just well done on holding it together there, George, as well. And Jason, congratulations on your first win in, was it 3 years? Anyone you want to shout out, Jason, before we let you go?
Just not really. I don't know. I'm just happy to win and have George as happy to be here and have George as a teammate. Have a car that was as nice as the one George provided to drive. So,
awesome stuff. George, Anyone you want to give a
I mean,
shout out to?
Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks everybody who has embraced this championship and has come in and raced. We have all this show and you guys providing the voice of the show. Shout out to the guys at HRC that they're gonna be going at Watkins Glen in 2 weeks. Best of luck there. And for the couple of the CMS guys that I will be seeing you at Le Mans on Tuesday. So we're gonna have a blast there, ready to party now officially. And maybe you should give me more pep talks, James. They work.
See, told you, George. We'll have a voice chat before every race. All right, bud. Right, that was the thing for HRC US. George Angelidis, Jason Whitehead. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, now moving up to some of the solo drivers. Let's have a chat to David Junt, the GT3 Pro winner, who has driven for about 8.8 hours, if not longer, today. David, can you hear me?
Hello.
How are you? David, are you ready for bed?
Probably, yeah.
Now, is this right? You did a 4-hour TCR at Nords before you come onto this one?
Technically, yes, although thanks to a teammate taking over, I was like done after 3 hours, so I could come over to do the qualifying properly.
Right.
And we
So,
won.
so you've just done about, technically then 3 and another 5, so about 8 hours of driving today already.
Yeah, like including some I don't know, in the morning, like the qualifying session of that race and such. Yeah,
Wow.
I have
Alec,
done that before.
Alec has given you the Ironman award, just purely because that's physically insane, I've got to be honest. But how was it out there for you, taking the victory, going solo, drive-through penalty within the first 3 laps as well, because you were solo, not that it made a difference, and you still took a victory?
I mean, of course, you need kind of. You said it nice about like insane, true. um, you need some, willpower, dedication. Like just you want to go through the race and finish it. But I was like more of like counting on, I don't know, being as close as I could. Like I knew I had to do the drive-through, of course, and then lose like, I don't know, 40 seconds or something. So I had to somehow. I was having a slight like setup thingy that I wanted to, try to resolve because the car was kind of a bouncy castle on like hitting curbs and over bumps, over crests of the track. And then I managed to read the setup page correctly and kind of fix it a bit more so the car was, being a bit more balanced, less jumpy. And that made the car, because already in qualifying, I'm usually not a qualifier, made the car much better in the race. Still thought like when like Eduardo Benica and Yuki were like 2 seconds quicker than everybody, like probably carry over in the race. But then later on, when it hit the night times, it seemed like the Honda was even better, or the 57s were suddenly possible. And I managed to catch up Yuki after like Vasily spun the Pazuzu Aston, I think. And the other guys dropped back. So it was like me catching, and looking how close I could get. It's difficult, and the Ferrari is an incredible rocket on a straight, but suffers like in the turns, where I think I've gained so much time there, and also the tire wear seems to be kicking in so quickly. So probably a bit bad on Yuki's side because he drove so incredibly well that race. So yeah, hard.
Well, it is, but you've taken the victory, David, and that's really all that matters. So absolutely amazing for you. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go here?
Yeah, again, I'm gonna say thanks to Gogo Balog from Hungary, who was my teammate this time in the other race, and thanks to him, he also had some technical problems, but he managed to do the stint and finished first in the class. So thanks to him for helping me out so much. I mean, also thanks to BHR themselves. Also, thanks to Becky again, because Becky got me like on the right track again with how to like the setup with the car and to get it to perform well. and I just managed to fix something again to make it even more bit more powerful. I didn't think I would be up there, but really thanks to her, it was really handling well. I fell in love again with the car, so it was much fun to drive. And well, I'm also saying sorry to my family for once again like wasting that whole day, but thanks.
Well, yeah, it was a definitely a long day for you, but David, well done. Congratulations on your GT3 Pro victory.
Thank you so much.
Right, next up is another solo driver, one Filippo Marazzi. Filippo, welcome in, buddy. How are you? Filippo, are you there? I'm not going deaf, right, Brad? I can't hear him.
No, I don't hear him either. I was hoping.
I don't think he's here.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's leave him in the booth and give him a minute because he deserves it after driving solo for so long. But during that time, we'll have a quick chat with Brad and Alex. Brad, well, what can we say? It's been another interesting one at Le Mans.
I mean, Le Mans just doing what Le Mans does and giving us a stellar race. I mean, I don't know what else you can say other than just Le Mans it's a beautiful track. I love it. I love it. And I love it. And I'm very, very glad that we got to see such a good race here.
Yeah, especially, throughout it all, some great battles. We've got, George taking his first victory at Le Mans. We've got Jason winning for the first time in 3 years. We've got Herlock and Bell absolutely annihilating the Hypercar Pro field. We've got David Junt driving for 7.5 hours, 8 hours plus on his own. And we've got Filippo here, who's obviously done 4 hours.
Do you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Filippo, welcome in. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks. It was a long race. I'm tired now, but very happy of the result of the race. We are
out there.
just what?
Tough out there being solo.
Yes, tough. It's not my first race so long that I do as a solo, but we are just 3 at the start in our category. But the race was good. The Buis brothers and also Lipetri. We have a good fight. We stay close for at last half of the race. Then probably the Buis brothers have a problem. And at that time I was 1 minute and 20 seconds far from the Lipetri that was in first position. I don't think was possible recover this time, but probably we have different strategy. I save many fuel, and when they change with Miller. I was near when he exited from the pit. I was 15 seconds behind, and gain seconds every lap. So when we are at 1 hour, near 1 hour by the end of the race, I have the possibility to overtake the position on Miller. I did it, and I think 2-3 laps after this, he have a problem. Probably he go out. He have a problem.
Yeah.
And so no problem for the last part of the race. Just take just be concentrated on drive.
Yeah, well, it was definitely a great one, Filippo, there, and absolutely stellar job doing the whole thing on your own. Is there anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Sorry, my English is not so good. So
Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Oh, thank to maybe first of all to my wife. That's
big shout out.
That spend many time at home when I race. We don't go out, And no, thanks to all the guys that are on track. I have no problem for all the race when I was lapped, and also thanks to the Bush brothers and Lipetri and Miller because the race was good also if we are few in our category.
Awesome stuff. Well, Filippo, thank you so much for joining us there, sir, and look forward to seeing what you can do on the next one.
See you at the next race.
Take care.
Thank you everyone.
Oh, Alec, he seems like a nice guy.
He does. Filippo's been in the series for a little while. He ran our stuff last year with the 98s and actually had a really cool livery on his GT2 Porsche. But yeah, that was really cool. He definitely gets the Iron Man award today for for doing that race and then coming here and doing this. So that was awesome and really cool to see him get the win. So definitely was war of attrition out there in the GT3 AM class. Seems like those guys they were making some mistakes and going down, and he was able to just survive. So that's pretty cool to see him have a good race and be able to get the win here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive shout out to him and David Junt. Obviously, David doing 7 hours before he even got here, whatever it was. He did 4-hour racing and then come and did this as well. Absolutely immense on that one. And I think, to be honest, so Brad, final words from you before we close this out?
I love this series. I love the modern VWSC a lot, and I say it every time. It's amazing to me to watch how this series goes, and I can't wait for the Glen. I think the Glen is going to be stellar.
I agree with you on that one as well. Alec, final words from you, sir?
Just a good race today. It was really cool. This is our flagship event, so it's been really fun. I feel like us at CMS here have been able to put on a pretty good race. The cars are definitely ever evolving with the guys at Storm Gang Simulation, so very excited to continue working with them and see what we can do. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys for always commentating our series. You guys do an awesome job. Thank you for letting me come into the booth here today, and good job to all the drivers who were able to have good races. Good job to all of our winners. So yeah, really looking forward to Watkins Glen. I get back into the car for our Thursday series, so I'll shout that out for everyone who liked the racing here today. Thursday nights here on the Champion Sim Racing YouTube channel, we have another series. It's almost like a IMSA-like series where we focus on the North America tracks with these cars. But yeah, just all in all, really good day, really good race. Super happy for everyone who's able to do it, and really, really exciting racing. So can't wait for the next one, and I think we're all pretty excited.
Yeah, I definitely think it is one that we're going to be definitely looking forward to as well. Don't forget, like, subscribe, turn on the bells on the CMS or the JBB YouTube channel, whichever one you are watching us on. But it's been a very epic evening of racing. We've got Mike Bell and Dan Hurlock wrapping up the Hypercar Pros, Jason White, George Angelidis, Jason's first victory in 3 years, George's first victory at Le Mans. Then we've got the GT3 Pro, David Junt of the Iron Man, who's done 4 hours before he even got it, or 3 hours before he even come and did this race, and he drove it solo. And Filippo Marazzi in the GT3 ARMS, absolutely amazing job. But thank you to everybody that's joined us. There's been so many people. I can't run through you all, but it's been an absolute pleasure having some great conversations all the way through this race. But I've been James Parfitt. I've been alongside Bradley Dalton, Alec King, Matthew Overton, Calvin Ross, George Angelidis has joined us. And of course, let's not forget the wonderful voice scenario, Mr. Paul Glover. But for now, guys, that's going to wrap this one up. And as always, take care. Have a great week. And you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.